Is everything working? Can you hear me? Is it not loading on this screen? That's peculiar. But can't see me? You can hear me but can't see me. That's strange because I can see me on StreamYard. That's peculiar. Right, refresh your page. If you can't see me, refresh your page, and it should come through. I've just refreshed mine and it's coming through now on YouTube. So you can hear me and you can see me. That is unlucky for you. Right, let's say hello. So Melly Boy, good evening. Lost Souls, obviously. Thank you for joining us. Peter Bishop, good evening to you. God bless the UK. JC Ace, hello. Matrix, I'm not so bad, thank you. I hope you are, and you don't need to worry about the brandy because I've got some, along with some toffee vodka. But don't worry, I won't be drinking them. Well, I will be drinking some of both of them tonight, but I won't be drinking them all tonight because I've got an appointment tomorrow. So I might get a little tiny, teeny, weeny bit tipsy tonight. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, could be an interesting one. Grumps, good evening. Who else we got? Clark's Pie Muncher, hello to you. Peter Bishop, hello. Man, never heard that username before, but good evening to you. Hi Boo, welcome. Craft, welcome. Kaz, thanks for joining us. Who else we got? Scar, nice to see you. Animal Rights, good evening. Moo, hello. Mrs. W, wonderful to see you too. Pete Music Man, hello. John Spence, good evening. Lord Jim Dandy, evening to you. It's getting there slowly, but it's getting there. Alf and Sue, how you doing, Alf? I hope you're okay, my friend. Kaylee, good evening. And Silas, good evening to you. Sean, hello to you too. Well, hello all, and thank you for joining us this Sunday evening, which could or could not get rather messy, depending on how much I decide to drink. No, I've only bought one bottle of Coke purposely so that I can't drink all of this. Although I did realise after tasting a bit of the toffee vodka that I don't actually need Coke in there. I can drink it straight. And that's what I must have done when I was at Simon Sideways the other week when I drank a whole bottle of the stuff. But I was already smashed before I started that. So that's why I don't really remember that. But anyway, we'll see how things go. We'll see how it goes. I hope everyone's doing well. Hiya, Rob. So how is everyone? How's your week been? Let us know in the comments. How's your week been? Let's get this. Let's get you guys interacting first before we open the phone lines. Let's have a chat with some of you. I know Sean, we don't need to ask Sean what she's been up to. She's been on the cider, haven't you, Sean? Flat-chested female. How you doing? Hiya, Pat. Crap as usual. Sorry to hear that, Kaylee. Same shit, different day. Wow. Wow. God, you lot are full of positivity today, aren't you? Oh dear. I hope it's a good vodka, not that Smirnoff shit. To be honest, it doesn't tell you what vodka it is. It just says it. Well, it doesn't even say who it. Well, Kin. It's made by a company called Kin, Kin. Um, Toffee and vodka. Smooth blend of vodka and caramel created in the Lake District. And I can tell you something, it is smooth. It really normal vodka, you'll have a mouthful, burns your throat on the way down. It's like, it's like drinking battery acid. This stuff, oh my God, it goes down so well. So well. Um, Hiya, Chris. Good to see you. Rubber Chuck. Rubber, did you get that hack thing sorted out, mate, on the Discord? How flat is flat? You'll have to ask. You have to ask her, Peter. Honestly, it's absolutely beautiful stuff. I've not had vodka for years because I hate the taste of it, but that stuff is amazing. It's expensive though. That just that small bottle, and it is a relatively small bottle. Um, £22 or 20, no, £24. And a litre bottle is £22 something, and a litre bottle is £34. So it's expensive stuff. So it's not something I'm going to be drinking on a regular. Um, but I will be having a sip or three this evening, let's say. Um, how you doing, Kaylee? Good to see you. Try Reka Icelandic vodka. I, as I say, to be honest, I don't. I mean, I was dreading trying that toffee vodka at Reverend Simon Sideways the other week because I genuinely hate vodka, just as I hate whiskey. And I tried it, and I thought maybe I only liked it because I was absolutely wrecked at the time. We'd already done, I don't know, 7, 8 pints at that point, and I'd had about a quarter of a bottle of brandy. So I was unsure, but I brought a bottle and I've just tried it whilst I was doing a sound check with Lost Souls Paranormal, and it is as smooth as I can remember. Beautiful stuff. Anyway, it sounds like I'm trying to sell it to you. I'm not. I don't get anything for promoting it, and I'm not promoting it YouTube before anyone says anything. I'm just saying that I like it. That's it. Um, you just had charges dropped in Crown Court for waving a stick at someone who attacked all the houses on your street. What, you've had charges dropped? Maybe you can call in and tell us about that, John, or jump up on the panel a bit later. Be interesting to hear about that. Good evening, Tiff. Promote it, they might send you a case. The problem is YouTube will have me off if I promote, like alcohol or cigarette. I mean, I smoke and I drink on the stream. I don't promote the stuff, but if I like something, I'll say I fucking like it. So there we go. Right, who uses Facebook on here? Just put a 1 in the comments if you use Facebook. Looks like most of you. I know some of you don't like using Facebook, and I understand why. I simply use it to share my stuff. I don't really use it for much else. Thank you, Kaylee. Much appreciated. The reason I asked that is because I set up a group 3 years ago. I set up a group on Facebook, a police abusing powers group, and a page. The page I use quite regularly. The group, however, I've never promoted it. I've got nobody in there. I have over time been posting stuff in there because I wanted to open the group with stuff already in there. But I keep forgetting. But what I'm going to do is because I know there's quite a few people that send me links still, even to today, through email, through WhatsApp, through different means. And when I try and um, find all the links that people have sent me, they're all over the place. So what I was hoping to do was open this Police Abuse and Powers group on Facebook, and anybody that wants to send me links can do it in that group. So I can sort of get it almost from one place rather than having to look in 7 different locations for links that people have sent me. Thank you, Animal Rights, much appreciated. So remind me a bit later. I'm not going to do it now, but remind me a bit later, and I'll put the link up on the screen or in the comments to the group, just in case anybody wants to come in there. I still use the page more. The group will generally be for other people to post any links that they may have come across, but they've got to be recent links, nothing from a week, 2 weeks, and longer ago. It needs to be recent things. But again, we'll sort that out a bit later on. Crazy Jake, how you doing? 4x4 fella, good to see you. Have I missed anybody else? England for the English, good evening. Paul Essex, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights, good evening to you. Shy Ted, Henry, Danny, Bumpy, Silas, Rehab, Tony, Truth Crusader, exactly that. Good evening to you all. Thank you for joining us. I will get the lines open in just a couple of minutes. We've been going for 12 minutes. I'll give it just a couple more minutes. We'll get the phone in going, and if anybody wants to call in, then we would love to hear from you. Again, you can call in for many different reasons. You can share a story if you've got a personal story or a story about somebody else, then that's fine. Whistleblower, it'd still be nice to hear from people who work in particular sectors, who want to call in anonymously. Obviously, don't need to give a name. Like last week, I said to the person who didn't want to give a name, we'll call you Bob. I'm absolutely fine with, I just need something to call you. So when I say who am I talking to, you can make something up. You call yourself the fairy godmother for all I care. It makes no difference. But it would be nice to hear from people in certain sectors who have had enough of some of the shit that's going on. That would be interesting. You can call in and talk shit. By that, I mean, if you've had nobody to talk to all week and you just need somebody to talk to make you feel a bit human again, where you've been stuck on your own all week, fine, give us a ring. We'll have a chat. No problem whatsoever. And there's a few people on Facebook at the moment who seem to have this issue. You can call in and call me names. It's fine. Don't resort to doing it on social media. Be man enough and phone up and tell me what you think of me. It's absolutely fine. I do not mind at all. More than happy. Good evening, Resist. Hope you're well. And then around 10 o'clock, as we normally do, we'll switch over to the panel. So again, anybody that does want to come onto the panel at 10-ish, when you appear in the back of StreamYard, I have to have your camera on. Okay, so if you're coming up on a panel, you must have your camera on. No excuses. If you can't get your camera working, please don't try and get onto StreamYard, because you will not be able to come up onto the panel. Plus, I will also ask you to do something like touch your nose, wave your left hand, do that with your right hand. I will ask you to do something out of the blue to prove that you're a real person waiting to come onto the stream. I have to do that to protect the channel from the idiots out there that try and destroy channels. Like 20 seconds or so, and we'll get the lines open, people. So if anybody's wanting to phone in, by all means, you can do, as I say. 10 seconds. Oh, if you do call in, just say hello and then I'll ask you just to wait just a second for this is the first call in, just to make sure everybody can hear you. Otherwise, we could be in trouble. Actually, I need to unhide myself on there first. Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere. So, status active. Right, there we go. So 01515289590 is the answer. No, it's not the answer. It's the phone number. How can that be the answer? I didn't even have a question. This isn't even my first one, and I'm struggling to put a sentence together. That is not good. That is not good. Numbers up, Robert. 01515289590. If you try to ring and it can't get through, let me know in the comments, just in case there's an issue we're having. Because this is me, of course, and I do tend to have technical issues most weeks, to be fair. If you've been watching for a while, you'll know that. Whoa, here we go. Oh, hello. Hello.
Hi, Pap.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
How are you doing?
I'm
doing okay.
Good. I'm not so bad. Not so bad. I'll be better a bit later after a couple more of these, but I'm okay at the moment. Thank you.
No problem. Most of my thunder has already been stolen by Rev and his stream last night, which is fair enough. I don't think I can add any about what happened with Sam Mealy. I don't think I can add any more to that than what's already been said. It's whatever you may think of him. I don't think very much of him, to be honest with you. That was a travesty of a court case, a travesty of a verdict, and, well, welcome to Nuremberg, Britain, because that's what it effectively is now. We live in a racist apartheid state where if you're a white male, you're treated like a Jew in Nazi Germany. How ironic.
We are definitely, treated now as less, in my opinion, we are definitely treated now as less than other groups because of the pandering and the bending over and the kneeling down to everybody that might have their feelings hurt. I wonder, and I do think about this often, I wonder to myself, what will happen once we are the minority in this country? Will things turn around? I don't think they will. Will people start sticking up for us? I don't think they will.
No, I think we're going to be confined to genocide. I think whatever way you look at it, whatever method, the trajectory is towards genocide of white people. And they'll use what Hitler did as justification, which is a perverse reading of history.
I'm not. So I don't know if genocide is the right word to use personally. I think they do want. Again, I want to be careful what I say because I don't want the channel, taken down. Obviously, I do think there is definitely a plan to get rid of in one form or another. Now that may be through unaliving people in one way or another, or it may be just getting rid of people out of the country. But let's be honest, if all of the indigenous people were moved out of this country would go to shit. Worse than it is now. Okay? Because isn't it strange how the West is the most developed in the world and everybody wants to come here from countries that are underdeveloped, struggling, shitholes. What are they going to do? They're not going to come here and just pick up where we left off. They're going to come here and it's going to end up destroyed like the places where they come from, in my opinion.
Well, communists are very strange people. Don't try to psychoanalyze them. They're not rational beings. They're not rational actors. But since that's already been thoroughly gone into yesterday by Rev and guest. I've got an update for you on the next would-be tyrant of Wales, Mr. Vaughan Gething.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, him and his competitor for the Labour leadership in Wales, Jeremy Miles, the same Jeremy Miles who is very on message for the trans brand and wants to keep the 20 miles per hour speed limit. Yeah. They were having a hustings for the block vote from Unite the Union. And they invited both candidates to come in and give their speeches and give a pitch. And then just as the membership were about to vote, someone said, whatever the result of this, our block vote is going to Vaughan Gething because Jeremy Miles has never even been a lay member of Unite.
Okay.
So Vaughan Gething got the block vote entirely on a technicality, which is very suspect. And that's not the only suspect thing about Vaughan Gething. He has some very suspect business associates.
Can I just ask you a quick question? Just one thing before you finish. Sorry, otherwise I'll forget. Now, you would think that everybody in that position would know that if he's not even been a lay member of a union and he's not allowed in because of that reason, you would think that they all knew that anyway. So do you not think that this was probably a planned thing? Because all the people, all of the MPs and everything else, they would know all of this anyway. Why leave it until why leave it till now to bring that up? Is that a way of pretending to the public that they've tried?
It's clearly been all been choreographed.
Yeah.
I mean, Miles is there just to provide token opposition at best. It's clear that they wanted Vaughan Gething in 2018, and the Corbynite faction was strong enough to impose Drakeford.
Right.
But I've mentioned Vaughan Gething before on your live stream and his dodgy business dealings with Vince McMahon.
Yeah, I think that was about a month. Was that a month or so ago? Maybe a bit longer, I think.
Yes. Well, to say things have escalated is a massive understatement.
Right.
Because now Vince McMahon has been forced to quit for a second time, this time as executive chairman of TKO.
Right.
Because a lawsuit has been filed against him in America, a civil lawsuit by a woman called Janelle Grant. And I've read the entire 67-page document, and
right.
It's Jimmy Savile and Rotherham grooming gang level criminality that it alleges. Okay. It alleges that he raped her, pimped her out and trafficked her to other men, including his own employees, and even one of his biggest stars, Brock Lesnar.
Right.
That may be a name that your listeners might be familiar with.
I remember that name.
He would name his sex toys after his own wrestlers based on the color of the sex toy.
Right.
And he, during a threesome, he took a giant shit on her head.
Well, I've got to be honest. Now, before anyone starts panicking, I've never taken a shit on anybody, right? But I remember I worked in a hotel once. Sorry, I've got to say this because it's quite funny. I remember working in a hotel once, and me and one of the chefs, we used to stay in a hotel on a Saturday night for Sunday breakfast. So we was up early enough, and we went clubbing one night. Took these two girls back to the hotel. I woke up in the morning and went to knock on his door, and I'm not going to say his name. I went and knocked on his door, and I was knocking on his door. He opened it, and he was wrapping all his sheets up. Right? I'm like, "What are you doing? Wait for housekeeping to come and do that." He goes, "No," he goes, "I can't." He goes, "I've got to take this down now." I said, "What? What's the matter?" He goes, "You know that bird I brought home last night?" And I went, "Oh, back to the hotel." I went, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, we 69 in, and then she sat up and took a Mr. Whippy on his chest. Sorry, I know that's disgusting. This shit, that kind of stuff happens, man. But yeah, sorry, I know that's disgusting.
The more I read of that document, the more horrific it doesn't begin to cover it. I mean, him and one of his senior employees would take turns to rape her on company premises in the corporate offices, and whenever she refused, they said back to her, "No means yes." So that she was clearly a victim of rape.
Is any of this proven yet? This is the thing. Is any of this proven yet?
Well, this is going through the civil courts right now, and Vince McMahon has been forced out of his job at TKO because this isn't the first rape allegation that's been made against Vince McMahon, but this is so much worse, more horrific than even the biggest critic of Vince McMahon could have envisaged. It's absolutely terrible. And this is the guy that Vaughan Geffin paid a £2 million bribe to out of taxpayers' money to hold a wrestling show in Cardiff in September 2002. But hey ho, £18 million profit on the bribe.
Right.
I mean, seriously. I'm not saying that Vaughan Geffin was involved in any criminality beyond paying out that money, but it just goes to show you this man has exceedingly bad judgment and should not be anywhere near the levers of power. Same to that parliamentary committee that was set up to investigate sexual abuse in wrestling. They've all gone native, and they're going up to WWE, say, how much taxpayers' money would you like us to bung you to have WrestleMania in London?
Look, we know they're all corrupt. We know that everyone in these positions are taking backhanders, right? That's just how it. Unfortunately, it's how it works, right? They all take backhanders to keep each other sweet and rich, right? I do think we need to be careful if at the moment we haven't got any evidence, and this is a story you're telling me. I don't know anything about this at the moment.
Yeah.
But if there's no evidence of stuff,
proven guilty.
Yeah,
innocent till proven guilty. And if she is lying, she should face the same consequences that McMahon is currently facing.
Yeah,
but I have to say, based on what I know of Vince McMahon, it's very, very damning, and I wouldn't put it past him. And it's absolutely horrific. And Vaughan Geffin has definitely committed a crime, in my view, by bunging him £2 million worth of taxpayers' money.
Yeah. And
if these other allegations are proven in a court of law, his position in the Welsh cabinet and in the Welsh assembly, let alone him becoming first minister, is totally untenable.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, the problem is that I think everybody knows that this stuff goes on. Well, we all know. Everybody watching this knows that there's corruption all the way through. And I think that it is so prevalent these days that most people just say to themselves, even I do on occasions, I say, well, there's fuck all we can do about it. You know what I mean? There's nothing we can do about it. Let's just fucking get on with our lives. And unfortunately, it's not the right frame of mind to have. We should all be arguing and fighting back against corruption and anything that what's the word? That upsets our lives. And when you're taking money out of the public purse to pay for shit, and when that money could go on helping people, that affects us directly. But there's so much of it, and we've become so accustomed to it over hundreds of years that nobody really gives a shit about it anymore.
No. And this is more up your street. A Jewish lawyer has been threatened by police because he drove around the BBC with a van with the phrase, Gary Lineker is Hamas's bitch emblazoned on it. Now, I find it funny how, well, not funny, actually, I find it rather disgraceful and horrific that the police are not only prepared to persecute a man for expressing his opinion in public, but turning a blind eye to far worse from a bunch of terrorists and terrorist sympathizers for the last 3 or 4 months now. And why is Gary Lineker all of a sudden above the rest of us? Why is he on a pedestal? Why is he untouchable?
Probably because he brings in more money, doesn't he? He brings in more money for the BBC. I mean, you know, almost more people watch the BBC, watch football than watch Coronation Street. You know what I mean? So he brings, you know, I know Coronation Street isn't the BBC, but he brings in money for the BBC, lots of it. So they're going to pander to him to a certain extent. But I believe they actually changed his. Didn't they change his contract to allow him to speak about political things?
He's got to go. Whatever it takes, he's got to go. Stop paying the license fee. I know most of you already don't pay it, and that has nothing to do with Lineker. That's just the BBC in general. But this guy needs taking down. I mean, not even Al Capone was as untouchable as Lineker. I mean, at least they got him on his taxes. I mean, would the HMRC go after Lineker for his taxes? Would they seriously? I mean, he seems to be more royal than the royal family now. He thinks he's God, and we're treating him like a god. That's disgusting. He needs bringing to heel urgently. I mean, who knows? I've heard some stuff about Lineker over the years, and I suspect some stuff he's done over the years. But I mean, he's out of control now. He is in full-blown hubris mode.
Well, he's the BBC's Philip Schofield, isn't he? You know, he's like the darling of the channel, isn't he? And Philip Schofield was till the shit came out about him. And I don't doubt for a minute. This is why I'm honest about my past on here, you know, because I don't want something being brought up, you know, in years' time. If I've got, you know, 100,000 subscribers or something, somebody brings something up from my past. This is why I'm quite honest about my past. I'm not, you know, I'm embarrassed by some of it,
yeah.
But these people will hide things because of the money they're on, and they'll hide them and bury them, and then all of a sudden it will come out and they'll be fucked. But I think they're just trying to hide something.
I mean, we live in a society now where the blatantly guilty, like Vince McMahon, like Gary Lineker, like Philip Schofield, like Jimmy Savile, can get away with whatever they want. But if you stand against the establishment, like Donald Trump or myself or Tommy Robinson or you, you know, we get the full force of tyranny upon us.
Yeah.
And I have to say this, the British establishment, it's not only corrupt, it's not only racist, it's not only sexist, it's not only fascist, it's also clinically insane, because they keep on doing the same stupid thing over and over again, which is persecuting political dissidents.
Yeah.
And they always expect a different result, which is, you know, making people cower and intimidated. But all it just means is that more people come forward. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Yeah. These people they're not creating deterrents, they're creating martyrs. And Famile, like him or not, the moment they took him to court, he'd already won, because if he's convicted or he's cleared, he's become a martyr. Same with Mark Collette, same with myself, same with other dissidents like Andrew Littlefair, like James Goddard, like Trump in America. Martyrs can never be silenced.
No, it's funny you bring up Mark Collette, actually. I believe that there was a conversation that he should come up on this channel at some point as a guest. No, I don't know what people think of him. To be honest, I didn't realise who it was until this morning. I think it was this morning. I thought I recognised him, but I recognise him from the late 90s.
Listen, it's your channel. You decide. I won't hold it against you if you decide to have him on.
I mean, listen,
I believe George.
I think everybody should be allowed to have a voice.
Yeah, Giorgio is better than War. We need to start talking to people we disagree with, not just cancelling them. Because, I mean, you can get cancelled for liking a bloody tweet from someone who is deemed beyond the pale. And beyond the pale these days is someone who, I don't know, buys the Harry Potter book, for crying out loud. Look, if you want him on your channel, that's up to you. I don't care either way. It's your call. What I do object to is people censoring you if you decide to have him.
Yeah, I think because there's a case at the moment that they were talking about on Rev stream, and it's to do with the legal system and the police and things like that, and that's why I'd like to get him on. Again, there are people that I don't agree with. There are people that I agree with some of their things and disagree with some of the others, like Tommy Robinson, for example. I agree with some of the things that he does. I disagree with many of the ways that he goes about doing it. So I would talk, and I have talked about him on this channel before, not in a positive way and not in a negative way, but in a kind of neutral way of my own, what I think of him, rather than what people expect me to think of him. Do you know what I mean? And I would do exactly the same with Mark Collette and anybody else that comes on here. I'll give everybody a chance.
And that's fair enough. Fair enough. That's what separates people like you from the scum at the BBC.
Well, they're told what to say, aren't they? BBC. That's why they've all got a bit of paper in front of them when they're asking their questions. Anything that I say comes straight out. I don't think about it, which is probably a dangerous thing, to be fair. But at least I'm being honest. And if somebody asks me about something I've said, I can recall it because it's not a lie. I don't need to think about it. I can just say, well, that's what I said because that's how I feel. So, listen, man, I'm going to have to wrap this up. Go on.
Yeah, finish. If you want him on there, it's your call. I don't have any opinion one way or the other than it's your call and you should have the final decision. And thanks to everyone who's listened to me ramble.
No worries. Listen, thanks for your call again. You look after yourself.
You. Bye.
Right, take it easy. Take it easy. Oh, bloody hell, that was quick. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Evening, mate. How's tricks?
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Still here. I can fix most of the things. The reason I'm ringing is two things. One, I think some paperwork the other day. I don't know if you've had a chance to read it. I'll have a look at it, but I'll come back with it. Second thing is a general question for the listeners and for yourself. How long does it normally take to get a case before the courts against the police?
Right. It could take several years. It depends on a couple of things. It depends on what the case is. It depends on what it's about. So obviously there's evidence gathering and all that kind of stuff. It also depends on whether the police drag it out or they try and deal with it quickly to get you to shut up and go away. But it could, if it's a criminal case, it could take anywhere up to a couple of years or more.
Okay. No, the reason being, I've got a case happened in 2021. We put it before the court last year. I've heard nothing from solicitor since. I've rang him the other day to find out what the hell was happening because I've just said he's gone quiet. Right. And he said he's waiting on the courts.
Right, okay.
So I wondered whether it was a case of them dragging the wheels or genuinely it's being the way it is, basically.
It could well be, because what the police tend to do, not in all cases, but what they tend to do is they have a time frame that they are to respond to correspondence from a solicitors, and what they tend to do is they tend to leave it till the last minute. And this is a tactic to put people off and to get people to give up. They'll drag it out as long as they possibly can. They threaten you with high court costs if you lose. All right. as a way of putting you off, because obviously the police have got deep pockets. Well, they put their hands in our pockets, don't they, through our council
well,
tax
that's the one
precepts.
advantage. It's a no-win, no-fee case. So
right, okay. So
this is why I'm wondering how long it's going to go, because obviously no-win, no-fee is fine and good. But
but if it's a no-win, no-fee, I would suggest that the solicitor's firm would want to wrap it up as quickly as possible. Therefore, I would suggest it's the police that are dragging it out rather than your brief. That's just an opinion. Obviously, I can't say for sure, but that's my opinion on that. That's what I would suggest is happening.
Okay, fair enough. Right, that's a nice easy one. Now you got the complicated one. You said to want to whistleblow and bitch and moan and everything else. Well,
by all means.
I sent you some paperwork the other day. Our local authority, and I'll be blunt, I've took it to a local rag, but I really don't know where else to take it. So again, your listeners can put their two little pennies in, I don't mind. We currently, at the moment, just so you know, for our area, they're doing a major refurb in the town centre. About the fifth one they've done in the last 18 years. 16 million quid. Now, the local market hall, and again, I use that term loosely because half a dozen stall a market hall doesn't make, but to them it does, have turned round and I got the nod basically. I might be working with an FOI, so I did. And I got the paperwork back, and the local market hall is full of asbestos.
Right.
Now, the local rag did a piece on it about a month ago where the local authority said, oh, no, we've only been made aware of this now, so we're now acting upon it. We're going to move all the traders out.
Okay.
This is where my FOI came in, because the FOI, they had an investigation done on it in 2021, and there were so many red flags on it, it wasn't even full to try. So they clearly knew about it way before 2021. I'm just wondering where to take it, if anywhere, because obviously, from my point of view, I'm not really too fussed with you because I don't really use the market that much, to be fair. But what I am concerned with is that they've allowed the local authority to let the general public in there to like do the shopping, whatever, when the building's been basically condemned because it's asbestos in the building.
Okay.
Not your field, I know, but I thought I'd hit you with it anyway.
Yeah.
Nice like that.
Yes. Obviously not something I would normally cover. You're right. Now, I would suggest that's what's the word I'm thinking of?
Well, I thought it might be basically dereliction of duty because they've allowed the general public to go into a building knowing it's full of asbestos.
Well, at the very least, it's going to be some kind of incompetence. But incompetence.
But bear in mind, the same council that ended up having Legionnaires a good few years ago, because they decided to cancel the firm that were doing it and bring in a cowboy that did it for a fraction of the money and then give him a nice gold handshake when he got done for it.
Yeah.
So we know the incompetence is there. It's just obviously how far the incompetence goes from my point of view.
Now, I think that this probably crosses from civil into like corporate criminal, if you like, which is again, it's not something that I would normally cover.
No.
I mean, if somebody got ill, obviously the council's going to be screwed, right? If the place has been condemned,
this is the thing. A lot of the traders are complaining of feeling ill. Now, whether that's because of this or it's something else, we don't know. Obviously, can't prove that.
To be honest,
but from my point of view,
asbestos poisoning would take quite a while to show up. It wouldn't be something that would be apparent in a short, in a few years, for example. It has to get into your lungs, it irritate your lungs. I mean, I used to go out with a girl who's got asbestos poisoning, and she's not going to make it very old. Do you know what I mean? She's probably in her 40s now, but she's not going to make it to a ripe old age, because she was actually in the building trade. She was a plasterer. and she got told to go into a building and do some plastering. And while she was in there, some builders pulled the ceiling down, and it was full of asbestos. And she's been diagnosed with that stuff, but that was years after it had happened. But it does take a long time to show up. So if they're, if they've only been in there for a couple of years, few years, whatever, then it's unlikely that they're going to be feeling ill because of that.
Well, most of the traders, to be fair, have been in there probably 15, 20 years.
Right. Okay. So there's a possibility with that.
It's a possibility.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just a case of basically how do you highlight it? That's the question I'm asking you, listeners, because obviously the local rag are looking at it, but the council's doing what the council's good at, which is stick their head in the ground, nothing goes away. Yeah. Well,
Chris Farity has just put in the comments, health and safety executive.
This is the interesting bit. The health and safety executive for our area, right, and I only found this out myself recently, is paid by the local authority.
Yes,
and the local authority, he's not allowed to investigate because they're his boss. Right,
but they should. I mean, there shouldn't be anything stopping them investigating the local authorities. Health and safety executive, are supposed to cover, everything. In that sense.
But that's the thing. That's to say. That's why I'm bringing it in, because I've hit a brick wall with it, because the health and safety exec I spoke to about a week ago when I got this documentation through, and he said, even if I find something wrong, I can't do anything about it. And I'm like, well, why not? You're the health and safety exec. Well, no, I work for the local authority, and therefore the local authority pay my wage, and I can't take action against my own employer.
What?
And I'm like, well, why? And I'm like, he said, because we're not allowed to.
Have you tried? And I know some people will say, "Oh, it's a waste of time," but I think we should try all avenues when we're trying to deal with something, right? And that way, if it ever goes to a court or anything like that, at least we can turn around and say, "Look, we have tried this, and this," and nobody can turn around and say, "Well, you didn't try that. Go away." Have you tried the MP, local MP?
We have. He's about as much use as a chocolate fire guard.
Right, and most of them are, but providing you've got some kind of email or trail that you've made contact and you've tried to have this discussion, that obviously backs you up, and do you know what I mean? And that goes in your folder as proof that you've done what you can. Again, it's very difficult when they all want to close ranks and shut somebody down. It's very difficult to get around that. Unless you're like Tommy Robinson, for example, or like Katie Hopkins, for example, where you've got a large following that you can share that with. And when you're just a normal man, it's very difficult. And they know that. All of these people know that, which is why they try and cover up and hide and all the rest of it. It's unfortunately, I don't think I'm able to help you any more than that.
No, that's right. It wasn't so much aimed towards yourself. It was more the listeners, because I know you've got quite a few people that come on and listen and whatnot that are they're fairly knowledgeable, same as yourself. And just throw it out there and say, right, what would you do in this situation?
Sorry, just 1 second. Sorry.
No stress.
No, it's all right. Yeah, I think it is, as I say, I think it's beyond my scope. If I could help, I would. Obviously, I can only tell you what I would do personally, as I do in most cases. I tell you what I would do as an individual, like you. You know what I mean? What I would try. But in this case, I don't think there's anything else that I could. Any other advice I could offer? I think this is something that is beyond what I would normally cover. And
no, that's fine. As I say, I'll keep watching the chats, and obviously, if anybody's got any ideas, you can throw them in there.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather be honest with you and tell you that I can't do nothing or can't help. Do you know what I mean? I'd rather do that than lie or pretend.
Exactly. And at the end of the day, better not doing anything than doing something that might cause further issues.
Yes. Yeah. So
no, totally agree, mate. But other than that, I'll get out of there because I know you've probably got loads of people wanting to ring in.
No worries.
Enjoy the vodka, but bear in mind it was made up my neck of the woods. You said it was made in the lakes,
right?
So it shows you do something. It shows you do something right up here.
Yeah.
And as I say, enjoy that. And I won't say have one for me because you do that, you drink the bottle. But enjoy the rest of your night and put your feet up.
Don't ask Rev because I think I did finish his bottle off. I believe I opened it. I opened his bottle. I had the first bit. I think Rev had one, and I think I drank the rest of the bottle. Although I can't remember,
it for him.
But I'm pretty sure I finished off the entire bottle apart from one glass. But
no, you weren't. You were doing a bit of quality control on it.
And it was quality.
That's the answer for every quality control because you've got to check it's okay for him to drink.
Yeah, it's not that important.
Have a good night anyway. Enjoy the rest of the night if you're watching.
Thanks for your call. Bye. Take care. Ta-da. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello.
Hello, darling. Lovely to speak to you again. Haven't seen you since last year after New Year, sweetheart.
Is that Scott?
Pardon?
Who am I talking to?
Farquhar Bracegirdle, innit? You remember we talked very intimate. I told you had lovely eyes. And you blushed on camera. How are you, sweetie? You're looking gorgeous on camera tonight. I do love the way your eyes catch the light. Very distracting, but you've been a wonderful show. Wonderful show. This is the place to be Sunday night, everybody. Please sub. Give loads and loads of dosh to this Max Gorgeous.
Oh, it's not about money. It's not about that. I just want people to watch and share.
But
and get
you
involved.
provide a very, very valuable service. You really do. You don't realise it. You are the voice of my reasoning. Anyway, just wanted to wish you a very happy new year and to all your lovely followers, your fans from all around the world.
And I hope this year is good for you too.
Oh, it will be. Well, don't worry about that sweet spice. Anyway, love to tickle your chops, but I'm afraid I'm too far away, so I'm going to cuddle off now. Let you get on with your show. All right.
All right. Take care.
Oh, I love you. Yes, I do.
Hello, good evening and welcome.
Oh, no, Dad, leave it out.
That wasn't a setup. I never set that up, you know.
Oh, mate, you are playing games with the on. Is what you're doing. You've set that up, haven't you?
No, I haven't. Not at all.
Come on, Dan. That's Mrs. Mangle next door, isn't it?
No,
you know
no. I actually remember speaking to them now. It was quite a while ago. Because I thought back then, do you know what, Scott? I thought it was you putting on a voice.
I know you did, but it weren't me. I've never typed so fast.
And and I remember now speaking to them. It was quite a few months ago now. It was way before Christmas. But you know, if I could, you know, if I'm somebody's eye candy, then you know, what can I do about that?
I'm telling you now, my good little brother. Listen, beggars can't be choosers these days, Dan. We have to suck it up, and we have to nod in the relevant places and say, "Well, thank you very much. I'm not really that way inclined, but it's a lovely, lovely compliment."
And it is a compliment. Do you know, it is a compliment. You know, I don't take compliments very well, but you know, I suppose it's something I've got to learn to do because I do get, you know, I don't get loads of compliments, but I get the odd one. And
I'll tell you, if you want to put my telephone number out that way, I'm up for any sort of compliment, any sort of random call, any sort of bigging me up over the phone at any hour. I'm all up for that.
How you doing, Mr. Walker? Sorry, just wanted to say hello to Matt. I haven't seen him for a while. Go on, Matt. Carry on.
How was your Christmas, Dan? We did speak briefly over Christmas, which I appreciate it.
My Christmas. I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about Christmas, and there's two reasons for that. I'm not going to go in depth into them because they're quite personal, but one of the, I was glad to go down there. I was really happy to see the kids. I'm really, really happy to see the family. But my mum told me some news that basically they found a lump on my mum's breast, and now they've found some what they've told her are nodules on her lungs. Now we don't know what that is at the moment. Obviously, it's all being looked into. But I was over the moon to see them, but that news, of course, has counterbalanced the excitement and the stuff of seeing them.
Yeah.
My dad could at the moment be suffering from early stage dementia as well. So although it was lovely to see them, finding that stuff out is obviously quite harsh to deal with as well. Do you know what I mean?
Well, so let's send prayers and praise and hope and deliverance down of any sort of issues for their earthly lifetime. Both your mum from the earthly world and realm and your earthly father. Let's hope they've got plenty of years left in them, Dan. I know you've been apart from them for a long time, so that'll be awful, wouldn't it? To start coming back on board with one another and then.
Exactly.
You know what I mean, bruv, don't you? It's just like strike that out of the ballpark and get rid of any ailments or any illnesses. Amen.
I hope so. I do. I hope so. Again, nothing's been confirmed yet, so
no,
it's just a case of finding out for the results and things. But it's still not even that not knowing. And I'm one of these people, and I say it to everybody else. Listen, there's no point in getting upset and worked up over what you don't know yet. However,
you can't help yourself.
We have to prepare ourselves for the worst.
Yeah.
So although I'm, I do what I still get on with my life, which is pretty shit at the moment, to be honest, because I'm sleeping a lot of the time, but I still, I wake up in the morning, I do what I can. And I try and move forward with what I'm doing in my life. I've always got that niggling in the back of my head, but there's no point in me sitting there dwelling on it. It's just going to make it a hell of a lot worse. I know some people say, well, if you think about the worst, then and the good happens, then it's a bonus, which is true in a way. But you're wasting all of that time in a miserable state, wondering and panicking and all the rest of it when you could be. And that's not going to do your health any good. So I try not to do that. And although it's in the back of my head, I still try and carry on and crack on doing what I can do, for myself during the day without sort of overthinking about it. But it's a horrible thing to think about.
We'll try and remain positive, Dan, because I'm a strong believer in trying to have as much positivity as possible, because I believe that breeds a manifestation of positivity. So don't try not to let the negativity creep in with these situations, which I should practice what I preach with that one, because I had an awful Christmas. I really was horrific this year for me.
Yeah.
But I'm out now.
Scott, 1 second. Sorry, I'm really, really sorry, because this is completely outside what you're talking about, but I will forget again. So please forgive me. UBRS, thank you for the memberships you donated. Appreciate that. I know it came up on the screen, and I gave you a thumbs up and that, but I wanted to say it personally to you. Thank you for that, much appreciated. And the people that were gifted the membership, I'm sure they're very grateful to you as well. So thank you. Sorry, Scott, I just wanted to make sure I got that out before I forget again. It's important.
You're all right, Dan. No problem. Did anyone meet up over Christmas, Dan? Was there any video? Did anyone meet up from like your channel, or like you did last year, I believe, or the year before?
Not over Christmas, apart from the 9th of January. 9th of January, 9, 10, no, 12th of January, we went to Reverend Simon Sideways. Me and Roger met up on the 12th of January and went to Simon Sideways. And we, we didn't. I did. I got absolutely hammered. Roger stayed sober to keep me under control as best that he could. But yeah, we met with Simon Sideways, Alan, Dave,
Nice.
Grumpy. Who else was there? And Winston's Taxis. So there was a few of us that met up. It was a good weekend.
I'm pleased. You had a little meet up and had a few drinky poos. Nice one. Yeah. And this year been kind to you so far, Dan?
Nothing's really happened, to be honest. I'm still plodding along, doing well. I mean, it would be nice if I could go a day without having to fucking sleep. That would be nice.
Well, I'm struggling as well, Dan. You got that chronic fatigue, didn't you?
Yeah,
I got that. It's just horrific. When it hits you like a sledgehammer.
Well, to be honest, I know this sounds really bad, and I'm not using it as an excuse to drink, but drinking actually helps me stay awake.
Yeah.
Now I'm not drinking every day to stay awake. I'd rather go to sleep than turn to alcohol for that. I still have a drink on a weekend, which that's not going to change. So I'll still have a week on a drinking like I'm having tonight. But if I could go through every day with some energy, or even half the week with some energy, I'd fucking love it. I'd get back to putting some videos out. I don't know when it's, Holly knows there's some other people in the chat that have got chronic fatigue and ME. It hits you out of nowhere. And you could be, sometimes I'm up for an hour and it hits me and I need to go back to bed. Sometimes I'm up for 3 or 4 hours. So it's difficult to live with because you just don't know when it's going to hit and how you're going to feel. You can't plan anything because you don't know how you're going to feel. And that's probably the worst thing. You say, well, I'm going to go shopping this afternoon. And then before it's time to go shopping, it hits you and you need to sleep. And then you wake up in the evening, all the shops are shut and you're like, fuck it. And then you start getting frustrated with yourself. And it's hard work. It's hard work. But we're still, we're still here. We're still, doing what we can, still pushing forward.
That's it, my little brother. That's what we're doing, Dan. We're winning at the end of the day and we're getting over the line. I know you're not spiritual. I'm spiritual. So I had a lot of spiritual activity taking place over the Christmas and a lot of spiritual warfare that people talk about, which was going into battle over. And I said to my friends, Joanne and Glenn, and a load of others, actually, I've never slept. I mean, I've slept for some 24 hours. I'm not obviously all through. That would be an outright lie. I don't lie. So I was getting up, wee, glass of drink, bit of orange juice, bit of lemonade, then back into me pit. Perhaps a cheeky sandwich and a bag of crisps while I'm half asleep. Yeah. But I slept on and off for 2 or 3 days consecutively.
Yeah.
Even missing New Year. I went to bed at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, woke up at 6, thought it was the 30th of January, realised by fireworks that I'd slept another 12, 13, 14, 15 hours, whatever it was, and had slept through that all day, waking up on New Year's Eve, which was phenomenal. Woke up to fireworks going on.
I was similar to that when I went into London for the Armistice Day, and I met up with Marty Blagborough briefly and Welshie, and I was meant to meet up with ex-Army Paz and Simon, but I didn't get that far. Unfortunately, I went into London. I ended up in agony, and I had to get a taxi from one side of London to the other, which cost me over £50. Then I had to get a train back to my mum and dad's where I was staying, and I ended up in bed for a few days after that. I was in so much pain I couldn't, it just completely fucking exhausted me. I thought I could do it, and I pushed myself through some of the pain and some of the tiredness, and it just got to a point where I literally couldn't walk anymore. I had to sit on a window of a building, and I sat there for about an hour in fucking agony, could not move. And then I literally tried walking around the corner. My feet were dragging on the floor because I couldn't lift my legs up properly, and I had to call a taxi and get home. It was horrible.
And it's horrific, bruv, isn't it? When it hits you like that, and you just think, and all you've got to want to do, you can literally picture your bed and the sofa, and all you want to do is get to that situation, get to that bed, and flop down.
Yeah. I mean, if I was at home, I'd literally, just get into bed straight away. But when you're, miles away, 50 miles away from your nearest bed, it's
but what a journey as well. You've got to fight to stay awake in the back of the cab just to get home.
Yeah, I fell asleep in a taxi.
We've got a video of what that cab driver done as well, but we won't put it.
Got to Stratford just before Stratford Station. He woke me up. Got to Stratford Station, and he was like, "It's like 58 quid or something." And I looked at him and I was like, "What?" But then I realised I was in London, so I realised it was going to be fucking a lot of money.
Yeah.
Paid him, got on the train, and it was fucking bollocks, mate. It really was.
And he woke you up, and he said, "Hello, sir, £50, but rubber winky 25."
Well, at least I didn't wake up to him wiping his mouth.
Well, I said, you're in trouble, bruv.
Well, to be honest, if I did, I'd only have paid him half.
No, at the ending when he's asking for a pink one, son. My goodness. Oh, well, at least you're all right now. Then just take it easy, brother, innit?
Yeah, and you, my man, and you.
I will do, bruv. Fighting a good fight, winning. And, let's hope this year, as I pray for all of us good brothers and sisters in the side chat there. You all know my story. Things haven't got that much better for me, but let's just put our hands together, not just for me, but for every one of us that are on the channel tonight. And let's just pray that we all have a fantastic 2024, that we get all the blessings from God that we deserve, Heavenly God and Father Jesus, whether you're religious or not religious, whether you're spiritual or not spiritual, I am.
Yeah.
But let's hope we all get a bit of rewards for Tiffany, for Holly, for you, for all Paul, for everyone on the channel, everyone on the channel. I'll be here all night listing your names, and you as well, Dan. Let's really hope that we can all come together this year with all some positive news. I want to hear positive news out of everybody's mouth, that one story manifests into another, of positive, upbeat and deliverance of perfect happiness, rather than the woes and tribulations we've had for the last few years, especially from me, because I've had a real battle these last 5 years to basically stay alive. But I really would give nothing more than to be on the channel one evening, cooing about a little bit of success, cooing about a little bit of happiness, cooing about something actually gone my way for a change. Yeah. So let's hope and pray that can happen as well, Dan, along with all of us, and we can all be drinking that Captain's Morgan or 3 Barrels, whatever you're drinking.
Well, remember, every little win is still a win. Okay, so you might not have something enormous to coo about, as you put it, but every little win is still a win, and you should coo about those wins as well.
And you know what, brother? I coo about getting my trainers on and going out at the moment is a win for me. That in itself, even if I'm just going up bent up like a wire coat hanger, just to get out and get a breath of God's air, whether it's the same jeans I had on the day before, whether it's the same jumper, I couldn't give a rat's pajamas. Long as I'm out and I'm breathing a bit of air and keeping the old mental health going, I'll keep on battling like that. Because, like I said, I fell down horrifically over Christmas. I'm very lucky to get out of that. It was a really bad, horrific time, and I won't go on about it because we're in January now, so there's no need to talk about the past. I'm going to leave it exactly where it is in the past.
Mate, we wake up, as long as we can open our eyes and we've got breath in our lungs, then that's a fucking bonus. You know what I mean?
100%.
We all go through shit during the day, but providing we wake up every morning and we can open our eyes and see, and there's breath in our lungs, then everything else is second to that, really.
Do you know what, Dan? And it's such a true saying. We hear it every day, every year, every part of our lifetime as we walk the world and realm of God. Yeah, there is someone worse off. Not that we want there to be, but that's just the way of the world, unfortunately. And I've come across a few brothers and sisters, even in my local community, that are having as equally or more a difficult time than my good self. So, not that we want that, Dan, but of course we have to look upon ourselves and not just look at ourselves as worries me, and think, hang on, it could be worse. I could be without him. I could be struggling with one leg. I could be struggling with one arm. I could be struggling with emphysema, breathing difficulties, this, that, the other.
Yeah.
We pull ourselves together. As much as it's difficult for us, we battle on, don't we?
We've got to. Otherwise,
Yeah.
the dark forces in this world win. So we
And
have
I
to
won't
keep pushing
tolerate
forward.
Shit, brother. You won't tolerate that. Ollie won't. Princess Angela, hello. Just see you in the room. You know, we won't allow ourselves to be folded up like origami. And what we're going to do this year is we're going to be sending back to sender all of these negativities and these attacks on us that have been done by what you call the dark forces and what I call the dark forces. They're not getting away with it. Okay, they can have it back tenfold. Okay, they're not going to beat us because we represent good and they don't. So they can take a slap, can't they? They can take a dry slap off the arm.
Yeah.
So good, I'll have to slap them again until I slap the devil out.
I'm not so sure about a dry slap. I think you should lick your palm first and then give them a good fucking slap.
I think a nice lick of the palm, Dan, and a real good talking to you, smacking him. You know, like a naughty mum and dad smacked you when you was a child and they spoke with every smack. And I was like, you will never do it again, never again. And like every smack had a connected sentence word.
Yeah, you're right.
I think what give everyone a smack, and with every damn smack that connects to the chops, we should speak a sentence, shouldn't we? A word. Like Mum did back in the day, like when she had the go-go gadget arms and you'd be jumping up the stairs, but somehow she'd get you, wouldn't she, with those arms? And that's what we need to do, bruv. Bring it back to yesteryear, mate, and start putting the fear of God in people and knocking the devil out of people, quite frankly.
Yeah, well, there's too much negativity and evil in too many people these days.
It's disgusting negativity and evil in people, Dan, and it's something that we have to, as a united force now, and a family, come together. We're all brothers and sisters here, okay? There's one heaven, there's one hell, there's this in between, which is the test. This is just a test of where we go. I know you're not into the faith and the religion as me, or the spirituality, because I'm more spiritual connected than I am with the religious side of things. But we have to now, as a brother and a sister, all of us, we have to come together and now have to start putting up a traffic sign to know we won't tolerate this. You're not walking across our crossing. Simple, isn't it? Yeah. Like the traffic that holds up that wait, please. We're telling you to wait. You wait on the other fucking side now, okay? And you don't come across that zebra crossing until you change your mantra and your earthly lifetime conduct and behaviour.
The problem is, though, Scott, most people won't change in that sense. We've
need to.
We've got far too many people. We've got far too. Sorry to cut you off there. We've got far too many people that do not. And I'm not just talking about foreign people, by the way. I'm talking about people who are indigenous to this country who have given up on any kind of faith, whether it's faith, whether it's faith in other human beings or whether it's faith in a higher being. They've given up on all of that shit, and they are in such a negative place that they want to fight and argue and battle with everyone and everything. And we're in a situation now where it's getting more and more dangerous just to try and live your life peacefully. Getting a lot harder to do that.
Totally agree. I mean, we are at end times. I mean, there's many brothers and sisters that are coming out, and I've been speaking like this for years, as my friends are 25, 30 years will vouch for me from the earthly world and realm of God. But for the last, I'd say 5, 6, 7 years, I've been posting regular as clockwork on Facebook about all manner of subject matter, and spiritual and in my human being form. So I talk about both aspects of the world that I walk and roam in. But when you've got people that are, good brothers and good sisters that are actually talking about end times, we are at end times now. And we have to come together, like Christy Jessie's doing a channel on the YouTube. She's a wonderful prophetic, like I'm prophetic. I speak like she does. Yeah. There's Nick Jones in America, a fantastic brother that's into religion, into spirituality, and into faith. These family members of ours have come along after I've been posting, which I encourage, because I want to see more of this. I want to see more brothers and sisters talking about Father Jesus. I want to see more brothers and sisters talking about God, not being embarrassed, not being ashamed to talk about the Omega, the Maker, the universe creator. I want to see people talk about the wonderfulest human being ever born to this world, this realm of God, which is Father Jesus. We shouldn't be embarrassed to talk about a man that was beat the living daylights out of, just like you are beaten down for sleeping, Dan, just like I am beaten down into sleeping, just like Holly is, just like we all are getting attacked the way that Father Jesus was attacked. And the reason we're getting attacked, they don't like us truthers out there. They don't want us speaking from the hymn sheet, and they don't want us on the same page. Well, tough. Because the difference that's happening now is even the people that are not religious or not so spiritual, Dan, and you've always been open and honest to say you're not really into faith and religious, but you know what, my wonderful brother, what we all are is brothers and sisters, regardless of faith, creed, colour or background.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. I definitely agree with that.
You can never stop us coming on the same page eventually because we're brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening, Dan. And that's what I see. Excuse me, got a slight chest infection, but we've got now some wonderful, the internet that's been the creation of the devil has actually opened up as well some of our eyes to who are the family members that are coming together like a steam train now, like a freight train. They're not accepting it. They're not nodding anymore, Dan. They're not smiling through the pain. They're speaking about the pain.
Yeah.
They're not gnashing the teeth and hiding up a 10 or 15 year or 20 year of suffering. They're speaking and encouraging others to speak about their pain, their suffering, and their hiding of it up. So we need to now come together as one, come together as the brothers and sisters that we are, realise that this is end times and start smashing this out the ballpark, mate. And start saying, no, you sit down, you shut up, you've got nothing interesting to say, you've walked in hell for far too long, and we're going to educate you about yourself and try and save you. And if you don't want to be saved, then fine, but don't ridicule us for trying to save you.
Yeah.
Don't have a go at you, don't have a go at me, don't have a go at Angela, don't have a go at Ollie, don't have a go at Stuart, Roger, Bill, Ben, the Flower Pot Men. We're out here reaching down. And we're reaching down to pick you back up. But I'll tell you something, Dan, and I mean this from every ounce of my being as a human being that loves God and Father Jesus, the reaching down won't be going on for much longer. Because I've been told recently from Father Jesus, we've got to cut ties now. And by cutting ties, that means letting go of those that we've kept a hold of for so long, but they've kept on pulling us down, Dan. And then because you are lovely, and I am lovely, and Holly is, and this Reese is saying nice things, and Tiffany, and the list goes on and on. We don't let go of those that have pulled us down, and subsequently we pull them back up again.
Yeah.
And then they don't change their earthly lifetime conduct and behaviour, and they upset us again. But of course, we suck it up like a violator super mop. And we take it again, then we take another right-hander, not in a physical sense, but we take another dry slap, and we're like, right, doing it again, and they pull us down again. But this time it's now affecting us. We're reaching for a bottle of drink because we've taken 2 or 3 or 4 of these pull downs, 5, 6, 7 of these pull downs. Now we're getting stressed. We've got our own lifetime problems to deal with as well, Dan. Bear that in mind. But our friend that ain't listening is now pulling us to a bottle of 3 barrels, or perhaps a vodka, or perhaps a cigarette box. Now, when that keeps happening,
perhaps both.
Yeah, or perhaps both, and substances as well that some brothers and sisters turn to. And when you're getting your energy constantly knocked and ridiculed and stamped all over, it comes a time when Father Jesus and God, and or both of them as a subsequent force, say enough is enough now. We have been trying to drive these home. They don't want to come home. Their vessel is facing south. We're facing north. They're going towards hell. We're going back home to heaven, and we can't correct their ship. They are the captain of their ship. If they don't want to listen to, it's like any ship that roams the world and realm of God. They have a sailor mate, don't they? Have someone that dictates to the captain, watch out over there, watch out here, watch out there. Yeah. We're telling them to watch out. And if they don't watch out, they're going to be in the lake of hellfire, because I can't steer their ship and you can't steer their ship. But I'll tell you, Dad, it's happening. Yeah. And when they wake up and realise that it's too late to change because the earthly lights have gone out, it's them that's going to be in the absolutely gravest of trouble without no way of steering that ship out of where they're getting pulled in like a vortex. So it's going to happen. I'm letting go now. I can only encourage my family. I've let go of 2 people, whether they come back into my life. One's Joanne, one's Gary. I hope they use free will and come back in my life. If they don't use free will, then they're staying out of my life. Yeah. They're not doing enough positivity in my life as I walk the world of Scott Andrew Horn, the world and realm of God. So I've had to make some very, very brave and decisions that we all need to make, okay? 15-year friendships, these are. But they've, since the COVID lockdown, they've let themselves go. They've become diverse. They've become upsetting. They've become unethical. They've been unhelpful. And I can't tolerate and I won't tolerate that sort of behaviour around me, regardless of what they've got going in their earthly life. Look, Joanne's just lost her dad. I can make certain allowances, but I can't be making allowances to be having a go at me when I'm ringing you when I care about you.
Yeah.
That's no excuse to be having a go at me when I'm also battling my suicidal thoughts and my ill health and so on and so forth. So just be mindful of that, my family, our family, that, you know, if people are not bringing happiness into your life, then it's time to get those great big scissors and cut them off.
Yeah.
Because if I can do it, you can do it. And that's not because we're being cruel. I've tried for 5+ years with Gary. He's done some things that people wouldn't have been in his life after a month of him doing it. I've stayed, as you know, Dan, I've told you briefly. I've tried to help him for 5 years. Now he's got to help himself. Same goes as Joan, same goes as all of us. End times are here. We cannot afford to risk our place in heaven trying to save those that don't want to change. And I'll leave it at that. Now, where heaven sent, heaven bound, didn't we? Keeping on, trying to save someone. As powerful as I am, as an angel, as powerful as you are, as brothers and sisters, we eventually run the risk of tumbling ourselves. And I won't do that. I won't tumble myself to try and save anybody. If they don't want to toe the narrow path, I will go above and beyond for them, Dan, like I've done for Gary, like I've done for Joe, like I've done for many brothers and sisters from afar. What I won't do is take my eye off the prize. And the prize is a 7-day party back home in heaven for my 7 days that I was sent back here on Father Jesus' horse. Okay, and I was sent back on his horse not to come and play dominoes. So that's what we're getting home to. That's the rewards for my Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday that I've had to do here. And we are going to have those rewards, my brother and my sisters from Dan's channel. So I won't go too much on that because I know a lot of people aren't open to that talk. But it's freedom of speech time, baby. And like Conor McGregor said, it's red panty night, shepherd's delight, Dan. Oh, no, he didn't say that. I added that bit.
Well, to be honest, we've been 28 minutes, so I am going to have to wrap up the call because I need to get some more people on before 10 o'clock. As you know, it's nice to hear you. How you? I wouldn't say. So I want to be careful how I put this. It's nice to hear you talking in an excited way.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know, because not normally. See, that was a bad choice of words. But previously, we've had these discussions, and you've been in pretty dark places. So every time you call in, and you're in this position, and you're in this place where you're bouncing off the walls a little bit, which you do, it's always nice to hear that. So fair play,
a little brother Dan, and we have to. As I said to you earlier, I love my friends. I love Joan, and I hope she makes it home to heaven. Of course, I do. I love Gary. I hope he makes it home to heaven. Yeah. I'm not wishing them ill health, and I'm not wishing anyone to go to hell. I'm the powerfulest angel, and that is gospel truth. But I can't. I've been in bed all weekend because of what Joe's done to me, and that's on top of all the other things that she's done that have not been. They've been forgotten, but they've not been forgiven. Do you understand, Dan? So I can't keep on making allowances for people, and they're affecting my earthly life. Okay, where at end times, as I said earlier on, it's a common knowledge with Christy Jessie, who's a prophetic on her channel. It's not being spoke about just by me. It's being spoke about by everybody that's in touch with heaven. So I can't now keep holding on to people and they keep pulling me down. Joe's got a lot of negativity around her. She already knows that. That negativity is feeding into me, and I can't have it no more. And same goes for Gary.
Is this the Joe from the tanning place?
No, that's Lisa.
Oh, Lisa. Sorry, I'll get confused with the names. Sorry.
No, it's okay. She's a lovely woman. Love her with all my heart. We'll fight for her. Still will fight for her. But I have to put my barriers up because I have to now, Dan, and I was told this, and I believe fully what I'm told because I'm connected to heaven from my walking back home in heaven on my near-death experience, that when Daddy says it's time to cut cord, it's time to cut cord. And by Dad, I mean Father Jesus. So I'm not going to allow this earthly upset no more. I'm in a good place, as you can hear at the moment. It's not I'm in a good place because I cut Joe out and Gary out. That's upsetting. But I'm in a good place because I know I've done the right thing. For me, Dan, because I've drunk because of Gary in the past, and I've drunk because of Joanne in the past. Do you understand? And
we've got to remember that it's all very well helping other people, okay? But when it starts affecting you as an individual, when you and me as well, I've been affected after trying to help people because people are unwilling, and you have to protect. But you've got to protect yourself. And as hard as it might seem, wanting to help people, sometimes you have to say to them, "I can't help you," Can't help you. You've got to leave me alone now. And it's difficult, but there are people out there that will never, ever, ever take the help that's offered to them or the advice that's offered to them.
Right. I've told Joanne so many times where she's going wrong, but she's been so in the dark place for so long that I am hoping now and praying to Father Jesus and God, Nanny Mary, Brother St. Michael, all of the heavenly family that is awaiting our return, all of us. I'm saying, please, and our dad that's there, please let her have the wake-up call now to appreciate what she's actually pushed away, because she's pushed away my light, she's pushed away my energy, and she's pushed away my protection now, because I've been protecting her and Gary and many others for a very long time. But at end times now, I can't afford to say 5 to 10 minutes ago, Dan, I appreciate you giving me a little bit longer. I, Scott Andrew Horn, cannot, being who I am, take my eye off the prize of us all getting back home. And if it means I have to cut some of my friendship groups out of the way, then I will, because my family are all coming home to heaven. We're all family. So I can't just go, well, Joe, you've got a pass, and so's Gary, just because I've known you for 15 years. You have to earn your place in heaven. It's not a given. And there's many that are marching back there with valor, dignity, and pride. And they're my family as well as Joanne and Gary. So I pray Gary and Joe make it with their free will if they don't come back into my earthly lifetime. But with the bigger spectrum and the bigger picture manifesting here, and it is manifesting here, I need to be guideful and mindful and upbeat about the family that are walking the free will earthly path, are doing things correctly. And I can't afford to take my eye off of those wonderful brothers and sisters in the millions. Yeah. If I take my eye off the prize of them going, they're going to fall off the narrow path.
Man, you can't help it. Right, Scott, I'm going to have to wrap this up because I've got somebody else trying to call through. But listen, you cannot help everyone. The sooner you realise that, the better. You can only help who you can help. Right? If you believe in God, okay, then I would take that as God showing you the people that you can help, which are the people that want to accept it. And the people that don't want to accept it, I'm pretty sure that if you're a believer in God, he doesn't want you to help them anyway, because they are fucking God or someone else.
I made that decision today after I heard from God. It was actually Father Jesus I heard from, not God. And he said about enough now. He actually used the speech, enough now. You've done enough now, Scott, for these people. Right. Literally done a text, and then literally went on YouTube. And there was a lovely Irish good sister of ours that just started coming on the YouTube. And her title, you couldn't make up, God says enough now. Well, I was like, I don't need affirmations because, of course, I don't lie. But for me to actually hear that and then see that written from earlier on before I even see it physically with my human eyesight was enough for me. Like you said, I've done the right thing and they have to learn the hard way. But love you, Dan. Love you, everybody. Side chat.
You look after yourself, Scott, and I'll speak to you soon. Right?
Dan. Pleasure. My love to your mum and your dad, and may they get better as these weeks go forward. Amen.
Oh, thank you. I hope so. Thanks.
Yeah, they will. Take care, Dan.
See you soon, Scott. Salam, mate.
Bye, mate. Bye, mate.
Right, EA, if you want to call in, I hope this is you. Hello, good evening and welcome. Hello.
Right, EA. Hello, Dan, it's me, Steve.
Hello, mate, how you doing?
I'm all right. Hang on, just turn this. Yeah, how you keeping, mate?
Not so bad, plodding along as we do. Got to keep pushing forward, haven't we?
I spoke to your brother last night, Simon.
Oh yeah, I did see a little bit of the stream. I didn't see much of it. I got into bed quite early last night, I think.
Well, things is looking up for me anyway.
Good tell.
Yeah, things are looking up for me. I'm all right. I've just been on a Royal Industrial British Legion employment course.
Oh right, okay.
You know, and it's not too bad. It's a little bit, you know, they do go into it a bit. You know what they're like, but very good. I just wondered if people were knowing about the thing that the UK Army citizen, you know, this new army thing they're on about. I can't really see that kicking off, really. But you know what they're like today.
I personally, I'll be very, very surprised if many people would want to. And I know that if people don't apply, then it would eventually, if we were at war, it would go down to conscripts and people would get, picked. And then there'd be fuck all you can do about it. But in this initial potential stage, they want people to sign up, right? I don't see people actually wanting to fight for a country that is constantly fighting against us.
Yeah.
You know,
it's a bit sad, really, but you know, we all, I've been there, but people today, the youngsters, there's no get up and go in them. There's no common sense in half of them. And
God, no.
all the other people flying the policemen, there's, like you said, there's one thing for them and one for us.
Yeah.
So how can I put it? Why did I go to war for people like that?
And you're not the only one that says that. And lots of people, being a vet, and many other people that are watching this, or not many, but there are other vets watching this, and I don't doubt that every single one of them has the same question in their mind: why did I put my life on the line for this? And I can only say what how I feel that they might think. I can't speak for them, obviously, but the way this country is, right? Obviously, nobody gives a shit about people that have put their lives on the line for this country, and I think they should be honoured with the highest fucking honour ever. They've put their lives on the line. They could have died, and many have, to save us. Yeah. I mean, granted, the government are using it to save themselves, but in the process, they've saved us. And I think the people that have gone to war deserve so much fucking respect and praise that you couldn't fucking believe it. You know what I mean? In my opinion, that is obviously.
There's another thing that the government are putting out. I said it last year. ID cards for veterans, which I think is a very good thing.
Mm. What's that for, though? What's that going to achieve for vets?
We get a certain percentage on the rail card and all that, but I don't know. It's just that a lot of you get a lot of automations that say they've done it and haven't done nothing.
Yeah, but I don't think that's enough. I don't think that's enough. No. To be honest, that's just. I just don't think that is a way of thanking people that have potentially, that have put their fucking lives on the line. They've given up everything.
We're getting veterans ID cards, so we don't get people that keep impersonating us, like the multi-mitties and all that lot.
Which I can understand that, but I mean, could you imagine? You've lost 2 fucking legs and an arm through trying to protect this, the people in power, because that's what you've done, right? Secondary to that, you've protected the people of the country potentially in some conflicts. But initially, what are you doing? You're protecting the people in power more than any fucking thing else, right? And you may have lost 2 legs and an arm, and then the fucking government turn around and go, "Oh, it's all right. I'll tell you what, we'll give you a third off your rail travel. Fuck it. There you go." What? Fuck off.
Yeah, mate. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, you stay on the. You can continue living on the streets though, but you can have a third off a rail travel. Fuck off, scumbags.
But I think the people that are talking about you're saying about it. When you say some people do take the disability a lot. They play on it sometimes. They don't use it right. And when you got, like you said, people with no arms or one arm and is missing 2 legs, that's what I call disability, proper disability. Not this. Oh, I've got a bad back or something like that. I mean, it's just they're just taking the biscuit.
Yeah,
and you can't. And coppers are saying, "Oh well, I mean, all right, I can understand people going to food banks. I can understand that, but when you've got policemen on good wages, they're on bloody good wages, and they have to go to a food bank. I'm sorry, but that's just stupid."
Fridge, just give us 1 second. Just want to reply to someone. EA, just give us a minute. What I'll do is once we've finished on this call, I will wait for yours to come through. I know the last 3 digits of your number now. Okay, so I will ignore purposely. And sorry to everybody else, but I will ignore any other call, and wait for your number to show up after this call, and we'll get you on. Okay, and then obviously once we spoke to you, if we've got time, we'll take some more calls. But I know you're trying to get in, trying to get on the phone calls whilst I'm on another call. Obviously, I can't just I can't just tell people.
No, that's all right. That's all right,
so.
Dad. It's just it's been nice to speak to you again, and hope things working out. Yeah, I went to that British Legion industrial course, and it was absolutely blinding. You know, so I don't know who put me on it, but I went down to Portsmouth, staying in a hotel for 4 days, plenty of scram, you know, and come back. I got a certificate for it, and it's from the Industrial British Legion. There's 2 parts of the British Legion that people don't know about. I know about the ordinary bit, but I don't know about the industrial bit, because I've got a place down in Maidstone in Kent. They've got a whole village. You know, I mean, a whole village, accommodation, soldiers being out in the streets and all that. But it's like I said, they should be made a law, by appointment, by the Houses of Parliament, that if you be a squaddy and you're not a squaddy and they catch you, it should be at least the minimum of 6 months to prison to a maximum of 2 years.
Oh, it's at the very least it's fraud by false representation. But then you've got the piss take of trying to of doing a Walter Mitty and trying to take the glory, if you like. And I know it's not all glory, so don't take that the wrong way. But people go, oh look, you know, I'm glorified because I've worn a uniform, when they haven't. You know, they try and portray that. So at the very least, it's fraud by false representation if they're trying to make a game from it.
And another thing, quickly, Dan, a lot of these veterans, a lot of these charities, you say they do represent the veterans, don't.
Well,
they don't. They should be.
It's the same as impersonating a police officer, police constable, right?
You get done for that.
Granted, granted, you can wear a uniform, but you're not allowed to portray yourself. You're not allowed to let anybody assume or believe that you're police. So as long as you tell people you're not police, you can wear a full police uniform. As long as you tell people I'm not police, you know, this is a costume, then under the law, you're okay with that. But you've got people, as you said, you've got people going around pretending to have been in the armed forces for some kind of benefit across, you know, in America is really bad. Even though they're not in uniform in some cases they're not in a uniform, but they're still portraying themselves. And I think that should be as bad as impersonating a police constable. You know, I mean, can you imagine somebody impersonating a paramedic turning up to your house? You know, or somebody's had a stroke in the street or a heart attack. Somebody going, I'm a paramedic, and they do everything wrong and the person dies. I mean, is there a law impersonating a paramedic? I don't believe there is.
No, I don't think so.
You know, but there should be. There should be a law of impersonating service personnel or an emergency service personnel.
Here's one quickly for you, mate. Veterans in where I live, you know where I live in Surrey. Veterans in this country can't even get a bloody bus pass, and yet the immigrants up in Scotland, I'm not being funny to you, them up there, they get a free bus pass. Can you believe that? What an insult, or what? That really is an insult.
I'm going to say something really controversial here. Like somebody's just said, Williams just said, listen, the army are not forcing people to go to war. They're simply just saying they would expect people to join when called upon if UK gets invaded by Russia, which I reckon Putin would fancy it. Do you know what, William? This is really controversial, but I would rather go and live in Russia, to be honest. If it came to that, I would rather go live in Russia, because at least you know what you're getting from Putin. You know, he doesn't beat around the bush. I mean, he might do, but from what we see from the UK, he doesn't beat around the bush. If he's got something to say, he'll fucking say it. And I'd rather have somebody running the country that says what they fucking means what they say, and at least we know where we stand with them, rather than a bunch of fucking idiots in the Houses of Parliament.
These bunch of numbnuts. Yeah.
Conspiring on how they can stay safe, how they can keep everything that they've got, how they can remain, you know, the elite while the rest of us go to die. Fuck that, mate. I'd rather not.
No. I mean, Corbyn in Labour. I mean, they're all trying to do this. It won't. It Khan's the same. You know, he's wrecked everything else in London, the traffic thing and all that. You know, it's just gone to rack shit. The whole bloody caboodle. You know, I mean, I was speaking to Plod, MOD Plod, but where I used to work, and he recognised me straight away, and we got a bit of chat about it. And he said, the MOD Plod, where they were, they said they wouldn't even go and help the Metropolitan Police or the Surrey because they're not interested, totally not interested at all. And they're happy where they are. They do their bits and pieces. They got their 50 miles, within 50 miles. Nothing happens. He's happy as Harry. Does his job, goes home, takes his dog for a troll, comes back. Doggy's happy. He goes home, goes to the missus. No aggro. You know. And when that Metropolitan policeman shot that black guy, which is sad, really, but why you should name him? We're not going to name him till March. No, sorry, mate. You shot him. His parents probably want compensation as well. I can understand that, but I can
understand.
You know?
To be honest, I can understand that it's not necessarily in the public interest to name the copper who shot somebody, right? Because once they get fired from the police, right, they haven't got access to a gun legally. And it's not like they're going to go around shooting other people, and they're going to lose. You know, in most cases, they'll lose their job, right? However, when you've got a copper who, for example, who RAPEs somebody, okay, that is a public interest situation, right? That is a situation where they are now unemployed or on suspension. They may have RAPE'd seven. I don't know why I'm fucking spelling it. They may have raped several women, okay, and they do not name or show the photo of that person, even though they've been charged because there's enough evidence. They may not have been found guilty, but they've been charged due to the amount of evidence. I think that people need to know about that. But on the subject that you're saying with the copper that shot the geezer, I don't necessarily think that is a public interest in that sense.
No, they should just keep that to one side.
It does, as I say, it doesn't mean he's going to be able to go out and start shooting people randomly. You know what I mean? So therefore, keeping that anonymous for the time being, not permanently, but for the time being, I don't necessarily disagree. I think they should name everyone like they do with the public, but I can understand why they haven't. Whereas when it comes to raping or sexual assault, I've reported on many in the past where they've kept them anonymous, but yet now they're off work, they're at home 24 hours a day, they've got more time to go and get hold of fucking women in the clubs or in the street or whatever. So of course we need to know who these people are.
Can I have one quickly before you go?
Go on.
What do you think about all that thing up in up north with all them young Muslim men giving it all the girls and all that? They had inquiries. What are they doing? Nothing. The police must be.
Look, are we talking about places like Telford and that, or are we talking about something else? Are we talking about the grooming?
No, Telford,
grooming gangs, yeah. Right.
Grooming,
obviously, the people that have been involved in that, we already know that people turned a blind eye to it. We know that. We know without a doubt that people turned a blind eye to it, and everybody that turned a blind eye to it needs to be named and shamed, as far as I'm concerned. Not just because they're police, because I think anybody that does anything like that needs to be named and shamed. But the people that cover it up, the people that turn a blind eye to it and allowed it to happen, are as complicit as the people that actually done it. And they should all be fucking named. Pictures everywhere. They should be embarrassed. They should be embarrassed to leave their bloody homes, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. I'll let you get on, mate. I'll ring you next week. Have a good week. And it's a great show. Catch you later, mate.
Thank you. You look after yourself.
Yeah, I try. Bye.
Ta-ra, mate. Right, EA, if you try calling in now, EA, I will make sure that I answer your call next. Let me just double check because I've got the last three digits of your. There we go. EA.
Yay!
Sorry, mate. It's first come, first serve when it rings. But
that's the way it is.
So I do apologise, my man.
That's a democracy.
How you doing?
Oh my goodness! Oh, have I got one for you?
Come on, let's hear it.
Well, Right, you remember, like a little while ago, I went to the airport, right? Dropped my sister off, right?
Right.
Dropped her off, and then like the security guard come over and went like in the car park. Went, oh, you can't film. 2 officers come over with guns and all that, right? And refusing to ID and all that. Went through all that sort of rigmarole, right? I left, right? Then a couple of weeks later, there was 2 of them, 2 armed Met police in Southend, right? And I phoned Southend police afterwards, and they went, no, you didn't. And I went, like, they goes like, look, if there were metropolitan operations anywhere in Essex, we'd know about it. So we definitely know if they were down in Shrewsbury. And I'm telling you now, I filmed it through my little eyepiece thing. Yeah,
Right.
They weren't supposed to be here. They didn't ID at my front door. Shouted me details off, right? And just completely. When I asked him, "Do you know Wayne Cousins?" He went, "Yeah, he's my mate."
Right.
It's just unbelievable. I know that sounds unbelievable, but honestly, it's 100% true.
Did you
right?
say you've got this? You've got this recorded, have you?
Yep, I've got it all on. It's all there, mate. Yep, I've got it all there. It's all on the channel. It's
right.
all on. Yeah.
Do me a favour. Do me a favour. Send me a link to that video.
Sure, we'll do. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Send me a link to that video. Definitely.
It's basically just about guns. And well, right. This time, oh my God, that's just the start. That is just the start. That happened on the 3rd. I went there about 20th of July.
Right.
And then on the 3rd of August, right, in the film, I put, there was a woman who came out, gave me a map, right, and then I went and stood over the boundary of the line, and then they all came over the road, and this woman started threatening to arrest me and all that, and with guns outside of the airport boundary. So we're now in sort of a private area, they say, but it looks public. You know, there's buses going up and down the road.
What airport was this?
London City. City Airport.
I mean, it shouldn't matter. I'm just trying to, gather some info. That's all. So, it shouldn't matter what airport it is. But go on, carry on.
Right, Princess Angela knows all about this, right? And then basically, they banged on the door, right, which was part of the conversation in the clip that I caught. Obviously, the footage isn't very good, but you can hear all the audio. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And these 2 officers at the door. And he's sort of speaking like that the whole time, monotone. Like really, it was honestly, it's really, really creepy, right?
Right.
And the fact that they weren't supposed to be there, they're outside their jurisdiction. They're supposed to go to a high-ranking officer, right, to get authorization. It's meant to be done as a
I believe they've
force.
got to get authorization from their superior and the superior of the place where they're going to.
Yeah, and even then, it would be done through the local force. It wouldn't just be them hopping in the car and coming round.
No.
Would it?
No.
As far as I'm concerned, it would. In any event, right? That happened on the 3rd of August, 2023, at about 4 p.m. Right? And I've got it on film. They were filming as well, right? And so when they left, about the banging on the door, so I said I banged. Why did you bang on the door? He said, no, I didn't. I'm filming, you can see, and you can claim that, right? So I done a SARS request immediately after, like the next day. And then a month later, I heard from the police. I went, oh, no, we haven't even allocated it yet to no one. And then it sort of fell off the radar. I just hadn't heard anything for ages, right? Until December, right? December the 7th, right? Now, December the 7th is one day after the Met Police just sent me through, after being round here, when they weren't supposed to, just sent me through, you're being charged and you're up in court for it, like, early next year, the 3rd of January, you're up in court for it. And it carries, it's a level 5 fine offence. That's unlimited. And carries a significant risk, right? That's the word from my legal thing that I looked on Google, right? Significant risk of anything up to 6 months in prison. And I can assure you, the judge I've got could not be more displeased by. In fact, it's all been women. It's all been women.
Right. So you were saying in the comments about a picture.
Yes, like in the sort of like original film that I released, right?
Yes.
There was, now I can sort of like look back and think, is that what I wanted to do or not? It's irrelevant, right? Because, but yeah, in the original thing, there was a picture of a hippopotamus, right?
Right.
With the words, here comes Mrs. Fatty Bum Bum.
Okay.
And like these are the three things that they focused on.
Okay.
And yeah, later on, I say she has enough problems with her fat ass, with having a fat ass or something like that.
Right.
I suppose the words, but like that's the allegations, right? And that
Okay.
is under section 127. No, sorry, yeah, section 127. In brackets 1. It does make a difference. There's loads and loads and loads of conditions on it, on what you can do online. Honestly, every if I get found guilty for this, every single person in this who's listening to this now or listen to it later is going to face the same potentially. It's all about whether or not you're that person that they want to pull the strings against.
We're talking about the Communications Act.
Yes, we're talking about the
127 of the Communications Act.
2003.
Right, 1271. A person is guilty of an offence if he sends by means of a public electronic communications network a message or other matter that is grossly offensive or of an indecent, obscene, or menacing character, or causes any such message or matter to be so sent. Now, I would laugh at their face. I've been sent so many grossly offensive and obscene and menacing messages, and I've gone to the police about these things, which I normally wouldn't do, but I've done it purposely to prove a point. And they've said to me, said to me things like, the last time they actually said to me, but it means we've got to apply to get the IP address. I said, no, you don't. I said, I know who it is. I've got their fucking their Facebook profiles with their names and photos on. No, but we need to apply for a warrant to access the IP address to prove that it's come from them. And that costs money. So it's unlikely they're going to do it. And I'm like, are you fucking joking? But yet you'll spend the money on somebody that says a man is a man and a woman is a woman. Fuck off.
Well, you can either have babies or you can't, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's fucking ridiculous, mate. Carry on. Sorry.
Do you know, I mean, that was like music to my ears listening to you talk there, because yes, you can see it from my perspective, and particularly from your perspective, how unbelievable this is. I mean, it sounds like I'm talking, crap here. I'm not. It's one. Listen, Paps, this is what I like about this case, right? Even though I do have a significant risk of being sent to jail or getting maybe unpaid work and a fine of a big fine.
Listen, they say significant risk. There is always a risk. When you dispute a charge and it goes to court, there is always a risk, no matter what it is. Okay, there is always a risk of being stitched up and getting found guilty, right? Always. They make it sound bad so that you give up. Right? If you know you've done nothing wrong and you can prove you've done nothing wrong, okay, based on the definitions, for example, in legislation.
What is that?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, you're right. Isn't being offended subjective? One person might be offended at having a fat ass, another person might be flaunting their fat ass.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Of course.
And what about my personal preference? If I prefer a fat ass, and I say, look at a fat ass on that, if you like fat asses, that's not a slander, is it?
Well, again, this isn't how we feel. This is about how the other person feels, and this is where the law's gone to shit at the moment. It's based on a subjective view by an individual person, and unfortunately, that is where the law has now gone to shit. Because the law needs to be more black and white. It can't be, somebody might, imagine they change. Imagine it's subjective as to whether you feel like you've been robbed or not. And somebody says, "Can I borrow your phone to make a phone call?" Yeah, somebody says, "Can I borrow your spade? I need to dig a hole. I haven't got a spade. Can I borrow your spade?" Yeah, of course you can. 2 minutes later, you phone the police and say, "Well, I lent it to him, but I feel like he's going to steal it from me. Can you go and deal with it as theft?" I mean, it makes no fucking sense at all. No, so-
having gone.
No, I was just going to say it's just absolutely ridiculous. And
Like you get 6 coppers turn up to outside an Amazon because someone's got a camera phone, right, and or an oil field, right? Because that's how they traced me. That's in the charge sheets. They say about a year ago I was walking past an oil field down in Canvey Island, Oikos Oil,
yeah,
right, and they've got them little tiny cameras, haven't they, right? And it's quite a long road, isn't it? That road goes right the way down to Canvey.
we're talking 25 years since I've been down that way, but I do kind of remember some of it. But carry on.
I was parked down there. That's about a mile away from it's a long walk, like that's why it's that made me think I need to get a little scooter or something, because it's easy to stick over your shoulder, and I've got sort of like a kid's scooter. It's brilliant. It's really good. It only has a range of about 5 miles, but it's really good. And anyway, right, so I was parked down there, and those little cameras managed to pick up my registration number. They just guessed at it, and then when they took the registration number. This sounds like BS, but it ain't. Next morning, about 20 hours later, right, there's the knocking at the door, right, and I thought, what's this? Open the door. There's PC Raven. PC Raven. He looked at, he's sort of like got a really thick black beard, right, and he's called PC Raven, right. They're in black anyway. It's just a bit weird, isn't it, right? And he came in a wildlife unit.
Right. Okay.
It can't be true, can it? I'm making a fool of myself here, but like honestly, it is true. And his opening question when he knocked at the door is, I just wondered if you wouldn't mind having a little chat for a moment, right? What? Your job is to deal with criminal matters. What? Well, we're worried about the cost of fuel and the petrol prices at the moment. So we were concerned about what your activity at the I was walking past. There's a pub, the Crooked Billy or something it's called. It's got
Crooked Billy, yeah, I know that.
Yeah, and it's near there. It's right near there.
Right.
I can't think of the name. It's got a really weird name, isn't it? The pub. I've had to go down there on a couple of Tinder dates before.
Well, it sounds like you've had more dates than I have from Tinder. If you've had a couple.
Oh God, yeah. Well, I don't remember going. What was it called? It's got a really. It's a really smack lobster or something. Can't remember. Doesn't Anyway, that's right. And so Essex Police, right? And then I came out of my house because I was outraged that this person had knocked on my door for this ridiculous reason.
Right.
And followed him out to his car, right? And then he drove off. He got round the corner and he parked up. So I thought, well, what's going on? So in my socks, I'm sort of like walking round the corner. And yeah, lo and behold, he's parked up and he's sitting there. Oh, I've got every right, given the circumstances, to ask him, what are the courses of your duties here? Right?
Right.
And he was going, I'm sending emails. He started panicking. And then he ended up nicking me for obstruction.
Obstruction for what? What was you obstructing him from doing?
Well, because I was standing in front of the car, like when he said, look, this is obstruction of a highway. And I went, no, it's not, because this isn't a highway. This is a little car park for private residents. Right. Officially, you shouldn't even be in this car park. We shouldn't be in this bit. It's not a public highway. But the point is, I had to then, they took me to court. They charged me and took me to court and then dropped it on the same day. And I just can't believe they're going to go through with this, because whatever happens to me, this is going to change the whole of YouTube if I get found guilty. Because, for example, I was watching. Have you ever heard of the Gurning Rave guy? You've got to watch it. It's quite funny. It's basically, he's called the Gurning Rave guy, yeah, and he's on there, right, doing lines of,
right,
sherbet, and bang there, right in the, and they're all going, yay. Well, hang on, isn't that against isn't like sniffing that stuff off your
Well,
wrist.
the problem with that, and I'm going to be honest with you, right? The problem with that is they've got absolutely no way of ever finding out what that stuff was. Okay.
True. So, when you look at the raving guy, yes, you do.
I get
evidence
it.
right
I get you can see, you might be able to see somebody's demeanor change. You might be able to see their eyes. You might be able to see what they're doing. However, even rolling a joint on a live stream, there's very little the police can do about that. Okay, because they got no proof that is what you were smoking,
right,
because they need to test it. But when it comes to a picture or something you've said, it's that you've said it. You can't deny that it's been said. For example, you can't deny that it's been said, which is why they're more likely to come after you for that than rolling a joint on a live stream, for example.
Right. Well, there's so much more to this. Honestly, right? You're right about that. The YouTube guidelines would pick you up if you was to post something on here that was deemed to be grossly obscene, indecent, menacing, or what was the other one?
Well, it's only if it's, to be fair, it's only if it gets reported to YouTube, and only if YouTube thinks that it is bullying, grossly offensive, and things like that. It has a slightly different meaning, because they don't look at it from a person's feelings point of view.
First of all, Pat, think about what we're talking about here. How is this in the public interest? It's an individual, as you say, who's made an allegation against me, an individual, and she also claims that I sent a link to get her to watch it, and that's a crock of the police know that's not true, because you know what, Dan, when you read that 127, you read it wrong. Because you said if you communicate, right, you forgot or cause to be communicated. Right.
Well, I read it word for word as it said on the screen here.
Right.
127.
It's been amended. No, it's been amended 2020. So, right, go on, read it again, and I'll stop you. I'll stop you when you get to the bit. Ready?
Section 127, Communications Act 2003. 127 is up to date with all changes known to be enforced on or before 27th of January 2024. A person is guilty of an offence if he sends by means of public electronic communications network a message or other matter that is grossly offensive or of an indecent, obscene, or menacing character, or causes any such message or matter to be sent.
There it is. Causes. So the police know that I haven't sent it, right? But they're now using that little sub-snippet, causes. The allegation isn't that I've sent it to her. The allegation is that I've caused it to be made, so that somebody else could send it to her.
Let me just clarify, because I'm a little bit confused. Where was this picture? Was it on a video?
The video is still up.
Right.
I've got loads of copies on it on the channel. I've been trying to get it out there. I've been trying to tell people about it, obviously.
Right.
Because it's such a massive story.
Okay.
If I get found guilty this time, right, then it's going to change everything. It's going to change anything that you want to post something online. You're going to have to think, this fella got like jail or an unlimited fine just for posting a hippo pic and saying the bird had a fat ass. Well, saying that she had enough problems as it is with her fat ass and Mrs. Fatty Bum Bum.
I get it. Let's just run through this very quickly, right? A message or other matter that is grossly offensive. Now, grossly offensive, as far as I'm concerned, would be something sexual. Crinkle sent Crinkle, allegedly, it's an email address, Dr. Crinkle Henry, or Henry Dr. Crinkle, sent me a picture of his penis. Okay. And I told the police about that, and the police said, no, we're not going to chase it up because it's going to cost us money to look for the IP address. Okay. Sent me a picture of his penis that I found grossly offensive.
I mean, the question would have to be, everyone's asking, obviously he didn't show the picture. Is he big or little?
It was small.
Small.
Indecent, same thing. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, I mean, grossly offensive could be something sexual, or it could be something that ridicules your religion. Okay, unfortunately,
Yeah.
right? We're not allowed to ridicule religion anymore. So if somebody sent, if you was a Muslim, somebody sent you a picture of the Muhammad, praise be upon him, shouldn't say that because that's just taking a
I've
piss
got
of
an
it.
example.
But sorry,
that,
just
on
one
that,
second, yeah. Let me just finish what I'm saying quickly. Sorry, and I'll give you all the time you need, mate. So that could be classed as offensive. Indecent again could be a sexual picture, or is generally a sexual picture. Obscene again is something sexual or grossly graphic. For example, again, the K person had posted on in one of my live streams somebody being hacked up while they were alive. That's obscene. And menacing is basically is almost like threatening somebody. Okay, but that's all it says in here. Okay, a picture of a hippo and saying somebody's got a fat ass is neither, as far as I'm concerned, grossly offensive. It might be offensive, but it's certainly not grossly offensive.
Grossly, you're right. You've called it straight away.
It's not indecent. It's not obscene because you're not actually showing somebody's ass, like a person's ass, for example. And it's not menacing. It's not threatening somebody in any way, shape, or form. So as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't fit in that definition in the legislation. And again, I'm not legally trained. I've never dealt with cases like this. Do you know what I mean? So I could be wrong. But in my understanding of the law, I would not suggest that picture falls under any of those categories. Sorry for interrupting you. Please go ahead.
You should be a lawyer because I've got legal aid, right? And secured a solicitor that was sort of nearby in the city, right? And they have completely put me in the stun because first of all, I didn't get to see all I got was a letter come through the door by post.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even recorded delivery. Come through by post saying, you got to be at court in less than a month, right? And in the box where it says prosecutor's name, you see the QC or whatever that, that works for the CPS, right? They had the name of this DC Ben Lowndes, right? Ben Lowndes, right? Who had come out of Heathrow operations because he was the individual who sent these two armed thugs round to threaten me at the door. In the film patch, right? They go, look, we want you to take that YouTube video down, or else we're going to come back 6 o'clock in the morning when you want to go somewhere, and you're going to get dragged off and taken to a London police station, aren't you?
Yeah.
Which you're not allowed to do that. You know what I mean? Threaten your arrests like that. Do you know what I mean? And they were going, you've got to come down and you've got to speak to this DC Ben Lowndes. Now, afterwards, as I say, I found the old bill afterwards saying, I think they're two impersonators. But yeah. And they took the report. It was only the next day that they completely swapped. Obviously they'd been informed, and that's probably what they'll have to do. If they want to proceed with this, they're going to have to make me guilty because everything I've done, right, fat ass or not, as you said about the pornographic sort of element, right, that's what I would associate that sort of thing with, if not saying if you're having a go at someone's country that, knowing that person. But the actual example on the .gov site is of a man who sent a letter to the airport saying that he was going to, be careful with my words, harm the airport. By maybe, right? And this, where was I? There's so many levels to this, right? So, I said about the stars request that I made?
Yeah.
It was the day after I got the letter come through the post that I got that email from Chief Inspector Crick. He's high up. He wears one of them flat caps and all that, right? And Crick, CRICK, right? And he goes, this is one day after I got this charge form through the post. We're going to, now there's an investigation going on into this thing. We don't have to give you that footage, and the case is closed. Bye. That happens as well. If
there's an investigation, they are right in a way. If there's an investigation,
Right.
They can withhold the evidence initially.
Guess what? They got 7 statements. 7 statements, right? There's one from this woman at the airport, right? The 2 policemen, right? The 2 policemen, and you know, all these other people. Some other birds from across, like WPC, from across the other side of London, who claimed to just be looking through at a lunch break and just happened to recognise me. Bullshit. Yeah. They were abusing the PMC. It was they've got all that covered, right? And then it comes back to this Ben Lowndes, right? But guess what? His name's not Ben Lowndes. No wonder I couldn't track him after it happened, because he's left a little note through here saying, contact me, Ben Lowndes, out of Heathrow Operations. His name is actually, get ready for it, Mohammed Hassan Ben Lowndes.
Yeah.
And he's not out of Heathrow Operations, he's out of Wembley Police Station. And he may not even be a DC. But what my thoughts are is that he is in some way associated with this woman at this East London airport when he's from, not, you know, West London, isn't it? North London.
So 1 second here, I just want to say thank you to Bob for the donation. Thank you, Bob. Much appreciated.
Oh yeah, I couldn't see the chat. I can't.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Listen, I will have to wrap this up in a few minutes, by the way. But
yeah, sure. Thank you.
No, it's absolutely fine. Thank you for letting us know about this, and I will. You know, if you send me,
I'm facing Joe. Yeah.
If you send me the link to the video, and I'll look at it. But I remember two situations. First of all, Marty Blackburn drawing a Hitler moustache on a copper.
Yeah.
And he got let off with that, as far as I can remember. He got let off. I might be wrong with that, but as far as I can remember, he got let off with that. Now that would be more offensive, you know, inverted commas, than sending or posting a picture and saying this person's got a fat ass. Okay, I get called a fat cunt all the time, right? I mean, granted, I turn around and say, yeah, I am a fat cunt, because I am. I'm not going to lie about it. Do you know what I mean? But people say it all the time. But the police wouldn't do a thing about that because I'm not one of them, right? But you say something like, you know, you scribble a moustache on somebody or say they've got a fat ass, and they will abuse the power that they have to take people to court just to try and teach them a lesson because they're fucking butthurt. I had an incident a couple of years ago where the Police Federation, where was it from? Hampshire Police Federation. A solicitor from Hampshire Police Federation emailed me about a video that I put up. I made a video in response to that, telling him to go fuck himself. He's a cunt. Several times I said that, and it sucked my dick. Right? But yet nobody came after me over that. And that is far more abusive than saying somebody's got a fat ass.
Right. So now you see why I'm saying it's a big story then, because this will set a precedent. If I was to get sent to jail for this, and it is a risk because this is a pretty harsh court, like a non-sympathetic court, let's say. Then fair enough. That's what I'll have to do, right? But then everybody's going to have to know that. So that I'm hoping that I'm going to get this story out there, because it's unbelievable. Do you know what? There's not one mention in the court papers about them knocking on my door. My first notification of this matter, not one mention of those two knocking on my door.
But if you've got footage of it, and the footage has metadata, which will say the date and time that it was filmed, which can't be changed. Well, it can be, but it's not easy. The metadata generally can't be changed, which will prove that they turn up at the time and date that you said they turn up. The fact that one of them, as you've said earlier, said that they were mates with Wayne Couzens. I mean, even that alone goes against police code of practice standards.
They denied being armed, even though they were wearing electronic rifles.
Did you have them on camera with their gear, or was it just the voice recording?
Nope, I've got them on camera, clear as a bell.
Right, okay. Well, then any brief. I mean, this is probably why when No Fee Brief has taken it on. Because if they're blatantly saying that they didn't, and you've got them on camera that shows that they did, they're fucked, mate. And I can't
Blatantly.
imagine a judge taking this. I can't imagine a judge taking this anywhere, to be quite honest, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, I'm quite keen. Right, fair enough. If you're going to stitch me up, make me feel guilty for doing this, it's not polite to say that, I suppose. I'm not stupid. I know, and I had already removed that bit of content before they even came to the door. Now,
being impolite isn't a fucking criminal offence, though.
No, well, I didn't. I trimmed the video down because it was too long.
Yeah.
That's my. I wanted to get it down to the nitty gritty, and I thought I'll just take those bits out. What I'm saying is, I acknowledge it was unnecessary, but and also they put in there as well about the other officer having a lazy eye because his eye sort of half shuts every now and again. But I didn't even notice this.
I'd rinse him for that. I would. I'd fucking take the piss out of that like I do with Crinkle.
I'll send you a link. Yeah? I'll tell you what, bro. I'll send you the link. And honestly, everything that I've done in this matter, I've said. Everybody knows about. Right? Got nothing to hide. This is
the importance of filming everything. This is the importance of keeping a record of everything. You should all get a fucking camera of some description. I've got one in the window in my office that shows my front door and my front garden of this block that I live in. Right. It might not pick up the sound, but that's why when somebody knocks on the door, I look at my camera. If it's somebody I don't know, I go to the door and my camera's on record every time. Okay. And I hold it in my hand. That way, if anything happens quickly, I can just lift the camera up and show who they are. And this is why it is so important to record everything. And this is something that I've always said throughout the years of being on YouTube. Record everything. Record it.
Absolutely. Listen to what you're saying.
It's the difference between getting locked up, an innocent person being locked up, and a corrupt copper getting away with it, and you actually getting justice and not being stitched up. There is a big difference, and it makes a huge difference to your life. One way or you either get locked up and your life's fucked, or you prove that they're talking shit and you don't get locked up. You know what I mean? It's so important.
In this cult, the first time out, not really understanding what it's all about, to be honest with you. I'd only had sort of these couple of sheets before getting the 80 pages. They spent thousands of hours of police time and the court's time, and it's our money, isn't it, that they're spending? And
of course.
Oh my God, everyone's getting paid out of this. I'm just trying to make me the bad guy. Problem is, this time I've got a load of evidence that sort of sits contrary to what you're saying, notwithstanding the fact that I don't think it reaches the threshold of being grossly upset.
Grossly obscene. Yeah, I don't think it reaches that threshold. There are far more serious things that have been said and shown on social media than that, and they haven't been fucking picked up on it. So
this is why it's so weird, because the word cause, just the word cause, and just the word sort of like those words, grossly obscene, menacing, all that, right, are two laws unto themselves, just in those two words. That's what the allegation is, cause descent. And I think how's it in the public interest?
Well, I don't say that it is. Again, the police don't necessarily. It's the CPS that's supposed to base things. I'll do the floating inverted commas. Supposed to base things on public interest. Lots and lots of things that get taken to court are not in a public interest. Nobody gives a fuck about them. They're not going to affect anybody. But yet they take them to court.
Wouldn't it put in YouTube in inference, like, if YouTube's guidelines don't think, well, it's not obscene, is it, right? Grossly obscene, right? But
I don't think so.
If YouTube's guidelines don't prevent from that, are the police therefore saying that that YouTube is illegal? Is that what they're saying?
No. Policies and law are two different things. So YouTube's policy is completely different from the law. They may be more stricter, they may be less strict.
Right.
But I would imagine if the police get involved, then it should be within somebody's policy that shouldn't be allowed on their platform as well, if the police are getting involved. So I agree with what you're saying in a way there, but the police cannot dictate what somebody's business policies are. The law can, as it has done. The law's changed recently on online stuff, and it's changed the way that a lot of places will deal with things. But if YouTube haven't turned around and said that they think this is grossly offensive, but the police have, it doesn't mean that YouTube are being unlawful.
I'm being all right. Yeah, but I'm being facetious there.
I know, but I do think that it proves that the police are, because YouTube are pretty strict. To be honest, they are pretty strict, and I think that it just means that the police are abusing. My opinion is the police are abusing their powers to stitch you up, as they seem to be doing with a lot of people that do auditing these days.
Yep, I used to be arrested in that.
Right, EA, listen, I'm going to have to go because I've got to open up the. I
really appreciate that.
No, I appreciate you
really
calling in, man.
Thank you.
Email me a link to that video where he says about Wayne Cousins, police abusing powers at gmail.com. Send me that over. Let me take a look at it, and I might do a video on it on the channel and raise some awareness to it.
Thank you for letting me have my say.
All right, my man. No problem at all.
See you now.
All right, you take it easy. Ta-da, mate. Right, I'm sorry, guys, but calls are now over. We have gone over the normal time that we take the calls. It's now 10:20. I'm going to bring up Roger on the channel. I'm going to post. Roger's sitting in the back already. I'm going to post the link to the panel in the comments. I'm going to go for a quick wee whilst you arrange yourselves and click the link or not. And when I come back, I'll bring up people that are sitting in the back waiting. So just bear with me, Roger, if you would. Thank you, mate. Let me go for a quick piddle, and I'll be back in just a minute.
You are watching the Police Abusing Powers channel. Your host, Dan, is currently taking a comfort break and will be back momentarily. Your patience is appreciated. Please check the video description for channel social media links, where we share alternative content, not necessarily in video format. Did you know, contrary to popular belief, it is not legal for a pregnant woman to urinate into a police constable's helmet, unless, of course, their head is on fire. Due to the nature of the content and limits YouTube place on freedom of speech, your support is important. There are ways you can support the channel listed in the description. Why not participate? You can contact Police Abusing Powers using the phone number on your screen when the lines are open, or you can Skype using Dan Pap as the contact. That's Dan P-A-P.
And we're back. And we are back. Sorry, I did forget to post the link before I went for a pee. So I stopped halfway through, came back, posted the link, and went back and finished off. So, right, we have Roger. Roger, do us a, I know it's you, but do us a favour, just touch your head for me. Thank you, young man.
Good evening. Good evening, people. Have you cleared the dribbles up across the floor where you went backwards and forwards?
No, it wasn't the dribbles on the floor. It's in my joggers now, so it's a bit wet. Dina, give us a wave with your left hand, please. All right, both hands will do. Thank you very much. Sean, just touch your nose with your left hand for me.
Left foot.
Hi, Roger. Hi, Mrs. W. Hi, Dan. Hi, Sean.
Hello, people.
Hi, Sean.
Jace, do us a favour. Just do that, Jace. Right, there we go. That'll do. Lovely job. We did have a wanker in the background. We did have a wanker around there, but the wanker's gone because his camera wasn't working.
Oh dear, what a shame. Never mind.
God bless the UK. It was that one.
Oh, that's fair enough.
He's going to be upset.
How we doing, people? Is everyone good?
Yeah, good this week. How's you doing?
Not so bad. Do you know what I've just done? I've poured myself some brandy before I went for a piss. I've come back and I've just poured some more in without putting Coke in yet. So now I've got to drink like a
Uh-oh.
Before we go any further, is my mic working all right tonight?
Pardon?
Yeah, it's working fine, Jace. Yeah, no worries.
What?
What? Exactly what?
Yeah, it was a little bit too loud last time I used the tablet to come on here.
No, it's all good. It's all good. All good.
Is that, oh, cool. Nice one. Please. Right, how was everybody?
Doing well. Doing fine here, Jace.
Sean,
how are you?
That's not cider in that cup, is it? Sean?
Roger.
It's hot chocolate.
Roger. The reason I was putting W at the start of your name, as in Wodger, is because I've been watching Monty Python on Sunday afternoons.
Right.
So I must apologise to yourself, sir.
I apologise.
It was just in my head, and I couldn't help myself. That's just the way my head works.
It's just the other weekend we had somebody that I know misspells my name, mispronounces my name because he thinks it winds me up.
Well, on purpose.
Willie Wodger. Willie Wodger.
Willie's Wodger. Willie's Wodwick. And Wodwick.
Yeah, Wodwick. It was Wodwick.
Wodwick.
Willie's Wodwick.
And the other one is people quite often spell it with a D as well. Well, it's still pronounced the same. It's just the old English spelling of it.
Yes,
right,
correct.
Chase, I don't want people coming on here apologising for making a joke. Right?
I know, but Roger told me off. I accepted his apology and I didn't do it again.
Right.
Yeah.
I take that personally, Lothar.
Yeah, there we go. When we met Wodger's wife.
Listen, we generally know who is being a dick and who isn't. Okay,
yeah,
don't we? Right. So Roger. I'm not speaking for Roger, but I know Roger can take a joke. Do you know what I mean? And if somebody does, we generally know who's saying something to be a cunt and who's said the C word and who's not.
God, yeah, that's been being censored everywhere at the moment.
Yep.
Lothar, do us a favour. Can you put your willy away before I bring you up on the camera?
Oh my God.
The microscope to get my willy on camera, for fuck's sake. Hello.
You need to turn
macro lens.
You need to turn the binoculars round the other way to get mine on camera. Boom, boom.
Macro.
Well, I gave everybody else the option in chat if they wanted to spark up and jump up on panel, but if they've not done it, I'll jump on it just to annoy you.
It's good to see you all, though. Oh, nice one, Bob. Thank you very much. It's nothing different than the government having a party during lockdowns. We need to remember we are free agents and we do not owe nothing to tyrants. Absolutely, Bob. Absolutely.
Yeah,
we have,
well done.
What's the word I'm thinking of? We have no what's the word I'm thinking of? It's not the word I'm thinking of, but the only word I can think of is allegiance. We have no allegiance to the government these days.
No, we don't.
Right? No. You know, they don't look after us. They don't care for us. They don't give a shit about us. All they're bothered about is themselves and how much money they're making and whether they can stay in their jobs or not. The rest of us are second-rate citizens that mean nothing. We are flesh. We are flesh commodities. That's it.
Correct. It doesn't matter who you vote for. They all have these what do you call it? Manifestos. So that's what we vote for. Oh yeah, if you vote for me, we'll do this. We'll do that. We'll do this. And then when they come in, they're just as bad as the previous ones. So there should be a law that says if they don't do what the manifesto says within like 100 days or 3 months or however long you want to, 6 months, then out. See you later. That's not what we voted for. And you basically hoodwinked us.
Fraud by false representation. They're telling us they're representing something that they're not going to fucking stick to. Okay, they get.
That's right.
And
I'll tell you what, considering how many lawyers there are in Parliament, don't you think that if they actually submitted a manifesto to the people for the people to vote on, if they didn't deliver on that manifesto, it could be possibly, according to the letter of law, seen as gross abdication of their responsibilities, a breach of contract, and therefore they could be taken to court and sued.
Correct. But then they'll say, oh yeah, we can't do that because of the European Court of Human Rights. Well, I'm sorry, you're a politician. You should have known that before you actually made that manifesto. You should be doing this. This is your job to represent us. You should be doing your job. You should have done your homework before you started making this manifesto to represent us, to get our votes.
Guys, I've got a few people in the back. I just want to like Cornell and EA Audits. I need to see your cameras on, please, before I let you up. You can turn your cameras off afterwards. That's absolutely fine. EA Audits, do us a favour. Do that for me. Do that on camera so I know. Yeah, good man. Right, I'll bring you up if you want to turn your camera off. Cornell, I need your camera on, mate. I can't let you up without your camera on first. But you can turn your camera off before I let you up on the stream. Joe, can you just favour? Can you just give us a little wave, please? Thank you.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Joe. Hi.
Hello, everybody. God, I've had a bloody nightmare trying to get on here tonight.
Sorry. This is Joe who runs the PTSD camp. We had I think it was last week towards the end. We had you on just as we was wrapping up, which was a shame. But it's nice to see you again, Joe. How are you?
Anybody that wants to look into it, the link's in the chat now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Roger. No, I'm fine, thank you.
Did you was it this week that you had to go to support somebody at court, was it?
Yeah, so we've spent all week in Bristol Crown Court every single day, and then we got the verdict on Friday and he was found not guilty. So this is why I wanted to come on tonight.
Brilliant, good stuff.
He's found not guilty and he's released
from, well done.
Sorry, what was that?
He was saying well done. He was just praising you.
Yeah. So he was found not guilty, released from the cells from Bristol Crown Court.
Yeah.
And we were there waiting for him. Probation had gone home, so they didn't sort anything out for him. The prison was shut. The prison reception was shut. So he couldn't go and get any belongings. Now, nobody asked him where he was going. Did he have a roof over his head for the night? He had no money. He didn't have his phone, so he had no contact numbers. He had no clothes other than the clothes that he was released in. And bearing in mind, it's really cold at the moment. So we brought him back here and we've cooked for him and he's still here at the moment. He can stay here as long as he needs to stay here. But what nobody cared about was the fact that he was released and he had nothing. Now, if we hadn't been there for him, he'd be out in the streets now. He'd have no coat. It's cold. Yeah. He'd have no money, no food, absolutely nothing. So when they released him, they didn't give him anything, nothing at all. So
No,
tomorrow we're going to sort out. He's going to go back to the prison tomorrow when the reception's open, and he's going to get all his belongings, and then he'll have his cash card, and he'll have some money, and he'll have some clean clothes. We've given him clean clothes and we've given him money, but that's not the point. We've given him food. That's not the point. When he was released, now he's a veteran that served this country. He's just been proved innocent on a case. The verdict was not guilty.
Yeah.
And they let him out with nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Shouldn't there be a case for due diligence there?
They're not supposed to release them without anything at all. But if they have somewhere they need to go, they should give them a bus ticket, and they should always give them their goods before they leave. They're not allowed to say it was closed. They're supposed to give them everything the day they leave. That's what it is. If the office is not open, security staff can do it. That's absolute rap. He should basically take that further.
It's a basic duty of care that they've completely ignored in that case, by the sounds of it. And
He
I'm
absolutely had nothing apart from the tracksuit that he walked out of the court from. Absolutely nothing.
Put an official complaint in, Joe, and ask for compensation, because you better go up and pick him up.
Yeah.
No, seriously, put in a compensation claim.
I know.
Not to the prison, but to the courts.
Yeah. How many other people get released in a
There are thousands. There are absolute thousands. If they don't consider that you know what's happening, you don't know your rights. They do this every single day across the country. You find homeless people, including veterans, every single day just dispersed. They're not allowed to do that.
When I got arrested in London, and I was held for 24 and a half, 25 hours, which was longer than the person who committed the alleged offence, which I might add, because he got arrested about 4 hours after I did and got released before I did, which, considering all I was doing was filming the incident. But when it came to letting me go, they said, right, you're not allowed in London. Your conditions are you're not allowed in London, and you're not allowed to go near the BBC. And I was like, well, I'm stuck here, mate, because I've got no way of getting back to fucking Liverpool, have I? Because my train ticket was booked for yesterday when you fucking nicked me, you idiot. So they gave me, and I know it's different because I wasn't in prison or on remand or anything like that. But they gave me a slip which covered the cost of my train ticket back to Liverpool. But there's lots of people out there that would never question that. They'd get told to disappear, go and piss off, go home, and they wouldn't argue, or they wouldn't suggest to the police that they can't go home. They'd just walk out not knowing what to do, and they'd be stuck. And there's so many people that are in that situation.
I got arrested 2009. She was being violent, so I removed myself from the situation and went to sleep in my car on the driveway. I'd had about 4 pints, and she called the police and told them that I'd been driving. I hadn't. I got the bracelets, and because her house was in Lincolnshire, so I had to be transported. I got arrested. I got transported to Lincoln, which is like 20 miles away from where I live. I spent 15 hours in the cells, and they let me out at like 5 o'clock in the evening. And it's like, well, what do I do now? Oh, well, can you wait 10 minutes and we'll drop you off? I was like, thank you very much. And to be fair, the officers were absolutely spot on with me. Absolutely spot. I can't fault them. So, and they were like, spot on. Are you going back? I'm like, no. I'm getting my car, I'm getting my belongings, and I'm fucking leaving. I'm off to my mum's. So that.
So, Joe, for your information, sorry, Jace. For your information, Joe, if anyone's got a priority as a vet, they got medication or they got any injuries, the first thing you can do if you want them accommodated is call the local council. Under their duty of law, they must accommodate them.
Yeah.
In emergency accommodation. The best organisation that can help you fight it if you get any dispute, is Shelter England.
Right. Okay. Okay.
They
Thank you.
The people that work there are solicitors. All right, they're very well trained in all the legal acts. So I know full well. I used to get calls when I was a housing homeless officer for veterans that were literally chucked out of prison, drunk and disorderly, whatever. They would ring me up out of hours, and I would immediately put them into bed and breakfast and try and find them somewhere more stable as the days went on. From there, they got social housing. Now, I was got rid of by the council because I kept helping too many people. So I still do it now. I'm retired, but I still do it now. I take the council on every day. So
is that you? Are you at on the other side of like Sheerness, Sheppey area? Medway, yeah.
Me? No,
Yeah.
I'm in Devon.
Oh, no, there's someone.
I do work all across the country. They contact me through email, and I help people right across the country.
Well, this was another thing. This was another thing. I thought.
WhatsApp, Roger. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
No, that's right. This was another thing. So they have medicated him whilst he's been in prison, but that was only like something to help him sleep. Okay, but when he left the court, he didn't have any medication. You know, there was no. Surely somebody should have met him and said, right, okay, you've been on this medication. We're going to give you 7 days of this medication so that at least you can then get to your doctor or whatever. They should have given him his belongings back, but the reception at the prison was closed. But they did say they actually said to him when he was released, right, you can go to the prison now and pick up your belongings. But we phoned the prison and just to make sure that we could go there. And they said, no, you can't come here. The reception's closed. So now we're talking Monday. So he could have spent the whole weekend with, if he was relying on that medication, he wouldn't have had the medication. He wouldn't have had any money. Like I say, he didn't have his phone. He had no contact numbers. This is absolutely bloody disgusting.
Every prison has a medical centre, so they could have given him enough medication before he could see a doctor. Every prison has a medical centre with nurses and doctors. So again, it's about complaints. Put the complaints in on behalf of the client and say, look, this was not done, and left him without any medication.
Well, they left him with nothing. Absolutely
I
nothing.
know, exactly. Well, it's against the law, so they can't do that. Because I used to pick them up all the time. They can't do that.
They didn't give me my medication when I was arrested at the beginning of 2021, when I went down to film a protest that turned into alleged criminal damage. When I got arrested, I said to them, listen, they said, are you on any medication? So I told them all my medication. I said, I can go without some of that medication for at least a few days, but there is one tablet that I need to take on a daily basis. Otherwise it sends my head west and I end up in a very shitty place. What did they do? They gave me the stuff that I didn't need and didn't give me the medication that I needed.
Well, that's gross dereliction of duty of care, isn't it? At the end of the day, they're supposed to be dereliction of duty of care towards you. That is bang out of order.
Yeah, but this is one of the things that I'm going to be following up once, again, I still need to get my phone back. I've got to find 350 quid in order to get my phone back because I've got to go to court and I've got to take the police to court, basically, a magistrate's court, and say the police have kept my belongings for longer than they need. Because the police should only hold your, and funnily enough, Spencer's just asked about limitations. The police are only allowed to hold your stuff for as long as reasonably necessary. Now, if it's electronic devices, and this is why we know the police take the piss, because in some cases, the police will say, can we download your phone? We've got somebody here that can download it. We can give you your phone back in half an hour. But when you're arrested, they'll take your device and they'll hold on to it for as long as they can to cause you inconvenience. Now, the police have had my phone since the beginning of 2021.
Jesus.
And the only way I can get it back is either because I'm still under investigation, allegedly, the only way I can get it back is if they say no further action, which they haven't done yet, or I take
No, you're not, because that new law says that it's got to be done within 6 months.
No, the precedent was set by a court earlier this year that said the reasonable amount of time for the police to retrieve any data is 60 days.
Yeah, but Dan's phone was full of COVID.
But we've got to be honest here, right? The police can get around that by saying it's going to be used as evidence.
Yeah.
If it's going to be used as evidence, they can hold on to it longer. Okay.
But
However,
they can only hold you. They can only hold you. Well, counter-terrorism can only hold you under investigation for 3 years.
Yeah, I believe that is right. But I mean, I've been investigation now for basically just over 2 years now, 2021, 2022.
Yeah, you fucking lightweight wanker, fucking.
It's been 3 years.
3 years now, isn't it?
You're just a fucking terrorist, Dan, basically, aren't you?
Well, you know, what can I say? You know,
well, if they actually arrest you under the Terrorism Act, they are, before they even do anything, they're supposed to, by their own policy, contact the terrorism anti-terrorism group and report it.
Roger, technically, it's been done before. There was a podcaster called Lauren Southern who was arrested at Heathrow Airport and deported back to Canada. It also happened to a guy who is now the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. He's forming a coalition government, Geert Wilders. He was arrested at Heathrow Airport, 180 into the country on something which was deemed underneath the Terrorism or Subversion Act. And it's been happening for fucking years and people aren't waking up.
Well,
they can do what they want.
It is bullshit. It's just made up a reason to put you in the system.
Yeah, I just need to say something very quickly. Crinkle, nice try, mate, but your AI isn't good enough yet, pal. So
Hi, Crinkle.
He's tried to get through in the back here under the name Cornell, but when you click on the 3 buttons, the channel's called Colonel of something. But his AI is shit. You can still tell it's him because one eye's going to the shops while the other one's looking at the camera.
I'm a bit confused. Is there a why did he send a picture of his willy?
I don't know.
He hasn't got one.
I hope I don't end up in jail for saying willy.
No, EA. I've got to be honest, right? I don't know if it was him, but the email address came from Henry Dr. Crinkle or something like that. And it was a picture that was taken sitting in a chair, like pointing down like that, taken of a penis. And yet the police told me that there's nothing they can do about it because it would cost them money.
Where is it?
To get
Where's the picture?
Well, what do you mean? If you don't subscribe to Lord Pap on Twitter, you wouldn't have seen it. I saw it. I had to get my magnifying glass out.
It's only us perverts in the back room that get those sort of privileges.
I couldn't put it on Facebook because they'd ban me. Twitter is a bit different.
You should have checked the size. You should have checked the size, Dan, because if it's over 2 inches, that's basically not Crinkle. He's got such a little penis.
Listen, it was wider than it was long.
I haven't seen it.
Right. So I used to work with a lad who had a cock like that, and we used to call him Tuna Can.
John, if you want to see it,
pigs in blankets.
just go through my tweets, John. Go through my tweets and you'll find it.
Send it to me. I'm the only one who haven't seen it. I feel left out now. That's not fair.
It's on Twitter. You want to laugh?
Do you want to borrow these?
On Twitter.
I need something to laugh at.
What's wrong with this? Laugh at this.
Hang on, I got my glasses ready.
Funnily enough, I've got a microscope in the other room. But there we go. We'll leave that there. We'll just pretend I didn't say that out loud.
Yeah, it's way too early for it to descend to those levels.
Oh, I don't know. It's nearly 11 o'clock. It's nearly 11 o'clock. Marmite peanuts.
Wow, ew.
I love these.
Oh, wow.
I love Marmite, but I can't eat peanuts. I love Marmite, but I can't eat peanuts. So.
I'm surprised they're still doing them. Walkers have stopped doing the Marmite crisps.
You can actually get Marmite peanut butter as well.
Walkers?
Yeah, I can eat that.
Yeah, you can.
Remember years ago when they brought out hedgehog flavoured crisps? Did anyone?
What?
Does anyone remember
No.
I do remember it, but I wondered how the hell they knew what a hedgehog tasted like.
that?
Well,
Exactly.
yeah, that's right. Yes. Yeah.
But now what they want us to do is eat crickets and insects.
No.
Yes.
Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that grasshopper flavored?
No, they're actually. I've got a list. Actually, I've got a list here somewhere. Right.
Grasshopper flavored whatsits.
I have got a list here. Crickets used in food chain. Crickets are full of horsehair parasites. Now I've got a list here. Multi-grain bread, multi-grain rolls, crackers and breadsticks, cereal bars, dry premixes for bakery products, cookies, filled and unfilled dried pasta products, processed potato products, legume and vegetable dishes, pizza. This is what they're putting crickets and insects in now. And there's the list.
But isn't the same about when you buy the big bars of dairy milk chocolate? They say there's at least 2.5 spiders in there.
I've just noticed the private chat
to be
on
honest
here.
with you, I don't buy chocolate because Cadbury's is halal. What I do, I go in and I scrape the foil off them so nobody else buys them either.
I buy dark chocolate, organic dark chocolate. That's the only thing I eat. So, but the chocolate does have at least 2.5 spiders bits in it. So it's like, what? Plus, I don't like Cadbury. I don't like Cadbury's now because it's been sold to America for their chocolate, which is the Hershey bar, and they're disgusting.
I used to work with a lad who was an ex-Marine. We were sat in the canteen one day, and a daddy longlegs walked across the windowsill, and he grabbed it.
Oh no!
What? And he went, "Good protein, that. Pork, good protein."
Oh, I ate one. I ate one for a tenner. I wouldn't eat one, and I ate it for a tenner. I wouldn't do it again because I could feel the fucker trying to crawl back out my throat.
Oh, no! I draw the line.
It was just instant. He just grabbed it. Just ate it.
If you don't chew it, it will get stuck in your throat and try and climb out. So I take that as personal.
They're trying to change. I agree with Joe. They're trying to change everything to the current narrative about lots of different ways people eat. But they're trying to get meat eaters specifically to the organic side. I can't eat any soy products whatsoever because it literally upsets my conditions that I've got. So if they
it tastes disgusting.
But it does taste disgusting. So, but yeah, I can't eat it. So basically, if they took away meat, I had an argument one day about these vegans doing this thing about all these cows and whatever in the town. So they were like poking a mic at people's faces. So I thought, let's have a go. She said, "What do you think about stopping all these animals from being slaughtered?" So I'll ask you a question first. Would you kill millions of animals around the world to stop them being used for human meat? We wouldn't kill an animal. So cows fart because they eat grass. So if you don't want farmers using them for food, but you want to stay in the fields and keep eating, they're still going to keep farting. Not only that, they're not going to get any vet treatment. They're going to get sick. They're going to end up in a lot of pain. So you call yourselves earth people looking after all the animals, and yet you want to see them in distress. So I'll eat my burgers, you eat your shit. And I walked off.
I don't eat grass, and I fart a lot.
It's a farce they've made up about the damage to the ozone layer being responsible for animals. It's an absolute lie. The biggest cause we have in this country for what's happening to the ozone layer is human beings. So they're going to wipe us out.
Who just disappeared?
There's nothing going on with the ozone layer. It's all made up. If you look into the geoengineering, they are spraying us, which is making our weather like we've never had storms like we had the other day. Poor old Greta Thunberg must be feeling a right bloody fool at the moment because
okay. Can you remember the winter and summer of 1976?
Yes, summer of 1976.
With the ladybirds everywhere.
I'm not as old as you lot.
Shut the fuck up.
I remember it distinctly because there was an aphid plague, you know, the little green things.
Yes.
Yeah, ladybirds. That's correct.
Princess,
I remember the hurricane.
Princess,
I remember
meet
the
yourself.
hurricane of '87, and I remember a winter as well, which there was about 3 foot of snow in Essex, and Thames froze. A lot of the
Yeah,
Thames.
that was 2010, Dan.
No, way before that, mate. I was
Before
a kid.
that.
Yeah,
in the 1960s, we had at least 5 foot snowfalls every winter, but it's warmed up over those years. Every year, 5 foot snowfalls.
So what's changed? We're not getting it now.
Right. So if you look at
that's what's changed.
Have you ever looked at the Arctic inspectors? There was an organisation that got a YouTube up. They go and take core samples of the Antarctic, South Pole, North Pole, etc. Right? They have discovered 20 years ago that the continent, the whole world, is changing. So every 1,000 to 2,000 years, there's a shift in patterns. So America is getting colder. We are getting hotter. So it changes.
We're still coming out of it. We're still coming out of an ice age, a 10,000-year-old ice age. We're still
it
coming
does
out
change.
of it.
But America's getting colder. They're having worse and worse snowfalls over there, killing thousands.
When the Romans were here in Britain, in whenever it was, 2,000 years ago, the south end of Britain was as warm as Ibiza.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why they were here. The weather.
My city is Exeter, and we were invaded between 42 and 45 AD when they came here, and they built a fort around the city. We were known as Isca Dominorum. That was the name of the town. So
grapes, vines have been found growing as far north as Newfoundland. When the Vikings discovered it, sorry, Christopher Columbus, you were second. When the Vikings discovered North America, or at least the North American continent, they called it Newfoundland. They called it Vineland because they found grapes growing as far north as Newfoundland in Canada. It's sun activity as well. Now, when the volcano Toba erupted around about 75,000 years ago, it released so much fucking ash, it fell around the planet, that global temperatures dropped. This is the strange thing about it. It killed off most human beings. It's rumored that we were bound to about 1,000 breeding pairs 1,000 years ago. And when the ash finally settled, it actually propagated and grew more fucking food. So those few human beings left alive and wandering around the planet at that time had even more food to eat.
I wouldn't mind being one of
more fertile land.
I wouldn't mind being one of 1,000 people left on the planet. I think it would probably do us good.
If you all look at the history, how many of you have checked how many volcanoes there were centuries ago? In Exeter, I'll give you an example. In the Persimmon times, the city we're built on is the crater of a volcano. Dartmoor, Haytor, and Holden is where the volcanic ash went up and built the hills. So we have red bricks here. I cost my friend about 8 drill bits. He was putting up my camera, and it wouldn't go through this red volcanic brick. And throughout the city, you can see houses built with the bricks made from the volcanic ash. It's tough as nails. But that's what Exeter is. But if you look across this country, if you research your own area, you will find Persimmon times around there. We had active volcanoes in this country.
Right, Joe. Sorry, Joe. I'll come straight to you. I do apologise. Sorry. EA audits, do us a favour. Just touch your chin with your right hand for me, just to make sure it is still you.
Still me.
All right. No. EA audits in the back here. He disappeared and he's come back. That's all.
Yeah,
sorry. Carry on what you were saying, Joe. I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
Okay, so we've only gone up 1 degree in 10,000 years. You know, like every 10 years they say, oh, right, okay, so the ice is melting, we're going to get flooded and this, that, and the other. Well, you've got to remember they've brought in geoengineering, okay? So they're seeding all the time. You see the planes up, they're doing noughts and crosses in the sky, and people aren't looking up. People aren't thinking. People are saying these are normal clouds. They're not normal clouds. They are not normal clouds.
No.
So you've got heart Aberystwyth, Aberystwyth. So I was out with my little granddaughter the other day, and I've told her all about this. So she says, Nana, the sun's out today. I said, yes, baby doll, the sun's out. Why is the sun out? She goes, because there's no clouds from the HARP factory. Okay, so the HARP factory are pumping out the clouds. They're doing geoengineering, which is contaminating. So nothing's organic anymore, because even if you eat grass-fed beef, grass-fed lamb, grass-fed chickens, or whatever, we're being attacked. We're being attacked by nanoparticles, barium, aluminium, etc., which is what they're spraying into the clouds. There is no climate change at all. I'm sorry, am I speaking?
No. Two things I need to say. First of all, you talk about a grandchild and you being a nana. You don't look old enough to be a nana. That's the first. Secondly, we have to say allegedly, because YouTube doesn't like, potential misinformation. So I'm just going to say allegedly to what you've said, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but for YouTube's purposes, I have to say allegedly, just to appease the people that have their finger on the button.
Absolutely, sorry, I didn't realise that.
No, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. Listen, I'll let people talk about anything they want, but sometimes I will need to say, and it is rare, but sometimes I need to say allegedly.
Yeah, you have to cut every single time I go on to that guy going on is it GB News that's going on about global warming. If you ever notice down before the description box or anything, there's that global warming, there's that great reset, there's all the different things. You have to caveat whatever you say with the word allegedly.
Yeah, and it doesn't mean that I disagree with you, by the way. It's just for the blue-haired fucking non-washing soap dodgers at YouTube that are trigger happy, shall we say? So yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Can I chat about what that guy was asking about environmental health stuff at the beginning of the phone call, Dan?
Of course you can. If you've got some information you want to share, absolutely 100%.
Right. Anyone that's listening, if you have a property, the environmental health services were sold to the councils. They are employees of the local council. So they will come to your house, do a report, and they'll say there's nothing wrong. So the way to do it is to go through the HSE, the Health and Safety Executive. Call them in as an independent to do any inspections on your property, get photographs of it, and basically look at it. And if they say there is a problem with asbestos, the HSE can force the council to do the work to get it removed. I don't know whether some of you remember the old council white tiles on the ceiling.
Polystyrene ones, yeah, they were a fire risk.
What about housing associations?
Yes, every housing associations, everybody. Okay. So from the 1985, they had to make sure that every property or building they ran, or what? Who wants to hurry me? Oh God, shit! No, sorry, Gary. I'm single. No, staying that way. God. So yes, it's basically a law. So don't use environmental health because they are absolute crap. Okay, they work for the council. They're no good to use. Use a separate organisation like the Health and Safety Executive. And then if you get any difficulties, they will fight your case for you. The asbestos white tiles that were up were a fire risk as well. So some properties have still got them. But what you do if you have a problem with
No, our friend earlier said that he'd been in touch with the HSE and they weren't interested. Because
they have to do it by law. They're actually employed. They're employed for that, so you can make a complaint to the chief.
The police are employed to enforce crime, but they're still corporate, aren't they?
Jana, yes, they can do. You can request compensation yourself. So under the Fitness for Human Habitations, right? Under the Fitness for Human Habitations Act 2019, you have every right under that act to get the council to check the property. All right. You take pictures, you write a note saying this is the problem. No, sorry.
Yeah, she's always film.
I never shut up. Sorry, Bob.
No, go on, carry on. That's interesting. But the thing I was thinking was, I made 3 stars requests, right? One,
EA, she was talking about the comment, which she said no.
Yes, I know that.
I know that. I'm just saying, like,
Offer of marriage not being accepted. That's great.
over the last 2 years, I've made like 3 SARS requests under the Freedom of Information, and not one of them has been successful. One of them was from my own statement.
Right.
And yet I've got a right to do that, apparently.
Yes, you do. You do have a right, but the only way to get subject access requests, the council have to give them to you. Any local authority or housing association, yes. The police, Dan will tell you, is sorry. So it's more difficult. It's very difficult to get the police to comply. And Dan knows that. We're trying to get stuff out. Yeah, usually they do rehome tenants until it's removed. Same as mold, all right? Everybody thinks mold is innocent in a house. It is not. It causes a lung condition called mycotoxicosis, which is very dangerous for children and adults, all right? The spores go up your nose and into your ears, your any open space. So they have to remove you until that property is brought up to the standard in accordance to the Fitness for Human Habitations Act.
And if you
Private
get the
landlords,
anti-mold spray, it will remove it, but it doesn't kill the spores. It comes
no,
back.
it doesn't. So don't try that. So essentially, Tina Word callers talk about local business, indoor market. Yes, private businesses are the same. So if you have a market that's leased to you by the council, or you have a room that's leased to you by the council, they also have the same duty of care to give you a clean and safe environment. That is able to, that's basically the law. So even if they do bring a property to you, like a business, if you set up a hairdresser's and you discover there's asbestos in there, you can insist it's removed the same way. Okay, there is still power to protect people in a public building. It has to be exact.
Right, Jana, I believe that well, it should be the council, but the HSE, they should be able to arrange an investigation to see whether or not there is asbestos there. They are under an obligation, as far as I'm aware, and Tina might correct me on this, as far as I'm aware, if you believe there is asbestos, they have to carry out an investigation to confirm whether there is or not, and they should send somebody up there.
They take samples. That's what they do. They take a sample and see whether or not, because from the 1980s to the 2000s, they were supposed to have removed it all from council buildings and council homes. And we know they haven't done that. There are millions of properties all over this country.
They still not removed the cladding from the equivalent of Grenfell Towers, even though the evidence was overwhelming with regard to an air cavity being behind the cladding, which formed the fire to move upwards. They've still not done it. There are people actually renting or even own their properties in high-rise buildings, and they're being devalued on account of the fact that the cladding has not been removed.
The responsibility for taking on board all of those from Grenfell Towers, whether you owned it or not, it was a fire. And I literally sent details to Sky News about people's rights for housing. They forced people to sleep on people's floors. Kensington and Chelsea Council totally should have been taken to court for neglect. They changed that cladding halfway through the build. That came out in the court case. Now, under the law, if there's an emergency, the council must accommodate you whether you're a priority or not. If it's a fire or a flood or an explosion, they have to give you accommodation. I accommodated a woman and a mother. A house next door caught fire, set theirs on fire. The daughter was old, 18, and cleans underpants. Basically, they turned around and said, "We're not accommodating." I said, "I'm putting them into a hotel." 2 weeks after I put this family in, the insurance kicked in and paid for the accommodation. What's that?
No, Jana, they should remove you. They should put you somewhere safe while they're dealing with it. I had a new kitchen last year. They had to come round, even though they've tested before, and I know they've tested before because I've seen the fucking holes in the wall that have been plastered over. They have to come round when they put a new kitchen. They have to come round and test again to make sure there's no asbestos. If there was asbestos, because I asked them when they were here, if there was asbestos, they would have to put me down as a priority to move me somewhere safe whilst the asbestos is dealt with. So I believe that remaining in your home whilst they remove asbestos, because whilst they remove it, it then becomes airborne, which means it can get into your lungs and cause you long-term asbestositis, whatever it's called.
Did you know that asbestos, you know, when you moved into a council house and you used to have the doppel ceiling? Did you ever get that? That actually contained asbestos.
Asbestos. Artex sealants, yes.
Right. I used to work for myself as a plasterer. And it's like, we want this removing. It's like, well, I can't touch it. You need to get in touch with the council. But we own our house. Yeah, but you bought it off the council and they installed it. So they need to come and remove it and bag it up and put polythene sheets up against your windows and wear sperm boots and masks and everything.
Nowadays, anybody removing it now has to have a special ticket, decontamination units on site, and keep everybody a certain distance away from it.
So,
right,
correct. Yes, I believe, yeah.
Guys, 1 second. Right, first of all, I'm going to deal with something, and then when Jo comes back, because I think Jo was wanted to say something a second ago, so we'll give her when she comes back. We'll give it over to her. Steve, please don't talk like that in the comments. Right, we're talking about all sorts of things. Okay, and we might get onto the fact that we're under invasion, which we have spoken about many times before. Okay, but at the moment we're talking about something else. So please. I'll ask you once, please don't be calling people cunts for talking about something that you don't want to talk about. Okay, if we're talking about something you don't like to listen to, then fine. Please move somewhere else. Go watch something else. It's absolutely fine. No issues with that at all. But I'm not going to have you calling people names like that because we're discussing something that somebody has asked in the comments. All right. So
I can't see the comments, by the way.
Yeah, Dan, I've just replied to sometimes you get overwhelmed with other issues. You just got to let it lie and just move on to something else. So it presses people in everyday life with regard to the macro things that are going on with regard to politics and shit.
I'm happy to talk about that. I'm happy to talk about that, Steve. But
some other time.
How about you come onto the panel and we move on to that subject? Or or rather than whilst we're in the middle of a conversation, put a comment in there and ask about it, and we'll move on to that at some point. But please do not sit there and call people cunts because we're talking about something that you might not want to talk about. All right, I'm being polite, I'm being nice to you. Okay, this is one and only warning I'm going to give you on that. All right, I'm not going to have you call people those names because of that.
Before you go to Jo, can I just finish off what I wanted to say about housing and moving when you got issues? The council, I don't know whether you.
Hang on, sorry, Tina, I will come straight to you. Jo, I did say to people a moment ago, because I saw you trying to say something a minute ago. I'm going to let Tina finish and we're going to come straight to you. Okay, so I'm sorry if you cut off a minute ago. We'll come straight to you after Tina, all right?
All right, thank you.
So if the council needs to move you to redo your house for whatever reason, they have to put you in similar accommodation. They're not allowed to use a bed and breakfast, all right? Most councils keep hidden and shut off numbers of houses, numbers of flats, numbers of bungalows. They're boarded up. So you must insist on the correct accommodation and they cannot move you out of your local area. So with these empty houses they've got, they can move you. I've done this for a number of clients since 2021. They've got them moved out because of mold, because of asbestos, moved them into a different place, similar in size, and they've been rehoused temporarily. So that's what you need to do. Back to you, Dan.
No, over to Jo.
Oh, Jo.
Yeah, no. I wasn't saying anything about that. I was saying there's two types of asbestos. There's the white one and there's the blue one. So some asbestos are dangerous they're making out.
Yes, some is inert and it's okay, and some of it is not.
Yeah. And they say you've got to bury it, but I believe they're saying you've got to bury it, so you've got to go and pay.
No, it's got to be disposed of officially at a waste site. They have special units to deal with it.
Yeah.
Even the roof of your shed, you want to get rid of it, it's got to be disposed of in there.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, when I used to work for a company, we used to drill into live pipelines, and some of them up in the northwest, particularly the one I remember was near Blackpool. The water mains were made of asbestos, the asbestos pipes, and there was about 3 inch thick. And once we drilled out the section of pipe that we needed to insert the stopper in, once we'd removed that, we were obliged to leave it on site for the main contractor to dispose of. We couldn't bring it, we couldn't transport it, because everything we did whilst we were cutting it, it was all under, it was all moist, it was all underwater. So there was no dust in the atmosphere. And as soon as we cut it out, we had to get rid of it and give it to the contractor, to the main contractor. It's horrible substance, but it was called the wonder substance in the 1950s, 60s.
Asbestos was. It was a good insulator.
Well,
That's why they built it houses full of it.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. I remember being at school using asbestos mats to put your Bunsen burner on.
Yeah.
You know, when you put the Bunsen burner on an asbestos mat.
Go on, Joe. You were saying something a second ago.
No. I was just saying a lot of people have suffered from asbestosis, but I'm not sure if it's the white asbestos or the blue asbestos. But one of them's safe, one of them isn't. But a lot of companies made a lot of money from when you removed asbestos. If you bought a house and it had an asbestos roof, you had to get it removed professionally. And a lot of companies made a lot of money out of disposing this asbestos for you, when it wasn't always necessary. It was the white one that was good or the blue one that was good. I can't remember, but I think there's two different types.
The HSE would check which particular asbestos you got. They take samples and they would do a survey on it, and they'll give you the results. And if it is the dangerous one, then it's down to the authority to get it removed.
Yeah.
So sometimes it gets a little bit rowdy on here, so sometimes people get spoken over. But this is why, if I see somebody trying to say something, no, it's fine, Jay. I'm just saying. So I do it myself sometimes. So please don't get the ump if you try and say something and hear you initially. I will always come back to you if I see you trying to say something.
I'm quite a placid person, and thank you for that. But I'm quite a placid person. I'm more than happy to listen to everybody. If I get spoken over, sit and wait me turn.
I know that people want to have their say, and sometimes, even me, sometimes I want to say something and people are talking, and I'm like,
I quite often break it song as well. I quite often break the song, and then everyone's like, do you know what I mean?
Bob, thank you, much appreciated. And yes, you're right. Well, I say you're right. We're talking about asbestos, and they're talking about depopulation. You know, yes, but listen, we can only talk about one subject at a time, though. This is the thing, and somebody's asking questions in the comments, and we're discussing that, and that we have to go. I can't cut people off because they've asked a question and say we're not talking to you because we want to talk about something else. You know, if we're in the middle of talking about something else, we need to finish the conversation before we move on to a different subject, if that makes sense. So I'm not trying to be rude to people or anything like that. I just think that if we're in the middle of a subject because somebody's asked a question, I think we need to answer. I think we have an obligation to answer that as best we can or respond to that before we move on.
Where do people think the biggest part of the asbestos is on their property in an older building?
Toilet. I think roof. Toilet stack.
Isn't it in their ceiling?
Anybody that is living in a property with artificial slates on the roof, they are made up of cement and asbestos. That's why you can't buy the proper composite slates anymore.
Can you remember the corrugated pieces that you could buy that most sheds and garages were roofed in?
Roofs, guttering, downpipes for your waste, downpipes for your water. There was more asbestos around the home in that lot than there was ever put in walls.
Yeah, it was the wonder material. It was the wonder stuff then. Back then, it was.
They always promote things they want to make money out of. That's the problem. It was a big money scam back then. So they kept on saying it's all safe and it's all safe. But when people started to get sick from it, they realised there was a problem. I mean, my roof was replaced 9 years ago. And I've now got German slates up there, which are flexible. They're really weird. So I've got German slates on the roof. So they're made of like a rubber compound. So because that was asbestos, because this house was built in 1912, the one that I'm in now. So they got rid of it all from my house. And the weirdest part was there was an asbestos board in behind my electric meter. That had to be taken out. And it was the toilet pipe going out in the bathroom. So that was all
Now,
we knew.
believe it or not, Teen, there are circumstances where they will leave it in.
They took mine out. So.
Yeah.
There are times when it's deemed dormant or inactive. Basically, it means it's not being disturbed. Asbestos only releases its dust when it's disturbed or when it's manufactured. If you're not disturbing it, then it will not release its dust.
Yeah.
Correct. That's right. And that's right. When I was cutting into it, and it was a water main, it was constantly damp, so there was no dust.
Yep.
Correct.
Yep.
Right. How do people feel about electric cars? Just to step it up one notch. How do people feel about electric cars?
I think they're a waste of money. Not a waste of money. Right. They're expensive to buy. That's number one. They want everybody to go electric. They're very expensive to buy. Number two, our city and other major cities are putting up these chargers, which are now 3 times the cost of charging your car at home. Sainsbury's supermarket near me has just done a massive car park for people to charge their cars. However, here's the con. It takes 4 hours. So you got to pay £12 for parking to use that charger and then pay 3 times the cost of what it costs to charge from your house. No, I don't think it's a good idea. I really don't.
Okay.
Do we not? Hang on, Patriot. I've just seen the buy me a coffee. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Sorry, guys. Just I want to.
So shall we talk about the mining of the minerals to make the batteries?
You can.
Cobalt.
I think we all know where the minerals are came, but they're dug out by hand by sub-Saharan Africans.
You can in a minute.
Slave-like conditions in order to make lithium-ion batteries.
In a minute.
Dan, hang on, Lothar. Johnny, not out, mate. I'm disabled. You're fucking paying for me as well. How do you feel now? Sorry.
I'm disabled. I'm disabled.
Me too. Me too.
Sorry, guys. The only reason I've just interrupted you is because Joe was trying to say something a second ago. And again, I know it's easy. It's easy when you get into a conversation. So I'd say the same to you, Joe. If you was talking over somebody else, I'd say the same to you. Somebody else is trying to talk. So I'm just, because you're relatively new to the channel as well, and I don't want you to feel that you're not wanting. And I appreciate.
No, but I'm going to get the teacher's pet badge, aren't I?
Oh, you're not. Unless you send me an apple. Send me an apple and I'll show it. And I'll go,
cars, but where is the electric coming from? What is fueling the electric?
Exactly.
Fossil fuels.
Yes, exactly.
Child labour and fossil fuels.
We don't have the grid. We don't have a grid in this country that's going to be able to cope with every vehicle being electric. We don't. There is no way it's going to happen. We have power cuts now. They can't even cope now. When there's a bit of wind, the power goes down.
I can remember the power cuts in 1977. I remember being sat in the front room and watching. I loved it because we had a blackout. I could watch in the dark. It was great.
That was nothing to do with the way that you actually generate electrical power. That was to do more with the political fucking things that were going on in 1977. I remember the winter of discontent. I remember that distinctly.
Yes. Yeah.
In terms of actually generating electrical power, Nick Clegg, the former Sheffield Hillsborough MP, was in a parliament with David Cameron. Said there's no point in building nuclear power stations. We can import it all from France. And besides, by the time they're built, we won't get the credit from it. Now, where's uranium mined in Western Africa? Have you seen what's going on in Western Africa recently?
Shocking.
Uranium is mined. So France is not going to get cheap uranium to sell us electrical power. Don't get me started on fucking air source and ground source heat pumps. I'm a fucking plumber. Trust me.
Oh, dear.
Well said, man. Well said.
I can remember the power cuts in the 60s and 70s because my parents ended up so bored they ended up having 10 kids.
Yeah. all of a sudden we're getting power cuts, right? Which we need to think, why are we getting power cuts now? And if you think about it, a few years ago they were saying everybody needs to get a smart meter because there's not enough electric. No. Now they're saying to people, go and buy an electric car. There's plenty of electric to go round. Okay, they wanted you to have a smart meter in your house that they could listen to you, obviously. And now we've got power cuts. I mean, I've got people in the village. I've been trying to tell them for 5 fucking years. This is the new world order. They're not listening, right? So now we're getting power cuts in the village, and we've never had them before. Okay, so why are we getting power cuts? Because they want to turn you off when they want to turn you off, and then they'll turn you back on. And these electric cars, I'll tell you what they'll do with the 15-minute cities, because we all know 15-minute cities are coming in, don't we? Right? Nobody answered me there. But anyway,
yes,
I agree.
Yes, they are. They are trying to do. They've done studies in like cities like Bath and Swindon and places like that, and they've tried it, and people are like, "Well, let me through the barrier. What happens if we go through the barrier? You get a fine. Well, give me the fine then." And they still won't let them drive through. What the fuck?
The objective is to prevent you from travelling. They want people to stay in their own area, okay? So if you work near London and you've got to get to London to do your work and you can't travel more than 15 minutes outside your actual city, how do you get to work? It's never going to work.
Exactly. That's right. So what's that about? So let me go through the barrier, let me pay the fine, but these green-haired hippies won't let them go through the barrier, and it's like, well, give me the fine, give me the ticket, give me the fine, let me go through the barrier, and they still won't let them.
Has any of you here experienced the LTN, low traffic networks, with bollards and flower beds yet?
No, I haven't. I've seen it online.
Right. Yeah. Well, we've got some in my city. The council planted them at night, so nobody knew they were going up. They've caused chaos in main traffic. They've pushed all the cars to the main traffic. It takes 2 hours to get into the city centre because of the traffic at 20 miles an hour, right? So the public complained. Only 300 people voted for it. 6,500 objected. February 24th. Ooh, no years. Yay. So February 24th, they're being removed because of the things that we've done. Oh, can I answer Jana there, Dan?
Just give me 1 second and you can. Crafts, listen, just ignore. You're not the only one that's disabled that's watching this, okay? And if somebody wants to have a dig at disabled people, that's fine. Listen, Roger, Tina, myself, and probably quite a few other people that are watching tonight are classed as disabled. And if somebody wants to have a dig at disabled people, just ignore it. Just don't reply. Just ignore and talk to other people. Okay. Personally, I think if somebody wants to call, I get this on Facebook quite a lot. I've got someone on Facebook called Fructus is Bad. And they love to slag me off on Facebook. We've been doing it all day today. And I laugh at the comments. I shouldn't reply to them at all, but I laugh at their comments. I give them a little laugh and I thought to myself, that whoever it is doesn't understand what it's like to have chronic fatigue. And most people don't understand what it's like because they have it, and thank God they'll never have it. Okay. I get called lazy, I get called a fucking grifter, I get called a ponce, I get called all sorts of things. And do you know what? Fuck it. We're going to get called that because people do not understand what it's like to be disabled unless they're fucking disabled themselves.
Right. Well said, Dan. Well said, Dan.
Well said. Yes, mate. Well said. It should be like a 747 straight over the top of your fucking head, like Sam's just done. Yeah, exactly.
Go on, Joe. Sorry.
Absolutely.
I'll come straight to you to answer Anna's question. 1 second. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. So, thank you. So, Dion obviously was in the forces. Served 20 years in the forces, and then 15 years as a mercenary over in Iraq and wherever, risking his life. But the whole time that he was in the forces, he was paying national insurance. So last year, and he's also classed as 40% deaf, and he is 40% deaf, which drives me fucking mad. Because I'll say, "Are you okay?" and he'll just reel off another sentence. Why are you asking me if I'm going? What am I going to say? And I said, "No." I said, "Are you okay?" He drives me fucking mad. Right? He never hears what I say. But also, last year he had, and he's not jabbed, he's not vaccinated, and one of his eyes turned this way, and the other eye was still straight, but it made him completely blind because he was walking into the walls in the house. He couldn't see where he was going. Okay, so he went to the doctors, and the doctors said, "Well, this might right itself. It might not. We don't know what's caused it, but anyway." So he went into the job. One of his friends took him into the job centre and said, "You can definitely get some sort of disability allowance or something for this because you can't work at the moment and you can't see where you're going, etc." So he went into the job centre and he said, "Right, okay, can I claim some disability allowance?" And they said, "No, you haven't paid enough national insurance." So my husband, who's now blind in one eye, he's not now because the eye has righted itself. But what I'm saying is, at the time, one of his eyes went this way and the other eye stayed this way, and he couldn't see and he couldn't work, but he could not claim a fucking penny. Not a penny.
Right. So
you make me feel bad about saying my joke earlier about that guy in the background with his one eye going to the shops and one eye looking at the
never feel sorry for making a joke about fucking crinkle.
The benefit they can claim, the benefit he can claim, Joe, the benefit he can claim is PIP. That is not based on national insurance contributions. That's based on what you've paid in the past, and it's a disability benefit. It's completely separate from the DWP. If you go on to universal credit, that's different. That's a different situation altogether. So if you put onto universal credit, they expect you to work, and he won't be able to. So he should put in an application form for personal independence payment. It's available online. There's a number you can contact. Ring them, and they will send the pack through. If you have any problems filling it in, Dan can get you my email address. Email me, and I'll take you through a Zoom call and help you fill it in with that client. All right? I'll help take you. I'm a disability advisor. Okay, I've been so for 40 years, so I'll make sure he gets his claim. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you.
She's helped a few people on the channel, and she's helped me as well. So
brilliant.
If you need anything, my email address is always in the description of every video. By all means, drop me an email, or even on Facebook. Drop me a message on there, and we can get you two connected if need be.
Yeah. The thing is with Dion, he's very proud, and he's never claimed a penny in his life. And he's like, he walked out of there and went, "Oh well." Do you know what I mean?
He literally gave himself to the government to allow him to be killed or maimed or whatever. Yeah, so he deserves everything he can get.
Is he getting a disability pension from the military because of his injuries?
He gets nothing.
You need to contact SAFA. SAFA will make sure that if he's entitled to a pension, even if he's under the age of 65, he's entitled to a disability pension from SAFA as well. Okay. All right. So that's the one organisation I work with. So I want to answer Jana's post there. Jana, I don't know your circumstances. They can't downsize you, but there may be a different way of doing this. If you have a secure tenancy prior to 2012, they cannot force you out of that property. So you do not to give them your keys. You can give them a copy of a key. If, however, you were housed after 2012, they're now called fixed term tenancies. You only get a 5-year term. If that's your case, then they can downsize you to a smaller property by law. This was introduced in 2012. I'm a secure tenant. They can't remove me. I asked for a bungalow. They said no. So I told them to fuck off. I'm staying here. So yeah, that's fine. But if it was before 2012, you're safe. They can't downsize you. If not, and it's after, you would have to downsize. I'm sorry to give you that advice, but that's where the new tenancy laws came in.
Short interjection, Dan, if I may. I've had my finger up. EA audits. I noticed that he was on the panel. His avatar was flashing furiously. I told him in the chat to check his sound settings. It was flashing. It's been flashing for the last 10 minutes and he's dropped out. If anybody's got his contact details, can you just say you were flashing, mate? Sorry, we couldn't hear you because he might have gone away pissed off.
Yeah, no, I think somebody said it in the comments anyway. To be honest, I think somebody told him in the comments that it was going. It may have been you, it may have been somebody else. But I'm sure he's okay. I'm sure he's okay. Listen, you know this channel by now. We don't, you know what I mean? We don't ignore people on purpose, and we don't, try and treat people like shit unless they start. Then we're happy.
It's true. It's true, Dan. Yes.
But,
can I say anyone in the panel, not the panel, the chat, who is having a go at disabled people? I worked for 40 years in civil service and government agencies to find out how they work. Okay, I've got loads of qualifications, and I never stopped working. I was born disabled with osteoporosis, okay, and many other conditions. Didn't stop me from working. I had a friend of mine who was blind. By a car accident that left blind. He worked as an accountant for 50 fucking years for the local council. So you take the piss out of disabled people and say we don't work, we do. So back the fuck off. Sorry.
Get in there, Tina. Good lads. Good on you. Nicely.
But look at the statistics, okay? Right. Then you get bedroom tax. Yes, I do. So fuck you too. Yeah. Basically, at the moment in government, right? Does anybody know the term NEETs? Not an educational training.
No.
NEETs, right? NEETs are those that are Gen Z under the age of 21. There are 1.7 million of them on JSA. They're not making them look for fucking work. They're not allowing. Also, 2 million people on income support whose kids are at school. They could get a part-time job. I had 2 jobs for nearly 30 years, daytime and nighttime, to keep my kids. So anybody that thinks that disabled people don't do shit.
Wait a minute, Tina. And the government wants conscripts.
But the government can tell me to work as much as they want. I'm on a pension.
We're going down a different path now, Jess. We're jumping all over the place, segueing, and we're talking around each other.
Joe was just going to say something. What the point I was trying to make was, they're all the generations below me, including my own, are all lightweights.
They don't want to work. They don't want to work.
Why have they been made that way?
Because it's how their parents raised them. Their parents have raised them that way in the new society we're in. Some of the parents are doing this deliberately.
I haven't. My son does his bit, and I fucking make sure he does.
But it's also the way the government have told us that we're not allowed to discipline our children. I'm not being funny, right? I used to get.
Oh no!
No! Listen, my mum and dad would belt me if I was a twat, right? They would. And do you know what? I don't go around belting people. I don't go around smacking my kids, and I never did when I was with them when they were younger. I never did that, right? But hang on, no, that's let me be honest, right? That is an absolute lie. Not an absolute lie. I did smack my kids once. Not all of them, but at the same time. But I did smack one of my kids once, right? But I believe, personally, that sitting them on a naughty step is not enough to teach them a fucking lesson. I think if a child goes to touch a hot iron or stick their hand in a hot fire or play with a fucking hob in the kitchen, I think they need a short, sharp shock, which is always going to be fucking less painful than scalding water or burning the skin off of their, the flesh off their hand.
Dan, all this is personal. All this is personal and anecdotal. You have to look broader. You have to look back through history on how things have changed. I'm with you 100% on that, because my wife has got polycystic ovaries. We've got a little lad. She spoils him fucking rotten. And it boils my piss. Look broader, look deeper, look over history, look how things have changed. We're all flitting around and jumping around, segueing off all here, there, and everywhere on different issues. Let's stick to one particular topic. Can we do that, please?
Sorry, I've had a bit to drink, so
so have I, as per usual. It helps.
If I find something wrong, if I did something wrong and the local Bobby had to speak to me, I would be more scared about going home because I know the local Bobby had beat me up and have a word with my parents. I'd be more scared of going home than actually speaking to the actual Bobby. And that's how it was when I was growing up.
Yeah.
Not like that.
Go on,
Not
Joe.
like that.
Go on. And then I'll come to you afterwards, Sean. Sorry, Joe. Go ahead.
No, I can't even remember what I was going to say. But I think when people were talking about benefits, what they want is everybody to be on benefits so that they control everybody's spending, etc. This is why we've got like club cards, like Tesco's club card. You can buy something in Tesco's and it's £25. Got a club card, it's £15, right? So everybody gets a club card. Well, let me just tell you. So I knew a bloke that was breeding dogs, and the HMRC got on to him because they said, right, you're using your Tesco's club card, but you're paying cash, right? Where are you getting the cash from? Because you're not taking it out of your bank. So that's what the club cards are about. Okay, so Sainsbury's, Nectar cards, all these
club cards are actually paying you to provide them with the data on what you're buying.
Exactly that. Exactly that. And how you're buying it. So if you are dealing in cash at the moment, you're going to get caught if you use your club card. Do you know what I mean? And also another thing is what they want is on benefits so that they can control them. And that's why they're saying in 2030 you'll be happy, but you'll own nothing.
This is why the benefits and WDP. Now, bear in mind, my missus does all this because she does payroll. She works with them every day. What they're doing in looking into people's bank accounts is to say, no, you can't buy that. You can't buy this. If you bought something that they don't think is appropriate, they will deduct that from your benefits and you won't be able to buy it.
Exactly that. And do you know what I do? I get in the queue now. I'll go in Tesco's and I'll get in the queue and I'll say to the person behind me, oh, have you got your club card? Would you like my points? And they go, oh, yes, please. So
Screws them right up.
I'm not going to be on rations. I'm not going to be on rations. I paid fucking cash, but they will be.
I've been saying this for ages, Joe, right? I've been saying this for ages. The government this is why COVID and everything else that happened with COVID, so many businesses collapsed because they want people to rely on the government. That way you are, you owe the government because the government are helping you by paying you, by paying for your rent, by paying for your food. And then they can switch it off. This is where the digital currency comes in. They can switch it off just like that if you buy too much meat in a week or if you spend maybe a couple of quid more than you should be able to afford. And that's what it's all about. It's about control, absolutely, as you say.
Yes, Brian. Daddy's state, nanny's state.
Yeah. And
the same with the smart meters and everything else. It's because they want to control it. If they can't do it financially, they'll do it physically like that.
Right, we need to come to Sean.
Sean.
To say something. Go ahead, Sean. If you can remember. Yeah, I thought you might have done. Sorry about that. This happens a lot on this channel. I forget what I'm talking about sometimes. And I'm the host. So
I was laughing at Jason and all his hand movements.
I laugh at him all the time with or without the hand movements.
He's voguing.
No. Big fish, little fish, cardboard box.
No, it's big box, big little box, cardboard fish.
You got someone else the other end of the room answering back in semaphore.
Yeah. Can I say thank you for your service, AD? He's put down the bottom about being a disabled vet who works 60 hours plus a week. As a truck driver, would love to have him come and have a chat with me about being disabled. And well done, mate. Thank you very much for your service, my friend. Thank you.
So it's served for the army, for numerous wars overseas that advance the interests of the fucking elites, whether they're regional or what should we say, global elites, and they're actually trying to convince us to go to war in a country that has no real legitimacy. I'm sorry if I think I'm in an echo chamber. I would love to be proved wrong, but Peter Richards on X on Twitter has been fucking brilliant recently. I put something on Reverend Simon Sideways Discord channel about it. Was talking about the legitimacy of the First World War. There were loads of fucking super rich families, all interrelated. Had a little dispute and millions of people died. It led to a Second World War where the same families carved up their interests in land grabs across Europe. It led to the rise of the Mustache Man, and that was perhaps a legitimate war. But ever since then, this is what we're getting back to. If you've got children and they're going to be possibly forcibly conscripted into fight for global elites wars, then all I could say is overfeed them, pop an eardrum, and say they're not fit for service. I've been on the L, Gary. Yeah, I've been on the L. Prove me. I don't know. I'm sorry, but I jump around all over the place. I mean, the working classes have been rolled over big time by these fucking elites for so fucking long. And I can't understand why more people aren't even waking up to it.
Loafer, I'd love to prove you wrong. I didn't listen to a word you just said then. I'm just being honest. I was looking at comments. I weren't listening. So
Dan, marry me. I'll divorce the wife. She doesn't listen to a word I say. I'll marry her tomorrow.
Look, you know me. I'll be honest. I don't give a fuck if people laugh at me. I'll be honest. You know what I mean?
Rob just walked off. He's got.
But people have to remember the lives that we have worked before we became disabled and before we went through that process, that we've always been working and paid our stamps. The misconception put out by government is that those on disability and low pension don't contribute. They have contributed all of their lives with taxes and national insurance. It is not a benefit. It's a saving scheme that we damn paid for with hard work.
And before I come to you, Jace, and I will come straight to you, I personally, I wish that I could work more.
Me too.
I genuinely do. That's not just me trying to make myself look good because I'm on fucking disability, right? I'm not. If there was a job that I could do that meant I could sleep when I needed to sleep and just work the hours that I'm awake, I would fucking do it. I would, right? However, there isn't nothing out there that allows for that. Okay. Now, when people have a dig at people for being on benefits, granted, I've worked since I was 17. Okay. There has been a period where I was unemployed. I burnt a pub down and I couldn't get, when I was working in the kitchen. I'd done £500,000 worth of damage. I couldn't get a job after that for a while. But, when I did get a job and I worked again, and I have done one since I've been up here in Liverpool. I've worked in kitchens, I've worked door-to-door sales, running through the streets, doing 10, 15 miles a day, knocking on people's doors, trying to raise money for charities, right? I think I've done my bit, but I wish I could have done more. I do feel at the moment that that claiming PIP and other benefits that I may or may not be on, I'm not going to go into that on here. I do wish that I could have contributed more. There are people out there that are job seekers, not disability, that have been signed off by doctors and whatnot. Like my doctor has told me that I can't work. It's not me that's gone to my doctor and said, "I'll do us a favor, just fucking sign that for me. There's 20 quid." Yeah, I haven't done that. My doctor has told me that I can't work because of my disabilities. Right?
My consultant give me a bollocking for going back to work.
Yeah,
trying to work.
Exactly. And your consultants, right? This is not me going, I'm going to pretend I can't do something, because you have to be fucking examined by a hospital. You have to have a consultant.
You do. Yeah.
Go through all of this stuff in order to get that. You can't just make shit up, right?
No, you can't.
Well, you can, but making shit up isn't enough to get those benefits. You have to have some kind of proof or evidence from a doctor or a consultant or a hospital, right? But I wish that I've done more. I wish I could still work. I wish I could have worked. I wish I could work now. I hope I can work in the future, right? because trust me, when you're getting benefits as somebody who has worked most of their life, it is fucking horrible. Okay, it is absolutely horrible because you have to then count every fucking penny. Okay, you're completely reliant on the government. Okay, you can't buy the things that you want. When you save money up to buy something, you get questioned about why you've got X amount of money in your account. I can't move because of this. I want to move, and I've been trying to move for years. I can't move from Liverpool back to Essex because I'm only allowed £6,000 in my bank account because I'm on benefits. Okay, and everybody's asking for more. They're asking for a year's worth of rent in order to move down there. That's £12,000 plus. It means I'm fucked. I'm stuck. I cannot afford to move because I'm on benefits. But I need to move because my kids down south, my parents are down south, my kids need me, and my fucking parents. I need my parents, especially now they're not well.
We're down south.
Yes, you are, and we went through close to you, me and Roger here. We went.
I'm actually south. I'm actually the real south, down in Devon. That's south.
But
well, yeah, definitely. We're not far from Devon.
But when people start taking a piss and having a dig, you know, I don't get upset with it. It can piss me off occasionally. I will be honest. It can piss me off occasionally, but I don't generally get upset. Just in terms of you fuck all. You know, fuck all. Okay, you may never have been on benefits. Thankfully, you may never have been on benefits, and that's a great thing. Never to have to rely on that. But the reason you pay these things to the government is so that if you do find yourself in a situation where you can't work, you can claim. And therefore, you should never be ashamed of claiming, okay, if you need to. I think the people that are on job seekers allowance is the worst, okay, because people will go for a job interview and they'll sit there in their shitty fucking tracksuits, just go, "What, you want me to fucking work here, do you?" And they're not going to hire them. They're not going to hire them. They're going to go, and you continue claiming benefits. That's bollocks.
Dan, I've just looked at the time. Have you got to do your searches tonight?
No, it's all right. I'm not going to bother.
All right, mate. Yeah, I was just checking. That was all.
No, it's fine. It's cool. Thank you, but I'm not going to bother tonight. But you have people that will purposely fuck up their opportunities to work to be on benefits. But then you have people who absolutely rely on benefits in order to fucking survive. Okay. Yeah. And that is what pisses me off when people have a go at people that need the benefit to survive, not because they want to, not because they've got some fucking drug dealing business on the side or whatever. Okay. And they get a bit of extra cash from JSA. None of that shit. Right. People that actually need the money from the government that they've paid in whilst they've been working in order to survive, feed themselves, feed their kids, pay their rent, whatever. Okay, that's what pisses me off. And there's a lot of people out there that don't realise. I wish I never had to be on benefits. I genuinely wish I never had to be on benefits because I'm fucking under the control of the government. Like that, they can fuck me up. Okay, every week, every fortnight, sorry, it's like, am I going to get it? Am I not? And that's how it is for people on benefits. You never know.
Jesus.
When you're working, you know you're getting paid every fucking week. So that's
but right, Dan.
Go on.
On the other end of that, I am working. I have worked since I was 16 years old. I spent 9 months on the dole, claiming whatever it was back then, job seekers allowance or whatever it was. Now I pay £30 a week into my pension, and I got a report from my pension, and when I take my pension, when I'm
we can't hear you. You've gone. I can't hear you. We heard when I take my pension, then it went quiet.
There was a bit of a squeal on it first.
Yeah.
It sounded like a budgie.
Are you Muslim?
Can I answer that message there, Dan?
Yeah, go ahead. While we're waiting for...
This is a message for June. You've been waiting 14 months for your personal independence payment for a tribunal date. It is a disgrace, but you have to remember we were shut down for 2 years because of COVID. All right, there was a massive backlog on independent payment claims going through. But the best place you can be is the tribunal. The tribunal is not the DWP. There's a judge, a health specialist, and a doctor. Okay, and they will listen to what you have to say. Okay, they don't listen to what the DWP. That's beside the point. I have gone to many tier appeals. I think I've done around 2,000 around my lifetime, and I've only ever lost 2. So because I fight them. So yeah, don't listen to what they say. So, and I will go all the way. But yes, I know it's a long time to wait, hun, but it is because of COVID that we're in this state we're in.
I had to wait. Joe, I'll come straight to you. I had to wait 2 years for some stuff that I was dealing with. My initial claim for disability, I had to wait 2 years. But once I got it, I got that backdated, which is the only reason why I've got money in my bank nowadays. A lot of people don't. A lot of people will get their benefits straight at the beginning, and they're living hand to mouth. I was very, very lucky in the sense that I got a backdated amount of PIP. And if I can't remember if that's what you're talking about, you could get a backdated amount, which is going to help you out.
Yeah, you will.
I was very lucky to get 2 years worth of PIP backdated, which is the only I've got money in my bank. Otherwise, I would be screwed.
The longest one I've ever seen go back, Dan, is 3 years. I got one who had their mobility car removed because somebody said they were driving to a shop. And they were also seeing them dancing in their front room when you couldn't see through their front room because there was a 10-foot tree in front of it. So it was reported as fraud. So I had to take the pictures in and take on the DWP. And the DWP lied to the actual tier appeal. Oh, no. They took out 3 particular pages of where this woman was accused of fraud. But when I got my copy, which I demanded from the DWP, they put the 3 pages in that were missing. So I sent it to the judge. And we won the case. Back 3 years, backdated.
Tina, Jana is asking for your email address. Now, you're a mod. If you want to throw it in the chat,
I'm not a mod, no.
Yeah,
But
I think I might have done it wrong. I've done Tina with an exclamation mark. It might be exclamation mark Tina. Lost Souls will sort that out for me because she's such a wonderful girl.
But fucking dating site, you fucking sad bastard.
Hang on, right, listen, I've got AD in the back here. AD, do us a favour, just touch your head with your right hand for me, please, fella. Thank you very much. Joe, you was going to say something a moment ago. Please feel free to carry on while I bring AD up.
I was just going to touch on what Tina said. So, can they claim compensation because they didn't get their payment through COVID when COVID was a scam? They've never isolated a case of COVID. So COVID was a scam. So because they didn't get their payment.
Careful.
Oh,
right.
Sorry.
So what was that question again, Joe? Sorry.
No, I don't think I can ask it again.
No, you can ask it.
Just choose your words very carefully.
If you need to say allegedly before something, by all means, you can still say what you want to say, but just use the allegedly.
In my opinion, although it has been researched and it has, oh God, I don't know how to do this now.
Right, allegedly, it's not been isolated.
Allegedly, thank you. Allegedly, there's been no isolated case of COVID. Okay, so allegedly, they've never isolated a case of COVID. So, can she claim for compensation for them so-called being a case of COVID and her not being able to get her payments?
Yes, she could. Yeah.
Okay. Thank God for that.
With the right legal team there, like a solicitor, or maybe go to somewhere, basically a free legal aid service. There are medical groups taking on those particular cases across the country. I can't give you an example of any one, but there are these are they don't ask for money up front. They will claim at the end of it. So that's something you could look into.
Right. Okay. Thank
you. Guys, Johnny Powell, listen, mate, I've already said it once this evening, right? I don't want people fucking digging at people, right? You are personally targeting somebody now, which is why you've been timed out, right? You've been in this chat many, many times, okay? And we've never really had an issue with you. Please wind it in, mate, okay? Yes, you're working, and yes, your taxes go to help people who can't work. Let's save that shit. Let's save that anger for the people who don't want to work, not the people who can't work. Yeah?
I agree,
Let's
Dan.
not
Yes,
people.
I can't see comments. I can't see the comments. Otherwise, you get fucking blasted.
It was
Roger, help me on that.
That's the only reason I've come on.
I'm watching, mate. I'm watching. Don't you worry.
The only
I'm not
I
having
can't
people.
see the comments.
I'm not having people fucking dig at people because they can't work. If we got somebody on here who's a job seeker, let's just say we got some fucking jock on here, right? He's on job seeker.
Listen, can I say this before I go? Because I'll go in a minute.
Go on, Joe. Yeah, go, Joe.
Can I just say this? Sadly, the taxes aren't going to people in the country that need the taxes. All our taxes are being sent abroad to Ukraine. Yeah. We have no choice in that. So we've got an unelected government that are sending our taxes that people have worked fucking hard for, right? They're sending them to Ukraine or wherever they're sending them, right? You make your own minds up. But when have we been asked about this? Have we ever been given the choice? No, we haven't. So
I've been asking these questions in my videos for the last 3 years, Joe. I report on this shit every day on my videos during the week.
Yeah.
And a lot more than what most people see as well.
We know the majority of money from this country. Look, they're sending billions of pounds to Ukraine, right? They're sending billions of pounds. Okay, they've sent billions of pounds to. Didn't they send money to India and then they used it on their fucking space program? For fuck's sake, do you know what I mean? Yeah. We're sending money to people that don't fucking need it. Okay, and there are people in this country, who are suffering, who need fucking help, who need support. In absolutely fuck all. Excuse my language, Joe. You haven't heard me talk like this, I don't think, before.
I have sense to your language.
It's about what the government can do to have a worldwide approach rather than a local approach. Okay, so instead of taking care of their own country and taking care of its citizens, they invest money abroad to get deals. That's what it's done for. It's all about the money. Follow the money.
You've only got to look. I don't know if any of you follow Chris Johnson that's down in Dover every day, and we're getting 1,000 immigrants in a day. 1,000 immigrants, and that's only the ones that are coming over to Dover. There's some coming over in ISO containers. There's some coming over in aeroplanes, etc., etc. And we're paying for them. We are paying for them. So you've got a vet, like I've got a vet here, like I've explained to you tonight. I've got a vet here that got a no guilty verdict in the court, was let out, had nothing. But you've got immigrants coming over over 1,000 a day, and they're giving 5-star hotels. They haven't got to pay for their meals. Their washing gets actually done for them, and it's folded and put back on the bed. Okay, they've got a roof over their head. What the fuck? What the fuck? Why aren't we rising up? Why aren't we rising up? And
because
actually,
most people are scared.
Because we're in a circle of confirmation bias, and most people are not having this conversation. I have this sort of conversation with my wife. She calls me a fucking bigot. While she goes back to her EastEnders, Emmerdale, Coronation Street, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here.
Wow.
And all that shit, she gets fed by the mainstream media. She calls me a bigot. She calls me a racist. She calls me all sorts of names. And that's my own wife.
Loafer, you're a far-right, bigoted Nazi. Simple as, right? We all are. We all are because we do not accept the fact that
most people are not having these conversations.
Hang on, Loafer. Shut up, Loafer, for fuck's sake, will you? Sorry. For those in the chat going on about why aren't we rising up, simply because if you watch my videos, they have split this country up into so many fractions. Now, we are the majority, but you look how far they fractionalized us. We won't stand together because everybody wants something different. And until we stand together, fuck all will change.
Roger, we're the minority as white British people, okay? That's all that makes us a majority at the moment, okay? But yet white British people are broken down into LGBT. They're broken down into feminists. They're broken down into multiple different factions that all they do is fight and bitch with each other, rather than saying, actually, none of us want to be treated like this. Let's all fucking stand up for the one thing that we all deserve, and that is to be treated with some fucking respect from the people that we elect into government.
They've split up. You've got, how can I put this? They've split up, let's say, the Coloured Brigade, you've got them. You've got the Eastern Brigade, you've got them. And I'm just using colours as an example. You've got the Brown Brigade, you've got them. Every single one of those minorities stands together as a group. Whites are the only ones that have split up even further. And until we overcome that, nothing will fucking change in this country.
No. Who's done that? Roger, who's done that? Who's done that?
That's a bit of a deep dive, Jess, but Roger, I'm with you 100%. It's obvious that ordinarily Indigenous working class people, working class communities have been disenfranchised by the tiptoe creep of globalism. All the jobs have been sent overseas or automated. Other people have been brought into country to keep up the GDP. Obviously, there will be lines of allegiance between disparate groups depending on what religion they are, what colour, ethnicity, or ethnic group they are, or part of whereabouts in the world they come from. And it's all been stirred up. This shit shows have all been stirred up. Call me a tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist. It's all been stirred up on purpose to keep people fighting amongst each other while the elites keep going to the fucking bank. Roger, I love you and I want to have your babies. Call me Loretta.
And everything they've bought in, it's been done very slowly in very small increments, so everybody accepts it as the norm. They haven't just dumped it all on us at once. When you put the jigsaw together, you see the whole picture.
Right, sorry guys, I need to say something here. I need to just respond if I can find the comment, and I can't. Jana, you say thank you. We receive bullying and false allegations / statements in chat. I've been told not allowed to question it or rightly defend ourselves. I know I'm not wanted. Sad. Listen, it's not about that. Okay, what the issue that I think that the moderators have is that there comes a point where you've got to ignore people. If somebody wants to keep fucking slagging you off or digging at you, there comes a point, where you just got. If you don't just say, "Oh fuck you," and concentrate on everything else but them, then that's going to affect you. That's mentally and physically that's going to have an effect on you.
Yeah.
We have to say at some point, "Oh, who gives a shit what you say?" So if somebody's constantly if somebody is targeting you directly, one of the moderators will deal with that. But there has to be more than one or two occasions when they're doing that for the moderators to step in, just like it is with the law. When it comes to harassment, there has to be 2 or 3 separate occasions. And I ask my moderators to deal with things in the same way. If somebody is personally directing things at an individual, the moderators will deal with it, okay, if they see it. Sometimes we don't, granted. But there has to be a point where we ourselves turn around and say, "Do you know what, this person's being an absolute dickhead. I'm not going to let them piss me off anymore," and ignore it. I'm not digging at you at all, okay? So don't take this as a dig. I'm just trying to say that there comes a point where we, as individuals, have to say, "Who gives a fuck what that idiot's got to say?" and ignore it. Do you know what I mean? If we don't know
that quite often.
Well, I don't. Fuck.
So I'm not trying to have a dig at anybody. I'm not trying to have a dig at you, Jana, but I'm just trying to explain to everybody that might be watching at the moment. There comes a point where we ourselves have to make a choice. We either allow something to piss us off, or we say, "Do you know what, fuck you," and we ignore it and move on with something that we do agree with, or that can make us laugh, or that we do get involved in a conversation with. You see what I'm saying? One sec, Jace. Occasionally, moderators will say to people, "Look, give it up, ignore it," and that's generally if they think that what's being said doesn't warrant being kicked off the channel. So somebody might be having a go at you about potential disability. Like I get it on Facebook. I've got one idiot on Facebook who fucking has a go at me all the fucking time. all the time called fructus is bad. I mentioned this earlier, right? I won't ban them. I'll let them carry on. And do you know why I let them carry on? Because it's funny.
So, Jana, your comment in there just now, have you actually listened to what Pat just said?
Joe, I've put my email address for you in the StreamYard notes.
Nobody is allowing people to threaten. I've not seen any threats. Okay, I've seen people. I've seen people bitch at people for being on benefits. I've seen that. I'm on benefits, but I have to let that shit go because I expect that from people. Do you know what I mean? We have to fucking grow a backbone and say, fuck you. Who cares what you've got to say?
Right.
You know what I
But
mean?
we choose to put ourselves on your channel in the public domain. If somebody wants to have a go, then that's up to them. They're sadder than us because they're not prepared to put the face on your channel.
Jason, as I've said before, and I'll say it again, right? If somebody targets somebody specifically, okay, if they target them specifically in something that could be seen as harassment, my moderators will deal with that. If they say generically people on disabilities, for example, are fucking ponces and wankers and whatever, I've got to let that go. I cannot just kick somebody off for saying something like, I'll respond, or other people will respond to it. But we have to allow that free speech. Do you know what I mean? But if somebody somebody came on and said, Jace, you're this, you're that, you're the other, and then you said, and then they came on and said, Jace, you're this, you're that, you're the other, then a moderator would deal with it because it's targeted. You might not care, but my mods will deal with that because it is then targeted. Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm just going to say, I'm going to leave now. I've got loads to do tomorrow. It's been great talking to everybody today.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Joe.
No, thank you for having me on. And Dion's gone to bed.
More than welcome, Joe.
Got loads tomorrow. We need to get this vet all his belongings back, and then we need to get on to the housing, etc. So I've got a lot to do.
Let me know if you need any help, Joe, okay?
I will do. Thank you so much. I definitely do.
Dan,
thank you.
Joe, you're more than welcome, Joe. Absolutely. Thank
Joe,
you.
before you leave, Joe, Dan, you remember when you had the competition and you asked everybody questions and I won?
Yes.
Right.
You know what? She received the money.
Give it. Donate it to Joe, please.
It was.
We did. We did. That's where it all went, mate.
Yeah.
Oh, Roger, thank you. Dan, thank you. Joe, absolutely brilliant.
Thank you.
Joe, it might take a few days before we get to do that, but it will always. It's always gone. It's always gone to them.
Always.
I assure you of that. I would never get Joe up here otherwise.
Thank you.
Nice one.
God bless you all. You're all absolutely amazing, and I can't wait to get on next week.
No worries.
Yeah.
No worries. So thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. It's lovely to see you. Say hello to them for me.
I will do. Thank you so much. Lots of love.
Take care.
Good night.
Bye.
Are you AD? You've been sat there for a while. I do apologise, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. Yeah, I was laid in bed, obviously watching it.
Good to see you again.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Yeah, I was laid in bed, obviously watching it, and then people going on about being disabled and all that crap.
Yeah, by all means, listen, if you've got something to add, please feel free, my friend.
Well, obviously I've got a few things to add. Obviously, I'm going to cover some numbers up, but as you can see there, HM Forces this veteran. I'm also a disabled veteran, so if you want to come and have a chat and take the piss out of someone being disabled, come and have a chat with me.
Do you know what though? Do you know the thing is, AD, right? It's more likely that people will respect veterans who are disabled than it is general members of the public. This is an issue. You know, this is an issue. I would, right? I think to myself, do you know what? There's people that have been to war that have got PTSD and are now unable to work because of that, or they've lost limbs and are unable to work for that. I look at myself in the mirror, and I've said this to Roger, I've said this to Lost Files Paranormal. I look in a fucking mirror and I look at myself and I think, there doesn't look like there's anything fucking wrong with me. Now, I know that some illnesses are unseen. Some illnesses cannot be seen. Right? I understand that some disabilities cannot be seen. I do understand that. But when I look in the mirror, I think to myself, there doesn't look like there's fuck all wrong with me. I shouldn't be in this situation. You know what I mean? This is having strokes. This isn't from seeing people fucking killed or being, losing limbs, for fuck's sake. So I feel bad that I have to claim fucking benefits because of my situation, when there are people out there who genuinely have been to war, who have lost limbs, all that kind of stuff, who I can absolutely understand need to be on some kind of disability.
Can I just say something, Dan, right? People who have to be on disability should not look down on themselves whatsoever. You're on it for a reason. You need help, you're getting help. Now, all these young kids, 21-year-olds who are sat on there getting job seekers, then, get them out sweeping the streets or something.
They don't want to because it upsets them, AD. There's 1.7.
I don't give a flying fuck.
I know, I don't either. But they don't seem to want to. You've got young people.
If it upsets them, give them a tissue, dry their eyes, carry on snowflake.
and that's exactly how the government needs to be. 1 second, Jace, I'll come to you.
I'm a disabled veteran, yet I work 60 hours a week driving a truck, delivering frozen food and everything you need to put into a shop.
Yeah.
So, end of the day, get over it. You don't want to do it. It's tough.
But again, this is that's how I feel. I think to myself, I am, I physically can't, although I can feel the disability, I can't see it. And my mind, I said this to Roger, did I not say this to you the other day? Because my mind cannot conceive, when I look in the mirror, my mind is like, but you don't look disabled. Even though my body tells me that I am, my mind tells me that that I shouldn't be. And that's an issue that I have. That's a personal issue.
You think about what it was like for me up until 4 years ago. I was still fit enough to be able to throw myself down a mountain at 40 miles an hour on a bike and get up at the other end. Now I can't get my leg over a bike. That's how quick it's hit me.
People like you.
Sorry, Rog. Sorry, man. You know I'll take the
I was thinking that.
People like you genuinely need it.
Can I just say,
you're getting help.
Can I just say, I work in a foundry. It's a really horrible, dangerous job. And all of my wards, my 3 lads who work under me are all early 20s. And do you know what? They fucking graft. They absolutely fucking... Do you know why they graft? Because I've taught them how. Because if they do something wrong, they've got me to fucking deal with. Otherwise, you either deal with me or you've got management to deal with. Otherwise, accept your bollocking, get on with your fucking job, or fuck off. It's simple as that.
Jace, when I was doing door-to-door sales, right, I would phone my boss and say, I can't come in today because I've got X, Y, Z. And he would be, well, take this, take that, take the other, and get your ass in. I had people that were working, that I had hired personally, that were working for me, for the company, who phoned me up and said things like, my uncle's died or my nan's died. And it was a case of, okay, do you think your nan would want you to lose out? Yeah, just because she's died? Of course they fucking wouldn't. Get your ass to work, right? I was an absolute wanker doing that, right? But I understand it. And you know what? If it wasn't for that particular boss, I never had a boss like it. If it wasn't for that particular boss, I wouldn't understand that there is very few things that actually stop you going to work. Okay? Very few things that actually stop you going to work. Okay? People dying, unless it's your mum or dad, that's slightly different, or your brother or sister. God forbid, that's slightly different, right? But
the new starter didn't come to work because he had to babysit his dog. I'm like, mate, fuck off.
Yeah.
Mine didn't smack you up the arse as you shut it on the fucking way out. This is a man's fucking job. If you can't man up, fuck off.
See,
Yeah.
we had a driver last week.
That's how it works.
A driver last week where I work, he fell off a tail lift and broke his arm. And he was telling me all about it. You know, he had to have time off work because he broke his arm. And I said, well, God issued you 2 arms. So
Yeah.
did you break both of them? And he said, no, I've broken one. Says we still got 1 arm then, get into work.
You can still do your job
Well,
with
so-
one. Exactly.
Trucks are automatic.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
So it can turn the wheel and do the
Well, right. I live down south. I live in Southampton, so we don't use indicators down here.
Well, I drive a BMW, so I don't use them anyway. Apparently.
You should.
You're not a BMW wanker, are you? You're not a BMW wanker, are you?
No.
Right.
Whenever I put the indicators on, I often think the people behind me are going, "Fucking hell, a BMW that can use indicators."
I just want to respond to Barking Mad there. Losing any family member is hard. Make it clear that I'm not heartless. Okay, I'm not heartless. I understand that it can be difficult, right? I've lost a sister. I never had that much contact with my sister. In fact, I didn't know her until I was in my early 20s because I was adopted. Okay, and I met her I knew her for a year, almost 12 months to the day, and she killed herself. Not because of me. Let me just add that, right? But she killed herself. Listen, we got to laugh, haven't we? Fuck's sake. But she killed herself. She took a methadone overdose. She killed herself. She collapsed in her bathroom, smashed all the back of her head in on a radiator. And she had 3 children under the age of 3 in the house for 3 days before one of them managed to get out of the house. Okay, with her dead body in the bathroom. Okay, I get it that it is difficult losing family members. However, there ain't nobody. If I died, I would not want my kids to be affected in a way where they can't afford to pay their rent, they can't afford to buy food, they get fucking sacked. I wouldn't want any of that for any of my fucking children. If I died, I'd want them to go to work and carry on as best that they possibly can. Okay. Plus, you're not sitting there dwelling on stuff. You're going to work. And I mean, I was doing door-to-door sales. I had to be fucking happy on doorsteps. Yeah, I had to be, hi, how you doing? Yeah, let's get some money off you to sponsor some fucking.
Do you want to buy this? Do you want to buy this? You are buying this. You are buying this.
Well, yeah. Can you imagine that when somebody's just died in a family? I had to do that.
Yeah.
I understand that it's difficult. I do, and I'm not knocking that. But there is not a single person in the world who, if they died, would want their family to sit there moping about and being pissed off and losing out because of it. There's not a single person in this fucking planet that would ever want that for their loved ones. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you shouldn't feel bad, because it's going to happen. You're going to feel fucking bad. But sitting there dwelling on it is the worst fucking thing that you can do.
See, I've said to my partner that when I die, to chuck my body over the fence, ring up council, tell them she's found a body at the bottom of the garden, and carry on.
Get a free burial. No,
exactly.
What I say is that burn me, scatter me in the woods. So in like 2060, when the Islamists take over, they can't desecrate my grave. So fuck them.
Oh, I'll desecrate your grave anyway. Don't worry about
that. Today's generation of parents, though, are teaching their children the wrong things. They're teaching them, oh, you don't have to go to work if you don't like it. All that kind of crap. All right. So I used to run a senior attendance centre for young offenders aged 18 to 24. I was working 2 jobs. They used to come to my centre on a Saturday as punishment from the probation service and from the courts. The first thing we talked about was getting a job. They had to do a job search online and apply for interviews. I got them lessons if they weren't educated. I got them into drug rehabilitation. All those kind of things we got provided outside of our work. right? But I made it clear, if I'm working 2 jobs and I'm disabled, you get off your lazy bloody ass and you go get a job, or by the end of the 6 months of your time with me, you're working at fucking McDonald's, and I don't care.
No. You pay your own food. You pay for your own food, and you pay me half the fucking rent. Half the rent, half the bills. It's as simple, or a percentage of the bills and the rent and everything. And that's how I set it out. You need to be doing this. You need to be doing that.
I've never had anyone pay half of my fucking bills.
No.
Yeah. But with my children, I did the same when they started to get a little bit like bullish about paying towards the property at home that we had together, my son and my daughter. Right, I said, it's about time you got a flat. So I went looking for a flat for my son when he was 21, paid the first month's rent, first deposit, boxed all his shit up, said, there you go, now you're paying your own. And when my daughter got her flat, I kitted it out with all the stuff she needed. There you go, now you're on your own. That's it. You don't want to abide by my rules? Go.
Right, artology. Let me just say artology. There is nothing in the highway code or the law that says you can't drive with one hand. And I've looked this up because I struggle with the strength in my left arm. So I have looked this up. Okay, there is nothing in the highway code. All it says is you must be in control of your vehicle, and providing you don't let the steering wheel slide through your hand, then you are absolutely able to drive with one arm. Or one leg if you're driving an automatic, you can do that.
So, risk. How does my mate ride his bloody motorbike with one arm? Uninsured.
I've looked into this. Trust me, I've looked into this. Okay, there is nothing in the law or the highway code that says you can't drive with one hand. The only thing it says is you must be in control of your vehicle. And when it comes to driving lessons or driving tests, as long as you don't let the wheel slip between your fingers. So if you go hard left, you go left hand down and then let the wheel straighten itself rather than you straighten it, then that is a big problem. But if you can control the wheel with one hand, no issues whatsoever. So there shouldn't be there should not be any situation when it comes to insurance being void for having a broken limb.
No, because
unless you can prove that to me, and I'm not saying you're wrong, I'm just saying that as far as I'm aware, that is the situation. If you can prove to me different, I will eat my words. But that is as far as I know, and I've looked recently. Highway code and everything else says that you are able to drive with one hand, providing you're in control of your vehicle. Sorry, Jason and Tina, I just overspoke both of you then.
I want to just explain, a friend of mine, her father lost his arm and he had a prosthetic put in, and they developed a steering wheel form for him to continue his taxi driving 40 years ago by putting a special connection for his fake hand to grip hold, and they was using 2 hands, and he got pulled over quite a bit by the coppers for that. You've only got one arm. So, and it's like, no, I've got 2, but this one's not mine. So yeah, they tried to say it was illegal, but it wasn't.
Take my strong hand. Take my strong hand.
I don't know how much you know about trucks.
Sorry.
Don't know how much you know about trucks, but in the trucks they have a thing called a sissy bar.
What's that?
It's a little ball on the steering wheel.
Oh right, okay.
Where you can spin it round, and you don't have to let go of the steering wheel.
Yeah, exactly.
Like on a fork truck.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you've also got.
When I lived in Castleford, my ex-door neighbour, he were an paramedic. He dived into a pool, hit his head on the bottom, paralysed himself.
Hello.
Hello, paralysed himself, and he was when he was 6'3". I never saw him so up because he was always in a wheelchair. And he used to have the best fucking cars you wouldn't fucking believe. Ford Granadas, fucking all sorts. And he used to have like a lever that was always automatic, and it was accelerator, brake. And that's the way it worked, by the way it levered. And it could just do that and he like the coppers would pull him over and go like, "Look, I'm really pleased you've pulled me over because I need to change my piss bag." I'm sick of fucking pissing myself.
There was
So
a big scam going on a few years back, because when you adapt a vehicle for a disabled driver, when they're new, you don't have to pay as much tax on them if you're supplying them as a disabled vehicle.
Right.
And what they were doing was fitting those knobs to the steering wheel to Executive Motors, classing them as a disabled car, so they didn't have to pay the tax on them.
Yeah,
they could do so much now. If you lose your legs now, they put all the controls onto the steering wheel with paddles that you touch.
You can have brakes.
That's right. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah.
Like I say, he used to have a lever that operated the accelerator and the brake. It was his son actually. I think his son actually made it for him. I'm not sure, but what a guy he was! Absolutely, brilliant.
I'm sure the only time it becomes a problem with the insurance is if you do not explain to the insurance that you need to drive.
It's disabled adapted. Yeah.
So if you have an accident, if you've got a limb missing, anything like that, providing the insurance knows your insurance is valid. So it can't make the insurance.
There is usually a question on there: do you have any disabilities? And they will take into account mental disabilities as well. Now.
They do.
Yes, they do. Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
They take into account the fact that I've had a stroke. They take into account the fact that I've got sleep apnea, and they take into account the fact that I've got mental health issues, which is why I'm not driving at the moment, because I'm a fucking nutter.
But if you do get a car through mobility, of course, there's an expense to it, but they do provide you with the cars to suit your disability, exactly what you need. The specs are done when you apply for the car. You can even buy any car as long as you've got the money for the deposit. Some people have bought, there's an elderly couple that bought a motorhome on their mobility. And so the neighbours started to complain, but it was their choice. They wanted somewhere to go away in their older years, to travel, that kind of thing. And that was disabled adapted because he'd lost one of his legs and he had a bad hand. So that was all disabled adapted. It's great.
Provided it's going to be your regular vehicle, and provided it is put down as a disabled vehicle, and you pay a deposit, because I've looked into these vehicles, and there are some that you get without paying a deposit, the very basic models. But if you want a higher model of a particular car, you have to pay a deposit. If you want a BMW, for example, or a Mercedes, you have to pay £1,500 or £2,000 deposit for that. But there are, it doesn't matter what the vehicle is. In a sense, there are some vehicles that they will never give you, because then they're going to give a vehicle for literally nothing, for 60 or 100 £100 a month, whatever it might be. And some places will never give a vehicle for that much. If providing that the payment each month covers the cost of the rental and you pay a deposit, then you can have pretty much
whatever you want, really. Yeah, you can. Because I remember the old-fashioned, what was it called? Was it a Robin Reliant? Was the only disability you got back along? Do you remember those? Oh my God!
I do. And the good thing about that is you could learn to drive that at 16.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It was a blue. It was blue.
The first ones that were issued were the little blue ones with the handlebars inside.
That's right. Yes.
Because you could ride those with a motorcycle license because they didn't have reverse.
Correct. We used to call them pedo vehicles when I was growing up.
I saw a couple of young lads whose drive was blocked by one of these three-wheelers, and they were saying to the guy, "Move your car," and he told them to F off. So he just got a whole load of lads to come around, picked it up and fucking moved it. So they were so lightweight.
I knew a guy in Essex who had a three-wheeler, right? Painted it lime green, not lime green. Fuck me. Lime green. Fuck me, I can't say it. Right, he painted it green, right? The bright colour of green. And in the back, he had all these fucking speakers. It was it was fucking amazing, right? The noise that came out of that thing was fucking brilliant. He used to drive it down the seafront. You know, I'd be embarrassed to drive that kind of a car down the seafront, but he drove it down the seafront in his three-wheeler, parked it up, played the music. Everybody loved it, right? It was so fucking loud. But yeah, I mean, those cars, I mean, they're great. Listen, if you only need one to get about with, then fuck it. Who cares? You know,
who's got a license to drive? Who can drive a vehicle? I know you can, Adi. Who can drive a vehicle? Who's got a license?
You're right. I once saw a three-wheeler with a sticker on the back that said XR3x3. If we had twin exhaust, we could pick them up like a fucking wheelbarrow.
The car that you should get, Dan, if you get your license back, is called a Honda Twizy. It does up to 56 miles per hour.
No,
it will suit you fine.
No, I'd rather pay the extra and get myself an Audi. By the way, this shit is fucking lovely. Toffee.
What's that? No. Toffee vodka.
Oh, no.
But this stuff, right? I first had it at Reverend Simon Sideways on the 12th of January, was it, Roger? 12th?
It was about a year ago.
No, 12th of January this year. Oh
about
my
a year.
Yeah. I was off my face already. I'd already done a quarter bottle of brandy and about 7 or 8 fucking pints of lager. I was fucked. Went back to Simon Sideways, right? And he goes, "Oh, I've got a bottle of this." And I went, "Let's have a try." So I had a bit.
This is after they've been in the bloody pub all afternoon, by the way.
Yeah. Well, no, not all afternoon. We didn't get there till about.
We stopped in the pub before we even got to Simons, for crying out loud.
Yeah, it was about 5:30. That wasn't all afternoon. But we had about fucking 7 or 8 pints. Well, Roger didn't, but me and Simon had about 7 or 8 pints each before we went back to Simon. Then we started the live stream. I had a quarter bottle of brandy, and then he brought this out. Oh my god, that was the worst thing he could have done. I mean, I'm not even drinking Coca-Cola with this. I'm literally drinking a fucker straight. I mean, look at that. That's not even a single.
Oh my god!
Right,
Dan. Next time you go anywhere, give me a bell. I'll come with you, and I'll teach you how to drink.
Teach me how to drink. Fuck off. Listen, I had a Scottish person on here before, and I drank that cunt under the table and all.
Right, guys, I'm going to say good night. All right, you guys catch you all later. Take care, everybody. Peace and blessings.
Always a pleasure, Tina. Always a pleasure, darling. Always good to hear from you. Brilliant. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us, Tina. A pleasure as always. Princess Angela, you've been sat there quite. So let's come to you now.
That's all right. I'm happy to sit quietly.
Oh shit! What do I need to?
Sean's been sat there nice, quietly.
Sean's got a fucking pint glass with a straw and probably cider. Sean's fine.
Right, just before you start again, I'm going to have to call it a night because I've got to make sure Doris gets a 20 pence and an Eddie's a newspaper in the morning.
All right. Thanks for jumping up, Adi. Appreciate it, my man.
No worries. Take it easy, you what.
Take care, Adi.
See you later. Bye.
Bye.
So that is cider, Sean. Yes, I thought it might be.
She's just avoiding another hangover.
Now, fuck off. Fuck off. She's got
Roger's right. It's the best way. Best way to avoid a hangover is stay drunk.
Yeah. Well,
no, you're doing Thatchers. What the fuck is that?
Listen, on the Friday night, I went to Simon's. On the Friday night, me and Roger went to Simon's. I got absolutely hammered. On the Saturday, I could not get drunk again. On the Saturday, I drunk. And we was drinking from what, 12 o'clock, 12:30, was it, Roger?
Yeah, as soon as the pub opened.
Yeah, and we was drinking, and we even went to a club. Like what fucking place?
It's just like a working club.
Yeah, like a working man's club where the beers were cheaper, but a few games of pool. We had plenty of pints of fucking alcohol. Went back to Simon's afterwards, after we had lunch, I think it was. Yeah, it was. I had a mixed grill or something. And we went back to Simon's, I carried on drinking, and I couldn't get fucking drunk again. I was well pissed off. Sorry, Sean. Sorry. Carry. I know you.
I fucking hate that.
I said, you've gone to a sugar daddy's club. Why wasn't I invited?
Well, you know, it wasn't in Wales. There weren't any sheep about.
we did get some strange looks when the Rev kept putting country and western songs on the jukebox.
And singing. Let's not forget he was singing to those songs as well.
Sean, tell him to fuck off. No, say it, because I want to hear it in your Welsh accent. Fuck off.
Sean wouldn't tell me to fuck off, would you, Sean?
Yeah, she would.
that fake Sean does it all, actually. See you later. We're going to have to kick you off now.
Yeah, Grumps just said, don't forget the moonshine. You had your share of that as well.
It's not moonshine, it's protein.
Oh, fuck off. No, I had a couple of sips of that, and that stuff burnt my fucking throat out. That was nasty shit. That was absolutely fucking horrible, that stuff. That was so potent, it felt like I was drinking fucking toilet water that had just been bleached.
Yeah, it's probably 80% proof.
Without flushing, I might add.
And it wasn't the stuff, the commercial stuff you can buy in the shops either. It was the proper stuff.
Yeah, nice. Is it poaching?
Yeah.
I don't fucking know, mate. It's fucking lethal. It was lethal.
Yeah, I know. It's about 80%, something like that.
And I've got 90% isopropyl alcohol out there. I'd rather drink. Trust me. It was fucking nasty. But we had a good weekend. It was a great weekend, and I'm still alive after it. So fuck it.
Nice one. Next time you want to get pissed, let me know.
Sorry, Sean. Go ahead.
Were you really listening to country and western music? Seriously?
Simon put it on the fucking jukebox. He actually paid for it.
Sean, at 4 o'clock in the morning, we were singing to the microphone because it was there. He thought we were still bloody live on the internet.
I did. I thought we were still live, and I was singing into the microphone, but we weren't live. But we were not live. I was rather drunk.
I'll tell you what, I had more fun staying sober because I don't drink watching this lot.
But can you imagine actually paying for country and western music? Let's be honest.
Seriously, I want to invite.
You have to speak to Simon. You got to speak to Simon, not me. I'd have invited every fucker. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I'd have invited everyone. I go, come on, fuck it. But there was only so many places to sleep, and Roger had to sleep in the same room as me, and I kept him awake.
He won't notice I'm there. He won't mind at all. He won't even notice I'm there.
Dan?
Yes, Mrs.
Dan, if I can butt in here for a moment, he does no longer moan about my snoring.
Oh, he moaned about mine.
I know. He says mine's quite quiet, really.
So I didn't have my machine, you see, and I've been drinking. When I have a drink, I snore like fucking. Oh, you wouldn't want to believe. Like, when I got my machine, it helps me to prevent a lot of the snoring. But at Simon's, I was drunk and I didn't have my machine, so I kept Roger awake.
Sleep on your side.
Don't help, mate. Trust me, don't help.
He can now sleep my snoring.
Well, it does. Well, for me, it doesn't. Yeah, I tried that. I tried that sleeping on my side business, but it don't wake me up.
And the only thing sleeping on your side does is make it sound quieter when they're facing away from you.
Listen, I'm surprised. I'm surprised those of you who weren't at Simon's didn't hear me.
The what? Say that again.
I'll tell you what, Holly, I've paid thousands of pounds for an exhaust for a car to sound like it's snoring.
Well, I don't give a fuck. It's only my neighbours downstairs and upstairs who can fucking hear me, so fuck 'em.
I've had my neighbours upstairs in the summer, 2 years ago in the summer. My upstairs neighbours come out on their balcony, and they said to me about my snoring, and I did not want to say to them, look, I can hear you fucking, so it's only fair that you hear me. You know what I mean? So. Honestly, you think I'm joking. Sunday morning, listen, Sunday morning when they come back from the club, and their bedroom's right above mine, and I can hear that bed. Look, Holly's even said, I've sent her voice. Trust me.
I thought fucking James Bond was upstairs last night because all I could hear was Roger Moore. That's all I could. Like,
right, Loafer. Bob wants to hear more from you. Apparently.
What about?
Well, comment on the screen. Bob wants to hear more from you. Apparently.
A beautiful lady.
He's thinking of Loretta.
Yeah, he's thinking about Loretta. I swear one day I will actually nick one of the wife's frocks. I'll buy a wig, bang some lippy on, and I'll jump out on the stream and I will I condemn you all as fucking transphobic bigots. Because the world has gone that mad.
Just remember, dude, if you got a dick, you ain't no chick.
Your head's a really funny shape there, Jace, with that hat on.
Oh my lord!
I know. Do I need to get the mask out?
Listen, who wants to go with the ginger chick?
Well, actually, the first girl I fell in love with was a ginger lass.
I love you too.
And she dumped me.
I can match the colour and cover the bald spot.
She dumped me for another woman. Turned out she was bisexual.
Yeah, exactly. That must tell you something.
And the second girl that I fell in love with is very closely related to the present Speaker of the House of Commons.
At least you didn't say that you fell in love with a girl who had a penis.
I'm not joking on either count. Look into the eyes. Look into the eyes. Look around the eyes.
I believe you. I've got no reason to disbelieve you at all. Listen, we've got to have a laugh about these things, haven't we? You know what I mean? It's like when you've got a bird bent over and you put your arm around and you find out you're fucking literally blowing a trumpet. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, Sean. You look like you want to say something.
Sean is looking exasperated. She's trying to get a word in edgeways. I would implore everybody on StreamYards to mute themselves to let Sean get a word in edgeways. It is presently 0046. Let's give her until at least 0048.
I forgot what I was saying.
Well, just make something up. I don't mind.
Pat, did you have a look at my new coat? Did you have a look at my new coat? I did put it on your Twitter feed.
I did see it, yeah, and I think you paid too much for it. Don't you dare look at me in that tone of voice.
That's very insulting. I paid £130 for that.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't pay 30 quid for a coat. I struggle when I go on M&M Direct. M&M Direct, you must have all heard of M&M Direct, right? I go on there and I look at coats for fucking 20 quid and I go, nah, fuck that, looks shit.
I prefer Maltesers.
Yeah, but I can't get. I need to go to the shop and physically try something on because I'm so little. So I need to
How
go
little?
to a shop on. You lot, you just don't understand.
How little are you, Sean? Come on. We want numbers. How little are you?
Oh. I'm not going to do Jeff.
Sean, go and get it and put it on and let us see.
Are you Oompa Loompa type? Are you Oompa Loompa level little? Like
no, you are.
You want seriously? You want me to get the coat and physically try it on? Are you, Jace? Are you on Twitter? No,
Yeah.
Jace. Twitter.
Look, it's not just us. Look, Lost Souls Paranormal. Show us a coat. Come on, go and get a coat. Come on.
Go.
Don't be shy.
To put it on and do the fucking thing up.
Yes.
You don't have to do it up, and you haven't got to do any dance or anything. Just go and put it on. You know what I mean?
Have you ever had a snorkel, Parker snorkel? And do you know what it's like to actually zip your hood up? Right, go and get it.
Look, Sean, the public have spoken.
All right,
The
I'm
public
doing that.
Yeah, but that still won't show us exactly how tall she is. Well, there again, a lot of people don't realise how small Lost Souls is until they meet her. Unfortunately, Ollie, it was all on the video yesterday, wasn't it?
Look, that weren't me that time, Lost Souls. I never said anything about her height that time. That was Roger. Sorry, Princess Angela, I didn't see you in the back there. I was too busy looking at the top part. Well, actually, I've got to be honest. Holly's hooded, like dressing gown type thing. She can fit about 3 of her heads in the hood.
You don't see the hood.
You can only fit about 2 of your heads in that hood, by the look of it.
Quite cold, actually. I might just wear it. Might just wear it.
I'm sorry. Listen, I don't mean to sound like an absolute wanker, but sometimes I just do without even trying. So my apologies.
He practices a lot.
Listen, I respect everybody. We have a joke, we have a laugh. Sometimes it might sound like on people. I'm not. I'm just trying to have jokes, as I think Sean knows. I hope.
Right. I've got something to chat about. Right.
Please do.
Right. Well, this coat, Super Dry, yes. Super Dry, English brand. Why does it use Japanese symbols?
Super Dry. It's Super Dry English. I'm sure they're not.
Super Dry is English. It was set up by 2 English men, and one of them was actually I'm trying to think of the word.
Don't shoot the ginger. I was only asking.
No, wasn't he actually one of the fellas who set up Super Dry? He was actually one of the founding members of Bench.
Was he really? I wear Bench. Look.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not wearing my Bench t-shirt tonight. I've had that much to drink. I thought I was wearing something completely different. That's not good. Carry on.
What the fuck is that noise? This like really bad when it's not me.
It's a fucking Wookiee. Look, oh
yeah. Oh my god. Shit me up.
Oh, look, listen, he's not quite as hairy as me, though, is he? Let's be honest.
I feel quite naked. Hang on, let me go and get my hat. No, like that's the
Go on, son. Go on. I'm not wearing bench boxers today. I'm actually am I wearing boxers? I'm wearing. Hang on, DKNY. Hang on. Oh my god, my cock. DKNY boxers. Oh, ouch! I nearly strangled my balls then. Sorry, people.
Well, that's a first, giving yourself a wedgie on a live stream.
DKNY, Donna Karen is cradling my balls.
No, it's donkey for dyslexic people.
Oh dear. Plastic African, I need to see your face, my brother. Please.
Oh, it's not Crinkle, is there?
No, I don't think it is. I think it is actually a guy that's been on here before.
Hang on.
Plastic African.
So what?
One is better, no loafers. I reckon mine.
I've got a hat like that, but I prefer to let my locks flow.
Oh, James, you look terrible in that hat. Get it off. You look terrible.
I'll tell you what, he looks better in that hat than he looked in the hat he put on earlier.
Yeah, definitely.
Made his head look a funny shape. Loafer always looks a funny shape.
Yeah,
well, it's better than you.
It looks like your head. It looks like you don't have a top of your head. It looks like it's been shrunk down. Your head looks smaller like that with that hat on.
I like Jesse's proper North flat cap. I wear the beanie, but it looks like Shan's wearing a hijab.
Yeah, but you need this hat. Where I live, it gets so cold in winter. You need this hat.
Actually, Sean, all you just need one of those things that go across here, and you're just like a Muslim.
Hang on, let me get back. Where are they?
Oh God, she's got, isn't she?
I got matching glasses as well.
Oh fucking hell! Things are descending into madness right now.
Welcome to my world.
I've had half a brandy, and what's that? A third or a quarter? Would you say? Third or a quarter?
Cheers. Sean, what are you doing?
Quarter.
That's all I've had to drink so far. I've got an itchy ear roll.
I got the gloves on. Bend over, Pat.
Oh, let's go. I've drunk way too much. They're woolly. They're woolly. Listen, they're woolly. They're woolly. They'll be a nightmare to wash. Trust me.
These are leather.
Never
oh, I'm going to have to strip off now. I'm feeling a bit off.
So what? We've lost about 70 people watching. I don't care. Listen, if we can't have a laugh, if people don't like having a laugh, then fine. You know, do
fucking.
You know.
Why did they go? They're not very happy.
Why what?
Yeah.
Why did they go? Are they not very happy?
I don't know, but we've lost about, I don't know, 60 people altogether watching.
Oh,
but you know, listen, if people can't, listen, like we talk about all sorts of. Let me take this fucking wig off because I look like that cunt. I mean, I look like Nathan. I mean, I look like that cunt. Oh, hang on.
No, you don't. You haven't got a black eye.
Have you still got your finger over the button, Holly?
I'm rolling. Let me get this coat off. Oh,
listen, if we can't have a laugh, if people would rather just talk about serious, depressing things. I mean, we talk about depressing things all fucking night long, but then we get to this point where I've had a drink. It's 12 o'clock. We have a laugh. We need to have a laugh. We need to have a release from all the fucking shit.
He's drunk that much. He's lost an hour in time. Look.
Right, Plastic African, can you do me a favour and just put both hands up like that? Just do that for me.
Oh, always listening.
Good man.
He just said his camera doesn't work.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Well,
yeah, no, it's all good.
You know,
all good.
the way to do it specifically is always this way, isn't it? You always show your hands this way out if you know. Yeah, not that way.
Do you know what? Whenever you speak, you remind me of that. whenever you speak, you remind me of that film where the District 9 or something? There's a film.
Hunger Games.
With alien. No, not Hunger Games. There's a film called District 9, I think it is, with South Africans chasing somebody who got.
Oh no, I know the yellow artificial bloody robot things.
No, they were actual aliens. Like they looked like,
and they had the yellow robots as well. The aliens were living in the huts.
They were living in something called District 9. So prawns, yes, that's it. They called them prawns, Lost Souls. That's right. They called them prawns. Whenever I hear
prawns,
I think of that when I hear that.
District 9, it came out in 1982.
District 9, 1982.
There we go. Yeah. And that's not a dig at the accent, by the way. I like
not a prawn. Just to clarify myself, I mean, I'm one of those. That's why I call myself Plastic African, because again, I'm British. I was born in Essex, Rayleigh.
Not with that.
Yeah. Really, yeah, but I grew up in South Africa, Botswana.
Fucking hell, Rayleigh. One of my sisters lives in Rayleigh. I used to hang around there all the time. Do you know the church at the end of Rayleigh High Street? Do you remember that? The church at the end of Rayleigh High Street.
Look, dude, I was born there at home, but I didn't grow up there at all. I went there for a night out once.
Me and a mate were driving around in his old square. What was it? Ford Fiesta. Do you remember the square Ford Fiestas? Right. We were driving around in one of them. We took. Do you remember remember on the car seats you used to have like a thing that went over the headrest and chair covers, right? Well, we used to put these things that went over the headrest on our head and sing along to what's it called? Fucking who are they? Zig and Zag. Remember Zig and Zag song?
Yeah, sing it. Yeah, Zig and Zag. Yeah, do it, man.
Yeah, we used to wear the headrest thing on our heads and stick out the window singing that shit, right? But we pulled these two girls. She was lovely, she was. Her mum was a teacher, I remember that, but I don't remember much else. But her mum was, I do remember that her and her friend actually caught me out for cheating on them both at the time, which wasn't good. I beat my mate up with a golfing umbrella. I caught out. Oh, listen, I was young. I got caught out cheating. And I ended up beating up my friend with a golfing umbrella because he grassed me up. Sorry, Sean. Go ahead. What's all this? Big fish, little fish cardboard box.
Yeah.
I'm just having a private giggle with Jade. Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine.
No, what she's doing she's actually doing what I'm doing. She can't afford to put her heating on, just like I can't afford to put my heating on. So she's put a coat on.
I'm freezing. I'm skint. I got my coat on.
Oh,
my heating's on. John, if you want to come round and share my heating, feel free.
But it's really mild. Did you guys see that the Highlands were 19.5 degrees yesterday?
Were they? Oh, fuck me, I'll drop my cigarette. Hang on a sec.
Or Evermore. You know where Evermore is, the Highlands? It got to 19 degrees yesterday, bro. That's hot. That's like fucking hot for up there at this time of year. Holy shit.
What? You've lived in South Africa and you're calling 19 degrees fucking hot? What's the matter with you, man?
Yeah, I'm calling it hot for the look. I trained out there in Scotland when I was in the military, so that's where we did our final Carter. It was freezing. It was in the winter time, deep winter. Well, it wasn't even deep winter. I think it was about November, maybe January. Anyhow, it was freezing. Now it's 19 degrees. Yesterday, warm.
Oh.
Go on,
Nicola. You want to say something? By all means.
That's okay.
Listen, I'll tell you what, you hairy bastard. Shut up and let Princess Angela talk.
I'm not talking to that. Okay, next time. It's cool.
There's Sean. You've got an offer there
Okay.
from Nick. I think I know what she's going to say.
You know what she's going to say. I know what she's probably thinking.
Then she's like, nada.
Don't be shy. Just say the tip of your tongue.
Can I hear the cogs whirring?
I don't know. Could be. That could be what the noise is. Sorry, Nick.
Why is it some sad bastards feel that this is like a dating site? What the fuck is all that about?
Listen, dating site, I'd be well on it.
He has to start his own. He's been thrown off all the others.
Sad bastard.
Do you know what I said? Oh, I had a message. Sorry, Sean.
Hang on,
1 second.
wait a minute. Sean will say something.
Go on, Sean. Go ahead, Sean.
Dating site for retards.
What, this? You know what?
Yeah.
I was on what was it? Fucking Bumble or Tinder or I can't remember. It was on one of them, and some woman messaged. I messaged this woman weeks ago, and I said, "Hi, how you doing? Hope you're having a good weekend." Anyway, she messaged me back the other day, and I said to her, "What did I say to her?" Oh, that's what I said to her. I hope you've had a good week. That's what I thought I said to her. But what I actually said was, I hope you've had a good wank.
Yeah, hey, that's always worked for me.
He never gets a lot of replies.
Strangely enough, she has not replied to me. And, you know.
Gold standard, yeah.
Did you go like fucking autocorrect?
No, I think it was autocorrect because normally I call people
I've
wanker.
never known an autocorrect to give me a wank.
Well, you know, it just gives you an indication as to the words that I use the most, doesn't it?
Or more to the point, how often he types
God
it.
bless you.
Most commonly used word, wank.
Exactly. And do you know what? I don't mind testing that because I like making people laugh.
It's probably my search for word as well.
Nick,
that method you're all wankers, right?
Guys, Nick, do me a favour. Just do that with both hands for me, please, just so I know you're a real person there. Thank you very much.
Night.
I'll bring you up, Nick. Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello, mate.
How you doing, Nick? You all right? I take it you're the Nick from the.
I was on the side chat a minute ago. Yeah.
Mate, listen, I wasn't trying to take the piss out of you. I was just having a laugh, by the way.
No, I know, mate. It's all good, mate. It's all good. I love a bit of side
He's been
chat.
here before, hasn't he?
All right, Roger. How's it going, mate?
Hey, buddy.
Not me, a little bit of both.
If we can't have a laugh, then there's something fucking very, very
wrong. Exactly, mate. It's what it's all about, isn't it? I'm a good.
Sorry, I'm having
to say that we have solutions to find.
I don't think I'm going to make it to my appointment tomorrow because I can't.
Well, I did ask earlier on, didn't I?
You did, but you know what? I'm really not asking about that appointment anyway because it's fucking delicate. But you know, I've had half a bottle of brandy and a third of a bottle of toffee vodka at the moment.
We can tell that you're bothered.
And I'm still going right now. Do you know
What was it? I never drink more than one bottle on alive.
No, that's not what I said. I said I've got one bottle of vodka. That's not vodka, that's Coke. One bottle of Coke. But I did not realise that when I was at Simon's, this toffee vodka doesn't need Coca-Cola. Hence why I've still got that much Coca-Cola left. And this stuff just goes down so fucking lovely. I could drink it out of the bottle, but I'm not going to. I'm still drinking it out of the glass at the moment.
Down in one, down in one, down in one, down in one. down. No. Okay.
It just makes you mess.
Listen, I've got too many pairs of trainers in the bedroom at the moment to down that in one.
Fuck's sake.
Yes, I know.
Pizzas are always flat.
Heather, I will save some. When you come in and see me on Tuesday, I will make sure there is some of this left for you, Heather, to try out. Trust me, I promise you.
Thank you very much, darling. Even if it's only a drop in the bottom.
Yeah, that might all be that's left, by the way.
Yeah.
Don't tell her that. She's likely to go out and buy another bottle to bring with her.
You know, listen, I like to take the piss out myself because it makes people laugh. And there are so many people out there.
No. The point you're missing is if you can't take the piss out of yourself, how can you take the piss out of anybody else?
I'm not
If
asked
you
about
don't
that.
do
Listen, Jason, I'll take the piss out of everybody anyway, right? But if somebody gets the ump about me taking a piss out of them when I take the piss out of myself and allow other people to take the piss out of me, then they've got a very serious fucking issue. Do you know what I mean?
Exactly. Yes, mate. I agree.
I don't try and take the piss out of people to make them look bad.
No.
The reason I do what I do is to have a laugh. You know what I mean? And if somebody can't have a laugh at shit, then they're a very sad individual, unfortunately. I mean, it's like Crinkle trying to get on here earlier. When he was sat in the background, Crinkle, trying to get. I've said his name twice. I won't say Crinkle a third time. Oh shit! And he tried to get into the fucking screen. Right. Sorry, one second, Sean. Fuck me, I know you said your name wrong there. But I sent a picture and Holly and Roger saying, "Who do you think this cunt is?" And it was blatantly him. I mean, fuck off, mate. Do you know what I mean? I'll have a joke with anybody, but I'm not going to have somebody come on try and fucking ruin my stream. You know what I mean? Anyway, Sean, go ahead, sweetie. Go on.
Right. I was on Mark Mary's live.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just doing a bit of
Big Butts, Little Butts, cardboard fish. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I was on Mark Mary's live when I was on Mark Mary's live when he came in. And he was putting all dirty videos on there. I'm not joking. You should have seen it. Am I allowed to say?
Is this recently? Is this recently, or when Mark got his channel taken down?
Yeah, when Mark got his channel taken down about 2 months ago. Am I allowed to say?
That's what you get for leaving Crinkle up there for 5 minutes unattended, isn't it?
Roger told him. I think it was Roger and other people said, "Don't fucking leave him on here." You know, and no offense to Mark, because Mark's all right. Do you know what I mean? Mark, to be fair, Mark allows people to say a lot more than I do on here. But Mark let him come up while Mark went. I think he went for a piss or he was walking home, and let Crinkle on with nobody able to moderate it.
Yeah.
And you know, no offense if Mark's watching, but that was your own fault for doing that.
Yeah, absolutely. Should have known better.
Mark Kelly had to leave the stream because he had to get home to his boat, right?
Yeah.
So Crinkle was left on the panel, and he was posting all kinds of videos.
Yeah.
Am I right to say or no? Come on, you're all men. We were around men. I had 2 brothers. Right. Well, they were women. Well, you know what they were doing.
No, carry on.
Am I allowed to say?
Of course, yeah. Go for it. Say what you need to say.
Well, they were women. They were shitting in pint glasses. They were making what do you call those things that you have in McDonald's? Those.
A McFlurry.
Yeah, McFlurries. Yeah, they were making chocolatey shit McFlurries. They were licking it. They were rubbing it all over each other.
John, I said this earlier. A friend of mine, I used to work as a chef. Somebody asked in the comments, how could they 69? How could she 69 and do that? Let me explain. Some of you might not want to listen to this. I'm going to explain anyway.
Right,
She was on.
you're doing a 69, how can she have a shit in a sheet? I don't get
Right.
it.
No, she didn't have a shit on a sheet. She had a shit on his chest. Right. So basically, she was on top. They were 69 and she was on top. Okay. She then got up onto her knees and crouched over his chest. And she put a Mr. Whippy on his chest.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. It's disgusting. I agree. It's absolutely disgusting.
I'll be right back.
Nobody wants to hear that shit. But do you know what?
I find that very hard to believe. He must be lying to you. How can any woman have a shit when she's doing a 69? He's lying.
Well, no. She was 69 and then she got up on her knees. Her head was down there and her ass was this end, right? So then she got up on her knees over his chest and she pushed one out.
No, he had a shit himself. That's impossible. He had a shit himself.
he might have done. He might have done, but it sounds better to say that she. He told me that she had a hump on his chest, and I've got no reason to disbelieve him at that point. But
when I think he's a liar, that's impossible.
He may well be. He may well be.
100%.
From like,
if you're shocked by that, Sean, don't get an old copy of the original Animal Farm, and I don't mean the general one.
Roger, I've seen it. You'd be surprised what I've seen.
Or what Roger forgot to say is don't talk to me other than on a stream either. Sorry. I'm not that bad, I promise you.
I've seen some perverted things in my years.
Well, I'm not being funny, but one of the last girls I fucking shagged shit all over me and she didn't even realise it.
Oh, shut up. How the hell could she do that? What was she fucking drugged up or something on, like, I don't know.
So not realised she must have been off her fucking face.
I must have been that good.
Your mic's breaking up, Nick.
Yeah, Nick, we're struggling to hear you at the moment, Nick, because your mic broke up really bad. Then.
Yeah.
Listen, all I can do is tell you what I know. Right? Whether it's true or not, I don't know. All I know is that the geezer that I worked with at the time as a chef knocked on his door at like 5 o'clock in the morning and said, "We've got to get down to the kitchen." And we'll wrap the beats up. And he told me that the bird shit on his chest. I don't know. I wasn't there. Good evening, Jason. Do me a favour, fella. Just do that with your right hand over your just on your face. No, thank you.
Respect for that. I get you. I know what's up, man. I know what's up. Respect.
Mate, what have you done to your hair, Jay?
I know.
What the fuck?
Weird.
The size of your forehead.
I know, right? It is what it is, brother. I get you, man. Good to see you, bro.
Listen,
Roger, good to see you, man.
I've had my hair done, so I haven't got a forehead.
I miss these people here. I'm sorry.
No, it's good to see you, Jay. How you doing?
Oh, it's good to see you too, man. All doing great, man.
Good stuff. Good stuff. You've been absent for a while. Not seen you for fucking ages, man.
I'm not fucking absent. I'm new to here. Come on now. You know what I said.
No, you've been fucking absent. You used to come on here every other week. You used to come on, but you've not been on here for fucking months.
I know, right? No, I'll give you that. It's been a minute. I'm sorry about that. All right.
No, how's you and the missus? How's you and the missus?
Oh, doing great, man. Doing great. Everything. It was a good weekend too. We went to visit all the family, and it was good.
Has somebody got something running in the background there because it's killing the sound?
What's going on? Am I still in the lobby?
Somebody's microphone is really playing up at the moment.
Yeah, I'm watching porn.
It's not.
Right, Nick, it's your microphone It's your microphone. I don't know what's going on, but your microphone is playing up, my man.
I don't. One second, see Roger, brother. See,
yeah, it's breaking up.
We're doing well, brother.
Your signal's really poor, and your microphone's bleeding over, mate. So I don't know what it is, mate. Oh, my man. Plastic African, thank you.
Plastic African, well done, mate. Thank
you.
you.
There's no need for that. There's no need for that, but I appreciate it. But there was no need for that, man. But thank you so much.
Oh, that was awesome. Respect, Plastic. It's awesome.
Fucking hell, man. It's
fucking amazing.
Thank you. Really, no, honestly, that's really fucking good of you.
No, that's brilliant. That's brilliant.
Thank you so much, man.
Hey, dude, it's only $50. And it comes and goes. Money is a flow.
Only
remember that.
I struggle.
No, I mean, literally.
Love behind it.
I struggle. I struggle giving 20 or 10 quid away. Never mind fucking 50 quid. I will. If somebody, I do.
Dude, when I rocked up here to the country, I'll tell you a little story. I think I've told you. When I rocked up here, I lived on Canvey Island for a bit, and then I lived in Westcliff-on-Sea, and then I had to go to Southend to the GSS at the time, get myself a national insurance number and shit. And I remember having fuck all, living on fuck all, and they said to me, "Oh, you're not allowed any benefits or help." I was like, "Well, okay, why? Because you haven't contributed." And I'm like, "Okay." And next to me was Kossovans, and the Kossovans were getting contributions, if you will. And I kicked up a bit of a fuss, and I was kicked out. And I was a young man at the time, That's why I joined the military, because I had no choice in some respect. And I joined the West Country Unit, and went around the world with that shit. So, hurrah, here we are. And I still believe that the English, brothers that there are, as we are, as a kingdom of many.
Well, thank you for going around the world in that shit. Thank you.
Don't worry about that, man. People lived their lives and died their lives. I got the fuck out of there. So, yeah. So, I'm a lucky one. That I served.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
We appreciate your support. Genuinely, there was no need for that particular amount. Don't get me wrong. I'm fucking grateful, but there was no, this is just me. I don't.
$50, bro. That's like a bullseye, ain't it? Bullseye. Next time, maybe
bullseye,
next
yeah.
time.
Whereabouts?
Can be a monkey next time, buddy. Give me
a name to call. Give me a name to call you rather than Plastic African, even if you make it up.
You don't like that.
Bob, Jeremy, Mildred. I don't mind.
No,
take care, guys. I love you all. Brian. Have a good one. Thank you.
Listen, right, whereabouts in Westcliff were you? I was on. Do you know Electric Avenue?
I think so. I probably walked around there a lot. My nana lived there. So,
I actually owned a flat. I brought a flat that was on the corner of Electric Avenue, and I can't remember the fucking other road now.
Cotswold Road, I think it was called.
Right. I don't think that was near where I was, but no. Listen, man, you've been around places that I used to hang out. Do you know what I mean? Canvey, Westcliff, Southend. I lived in Westcliff, and I used to hang around.
I went fishing, bro. I couldn't believe the accent change. As soon as you go from county to county in this country, the accents changed. Wow. Then at least, it was 20 years ago. And that 20 years, I've seen a change in this country I can't believe. Like, I'm serious. I just can't believe I've seen towns change beyond recognition now. And that's why I understand your plight and how people of our kind need to get to grip of the situation and find solutions and not just sit bitching about it. And these things are proactive or malicious compliance, if you will. But there's there's methods of it. You have to challenge the situation by its core.
Sorry to just change the subject very quickly, but I've just realised that some people have been gifted membership who I thought would have been members already. I'm very disappointed. Loafer, hang on. No, Loafer wasn't. Loafer's just in the middle. Michael, bearded vet. Hi, Boo. I'm disappointed with you. $1.99 a month, and you've just been gifted memberships. So this gifted memberships can cause argument. I'm not gonna fall out with you. Don't worry. I'm only fucking about. I can be a bit of a twat sometimes when I'm fucking about, so forgive me. I don't mean anything by it.
Sometimes.
Yes, just occasionally. No, thank you, Brian. I appreciate that, man. So I'm sure the people that have been gifted memberships do as well. Thank you, much appreciated. And I'm sorry for interrupting you there, Mildred. I mean, Plastic African. Sorry, you never gave me a name to call you, so I'm just gonna call you fucking Mildred from now.
Oh, the beard. Oh, the beard thing, the hairy guy. Yeah. Big guy. That's pure of heart. I like that. I like it. I'll be called that. Yeah. What is it? Coltrane, wasn't it? Robbie Coltrane, great actor.
Listen, if we can't have a laugh and fucking appreciate other people are having a laugh, then we're very sad. I said this before. We're very sad individuals if we take everything fucking seriously and take
So while you were saying that, anyway, I remember like being in the army and so my recruitment and all that shit.
We've already got our own Hagrid, see?
Oh God, so it can't be Hagrid. So the guys threw me in a trash can and sent me down the hill, and my sergeant made me pick up all the fucking trash going up the hill. And I thought for a long time people were like picking on me, but it wasn't. One of the guys said, "You don't get us, do you? You don't get the Brits." I was like, "What do you mean? You guys pick on me? Like, they pick on you because they like you, dude." Basically, you're an idiot. Do not see it. The English humor is, or the British humor is fantastic.
Sorry, Nick, I didn't see you in the background.
Dan.
Yes.
Is there a problem with my mic?
What?
Is there a problem with my microphone?
No, there isn't, mate. No, I can't. Oh, not that I know of.
Okay. Welcome, bearded veteran, mate.
Hi, Jace.
How's it going?
I'm all right, mate.
Can
Gary,
you leave me a link to let me know on about your website and all your models and everything, mate, please, if you don't mind.
Nightbot has just posted it in the comments. Nightbot's just posted it. Thanks to
Dan.
No, don't thank me. Lost Souls has done it. Gary, if you want to buy Bearded a pint, all you need to do is buy me a super chat. I want to joke. Go over to Beardy's channel when he does a live stream. By all means, if you want to buy him a pint, you can chat them. Do you do have you got anything on your channel where people can help you out, Beardy?
I've actually got a Patreon account.
I'm sure that would help. So, or you could look at the PayPal and look at buymeacoffee.com. Maybe
nobody's ever actually wanted to give me anything. So
yeah, but put it out, and then we've got the option to, haven't they? Remember, this is what pisses me off with people. People go, "Oh, you're a grifter." No. Nobody's forcing people to pay money towards their creators that they like. Nobody forces people. If somebody wants to, you have an option for them to do so. Yeah.
Very true.
So look at buymeacoffee.com and look at setting up a link for PayPal and stick that in your comment.
Okay, so you can say that you think about those that go into things like fans only, like Emirates, who boasted about making 50 mil.
Don, what on earth are you doing?
I'm just stretching up my glove. What are you doing?
Just pulling your fingers. Pull my finger. See what happens.
Stretching up my glove. I'm getting ready.
Look, do you know what? Maybe I should put you two there. Put you two next to each other with your little glove fetish going on.
Hang on, I missed the glove. I've lost the glove. Hang on.
Wow. It's still there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably be. Listen, I didn't realise it's 1:30. I'm going to give it another half hour, and I'm going to have to fuck off to bed. I do have an appointment tomorrow, which I doubt very much I'm going to make now. But that's okay. It's not important. Do you know what? We've been wrapping this up at 12 o'clock for the last few months, so I appreciate the people that are still stuck around. Well, this late one, and Roger. I know Roger suffers with exhaustion like I do, so thank you, Roger, for sticking about. I appreciate that.
I only asked earlier on because I knew you were usually finished to do your searches and that. No, I didn't know whether you'd forgotten whether you were going to do it tonight because we hadn't talked about it today. So.
No, the council been mugging me for fucking ages, so I can't be asked to look tonight. To be fair, that's all.
I'll be quiet for the entire whole stream now until the end.
Sorry, Sean.
I will be quiet until the end. You can carry on.
You'll be quiet. Sean, you're a woman. You're never going to be quiet.
I'll behave myself. I'll take the gloves are coming off. I'll behave myself.
Coming off. Oh dear.
They're off. That's it. No more mischief from me. I'm going to be boring as fuck. I'm going to stick it every day long now.
Don't be fucking boring.
She did as well. You could see the television come on with the light reflecting off her wall.
The old edition from the 80s. You had the plane crash.
Who had a plane crash?
Yeah, 80s. Plane crash.
There's still somebody's audio is creating mayhem in the background there.
It's not me.
Not me. I've got your YouTube post.
I'm bloody mute.
Who should we blame? Should we blame Loafer?
No, it almost sounds like there's somebody else in the room.
I can't even remember.
It's definitely not Loafer because he just spoke then, and I could just about fucking hear him.
It's not me.
Yeah, your mic's fucked again, Loafer. Come on, son.
Chase.
It's Nick. Nick's Loafer. Nick's audio. Loafer doesn't sound anything like audio. Why did I say Nick's Loafer?
1, 1, 2.
It's Nick's audio.
Chase, were you on about my Facebook page for my YouTube thing?
Whichever, mate. To be honest, mate. Your models. That Panther looked absolutely fucking amazing. When I was growing up, I'm an aircraft kid.
Yeah.
I used to have them dangling from me bedroom ceiling and all sorts. So I am a massive model person. So yeah, send me a link to what you do.
Jace, you should see what Beardy's got hanging from his ceiling on OnlyFans.
I was 12. I was 12.
I can't help it. I've had a drink. I can't help it. You
either
accept the fact that I'm a fucking idiot when I've had a drink, or you don't. Simple as.
Yeah, so if you can do that for us, Bearded, that'll be fucking brilliant, mate. We'll love to get in touch.
Yeah, they've just put it in the chat now.
There's a link in the chat.
To be honest, while I'm on the board, I can't see the chat. I can't say it. I tried to look at it, and it shut me out.
Jace, email me, and I'll send you his link.
Thanks, man. Will do, Dan. Thanks, you.
Send the link.
Yeah, nice one, mate. See, boys in their toys.
to Pornhub, his Pornhub channel. I mean,
what?
Very funny.
The link to his Pornhub channel.
Very droll.
Can't say it too much from him in case his missus finds out.
Pornhub. I live on my own. I've completed Pornhub. I've completed Netflix. I've completed.
He's on level 2 of
Pornhub. Thanks for the reminder. Delete browsing history because the wife is.
Yeah, it's like when they say delete my history. Yeah, you know, one of those memes like, "Oh, I'm dying, delete my history." You're gonna delete half the internet.
Yeah, exactly.
Angela, is
this how that works?
Angela, is this about what I know about the copper head button? Is that what the hearing is for? Is that what it's for? Fuck me, I'm struggling to talk still. Finish off the alcohol. It is, yeah. Okay. Well, you need to keep us updated on that because I know that I've seen the video and I've seen what the copper does to you. So I know that and I shouldn't say the word, but I know the cunt was out of order in doing what he done to you. So keep us updated on that. Let us know how you get on. Obviously, you've got to be careful because you can't prejudice the case and such, but keep us updated as and when you can.
You have to be careful about whatever you share on social media on account of the fact that he had audits was in the chat on the panel earlier and he was furiously flashing away. He didn't go into his settings. He didn't go over to Twitter or open something else up and we'll look at something else like I do and have to come back and constantly reset my fucking sound settings. It sounded like what he was saying about the calling somebody hippo sounded very much what Count Dankula had to endure around about 5 or 6 years ago.
Hitler.
Malicious communications, Electronic Communications Act. I think that Rowan Atkinson actually said something about this, about the introduction of that law, malicious communications causing offence. He did it on something called freedom of speech.
It wasn't
even the fucking comedians can't joke anymore.
No, it wasn't malicious communications. That was something else that what's his name? Rowan Atkinson done. It wasn't malicious communications. It was something else. But you're right.
Public order offence.
It was a public order. Yeah. Repeal section fucking something. I can't remember.
Section 5.
Repeal Section 5. Thank you, Bearded. Repeal Section 5 of the Public Order effect. Rowan Atkinson, a comedian, said this is pernicious. It's totalitarian tiptoe. You can't even make fun out of anything anymore. And we've been ripping the piss out of each other. So all I would say is just be cautious. Because anything which is seen is public order offence, Communications Act, which is brought in by Tony fucking Blair. Yes, Tony Blair. And it was never repealed by successive governments. So if you want to take the piss out of people, just be careful.
You're right, but this is why they've gone down that route. This is why they've gone to the malicious communications rather than Section 5. Okay, that's why they've gone to malicious communications because that hasn't been fucking repealed. It hasn't been argued against by many people. Okay, and this is why they go down that route rather than Section 5 because Section 5, let's face it, Section 5, especially if it's to a copper, which in this case it is, you know, what we were talking about earlier, a copper by law, by a definition of a judge, their level of offence must be much higher than that of a regular person because they're faced with that kind of language on a daily basis. So therefore it can't be an offence because they get used to it. This is what a judge has said. So this is why, one of the reasons why I think that AE or EA should, by all rights, and it may not happen, but by all rights, he should get this thrown out.
Right. Don't you think, guys, as well, like, as soon as a system, so in South Africa, the Africans weren't where we're told you have to have an ID card. So they ordered it to every black African to have one, and lots of them didn't have them and didn't bother with them. So they started charging them and putting them through the courts, and it just clogged up the court system. So they had to drop that law. Same thing goes with everything that we have over us. It's when we either challenge it in mass, and then it has to get changed, or we have a higher lawyer, a lord, or somebody that has that can challenge it through judicial review.
Yeah, if you know you're right, if you know you haven't broken the law, if you know you're right, you should always, as far as I'm concerned, you should always take it to court. Okay, clog up the system. These bullshit fucking claims against you, clog it up. Eventually, they will have to turn around and say, "Well, we can't process these. This is going to turn out to be a fucking this is going to go nowhere. So fuck off and stop putting."
But these so-called laws or acts they have, directives from fucking Europe, they don't. They only go for it when it makes a public nuisance, right? They don't just go for every one of us, because then every one of us would probably be charged with something stupid, to control us. You have to kind of challenge that whole system in its entirety.
Yeah. Yeah, and as I say, if you know you're right, then you need to stand your ground. End of. Right? No matter what they threaten you with, if you know you're right and you can prove it, this is why it's so important to film things, right? You know you're right, you can prove it with evidence, with video footage. No matter what happens to you, people will be on your side. They will fucking argue for you. They will spread the word for you if you get stitched up and you've got proof that you are in the right and they are in the wrong. Okay, and this is how things will change eventually. I don't necessarily agree with going to MPs. Tina will disagree with me on that. Tina thinks that you should go to MPs and argue your case with them, and I get why she says that, but I don't think necessarily they will help. I've tried going through an MP with some situations that I've been in the past. The MP up here says I can't help because the situation is happening in Essex, and the Essex MP says I can't help because you're living in Liverpool. So I don't.
MP blocks my emails.
So I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that you should try every avenue, but I don't think relying on MPs is necessarily. And again, I'm not knocking Tina for what she says.
Okay. Put it this way then, sir. Hang on.
EA's just put armed police at the door.
Well,
armed police at the door? What? Now? Are armed police at the door now? Or do you mean Talk to me, EA. Are armed police at the door now?
If they are, go live. Go live.
All right, come on, let's have a laugh.
EA, what's that? EA, are they at the door now?
Put your camera on.
EA, talk to me.
Yeah, he'll only be able to go live on his channel, though.
Get your kit off.
EA.
Does anybody else's neck look like a vagina?
Only yours.
Thanks, man.
EA, what's happening?
I can't hear you.
Can you speak? EA, can you hear me? Right, can you hear me? I'm forever blowing bubble. Can you hear me? EA?
Not right now, no.
What what's happening? Is there something happening at the moment?
Well, I mean, in many ways, yes, because ever since, well, it is a laugh, isn't it? You got to laugh, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if I go down for this, right, everyone who's posting on here will have to amend or think about that. Will have to think about it, wouldn't they?
Right, I thought when you posted that, I thought you meant fucking police
Yeah.
are at your door now.
Yes.
They are. Right, EA, do you have anybody at your door at the moment?
Well, it'll go to court next month. Because I got to change the plea because like the yeah, I can hear you. I'm just saying, like, it's going back to court next month, and they're going to be asking, like, yes, I can hear you.
The YouTube stream.
Yeah, no, I get that. I understand it because we spoke about it earlier. But when you said I'm police at the door with exclamation marks, I thought you meant they was at the door now.
No, not right now.
Right. Okay. All right. I thought you meant they was at the door now.
Well, that's what I'm saying though, because like they did, like that does every time I go through that front door, I look through first. I look through the little spy hole. Just I've done nothing wrong. Do you know what I mean? Why should I be doing like this? You know what I mean? I went to the airport for half an hour, like literally half an hour, and you know I don't mean any ill will to this woman. Of course I don't. And the thing is, it's a level 5 offence, isn't it? Level 5 fine offence, and possible 6 months in prison.
Only if you're found guilty. Remember that.
It's right. It's right.
Oh,
that's why I've got to plead not guilty. But they're probably going to find differently.
Well, we don't know that, Dick, do we? At the end of the day, as I've said worse things than fucking posting a hippo and saying somebody's got a fat ass. I've put worse things purposely to get the police to knock on my door.
Yeah, they're deliberately targeting you to make a fucking public statement, basically.
I have, especially on Twitter, I've posted things on Twitter that could be seen as pissing people off, right? But I posted it as a joke. I posted it as a joke. And I've literally been sat here praying that the police knock on the door so I can film them and show them up for what they are. And they've never turned up at the door, right? So posting a picture of a hippo and saying that somebody's got a fat ass, I can pretty much say hand on heart that I doubt very much that any fucker is going to find you guilty of that. Go on, Sean. You got your hand up there. Go
on. Well, I told you, didn't I? I got arrested. I was out on bail for 10 months for telling a Romanian social worker to get on her horse and cart and fuck off back to Romania.
Yeah, but you're just racist, Sean.
No, I told she
Sorry, yeah.
I told you a hypocrite. I said, you come into my country, you're taking the piss, you're taking people's kids off of them. I said, have you ever seen what's going on in your country? I said, you need to go look at what's going on in the Romanian orphanages. And I sent you a video of what's going on in the Romanian orphanages. She rang the police on me. She said that I harassed her, I really, really upset her. And I was out on bail. The next thing I knew, then I had a phone call from Gwent Police, that's the fucking wankers, saying I really upset her. Can I come into the Astrid Manor police station, which is just down from Kilkenny, to be interviewed? And I was out on bail for 10 months. And I got hold of the sergeant's email address. I was emailing them literally every other day to piss him off, saying, well, when are you going to take me to court? And I harassed him every other day. And then in the end, I said to him, well, you either take me to court or leave it. And he Well, they dropped it. The social worker dropped the charges because when I went to court, well, they said they were going to take me to court. I said, if I'm going to go to court, then I'm going to mention things, what happened to me when I was growing up in the care system. And that was it, literally, within about 4 days, they dropped the charges against me. But I was on bail for 10 months. All for sending a BBC documentary of the abuse that is going on in the orphanages in Romania. And because I told her to back on your horse and cart, back off to Romania. I think that's fucking disgrace.
I'll go for a piss. Back in a minute. Lost souls. Keep an eye.
I think that's absolutely fucking disgraceful how they treated me. Gwent, please. Use my middle finger. Fucking spin on it, you bunch of twats. Bunch of wanker.
Sean, I'm sorry to interject, but from what I can recollect about Romanian orphanages, is that those children that were born out of wedlock or were sequestered or given over to the state were treated absolutely abominably by Romanian orphanages, and most of them grew up with very, very severe PTSD or psychological abnormality, shall we say. When we're going back to the 1970s and 1980s, most of those children that grew up in Romanian orphanages grew up as, shall we say, dysfunctional children. So for you to actually criticize a communist state for the treatment of children who were taken away from their parents and given over to the state is an absolute fucking abomination, in my opinion. I will stand up in here and I will say that that is absolutely fucking disgraceful. The police came knocking at your door to ask your fucking opinions on how children who were born out of wedlock or were given over to the Romanian state under a communist regime were maltreated.
Loafer.
Balls my piss.
Loafer, hear me out. In Botswana, I knew a family that adopted 3 children, a Scottish family, white. They adopted 3 black children from Zimbabwe. 2 were born with AIDS, and one was born with AIDS. 2 were raped by their uncles to get rid of the disease. And these girls were like toddlers. One was older than a toddler, so one was about 7, and the other one was about 3 or 2 when this happened. They're all dead now. The boy was born with AIDS. But point being is that's what the Sangoma and witch doctors and all that shit still happens out there. People say, oh, let's make wells for them and all this stuff, but they still have their little rituals and that bullshit that goes on because it's okay because they don't know what they have. You know, it's like we see it in time and in respect to where we are because we will all die and we will all end this life. But where we are in intelligence and what we have and what we can do with it is up to you, the individual. Hence, carry thy own cross. You know, don't fuck around with that shit. And that's our weakness or our beginning. You know, you teach others, or you're going to preach to them, or you're going to beat them.
Right, 9 minutes, guys. 9 minutes, and I'm going to have to wrap it up for the night.
Well, all I will say is that if you can't criticise the Ceausescu regime in Romania and without getting a knock at the door, you know the country's completely fucked.
Was fucked anyway. We already know that.
Yeah, that was the funny part. They didn't even knock at my door. They rang me and they said, we want you in for an interview at the police station. I work in domestic violence services. It was to a case that was going on there. Long story, I can't really go into it. But they said, yeah, we want you in for an interview because I basically affected the parents. And I said, look, you've come into my country, you're taking kids off of their parents, off of Welsh parents. I said, have you fucking seen the shit what's going on in your country? And it was a BBC credited documentary that I sent to her via email. It was all in one email. I said, the abuse that is going on in those orphanages, I said, you should be yourselves. And I basically.
Do you know what, Sean? When I walked out on my kid's mum, and I did walk out. It was me that walked because I found out she'd been cheating and doing cocaine. So I walked out on my kid's mum. I took my 2 kids with me. Eventually, I had to give them back. A few months later, I had supposed to have a meeting with social services. Right? Now, this woman phoned me up while I was working. This woman phoned me up, and I said, "Listen," I said, "I'm working. You have to call me on my lunch between 1 and 2." So she did. It was an African lady, and it's one of the very few times that I would, that I was actually racist. Okay, I told her what I thought of her, and I told her that she, because she'd gone to my ex's house and she'd sat with my children in front of their mum and asked some questions like, "Who do you want to be with, your mum or your dad?" In front of their mum. So my kids are going to say, "I want to be with mum," because they're in front of her, right? I had a conversation with her on the phone, and she was literally telling me that that's what she'd done. And I was at that point, I could say something racist. I told, and I don't mind being fucking honest about it. I told her that she should fuck off back to her own country and deal with the shit that's going on over there, because she clearly hasn't got a fucking clue about what's going on over here, right? And I'll put my hands up to that. That's what I said to her. I'd probably put a few extra swear words in there, but that's what I said because my kids were involved, and to me that was the fact that she had allowed my children in front of their mum. She asked my children who they'd prefer to be with, but she wouldn't allow them to. She wouldn't ask them the same question in front of me. I said, "I'm working. Do you not want to come and see me?" She goes, No. We can do this over the phone. I'm like, "Well, hang on a minute. You spoke to them in person and you asked my children in front of their mum who they want to be with. Of course they're going to say their mum. They don't want to upset her. But yet you're telling me that they would be with their mum without even fucking asking them in front of me, like you've given them the opportunity in front of their mother." And I did say some things which I wish I hadn't have said, but I did say them. I was very, very angry. Not going to hide that fact again. I'll always be honest with people. I literally told her to fuck off back to her own country and try and deal with the trouble, try and deal with kids, that are having problems over there before coming over here trying to deal with problems they've got no fucking idea about. Again, I'm not saying that in a way to say, yeah, guess what I did. I shouldn't have said that, but I did because of the fact my kids were involved and I was very angry. But you're right. There are people that are taking these positions from countries where they haven't even sorted out their own fucking problems, and they come over here and allegedly try and sort out fucking problems over here, and they can't even sort out their own fucking issues yet.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. But the thing is, for me,
I'm listening. I'm just trying to untangle my headphones from my fucking chair wheel.
Yeah, wonder what you would do when. The thing is, for me, I've got no filter. When I kick off, I'm quite a calm person. But I've got no filter, and when I kick off, I kick off. And I don't care. Admit what I said to her. Right? They arrested me, put me out on bail for 10 months. I don't care. I stand by what I said. I'm not sorry for those words that I said. I don't give a shit. You come into my house, you take your kids off the wealth parent because what? They haven't got a bar of soap in their bathroom. And then, you just sit by. Why don't you go back to where you come from and sort your own problems out there? What about the children who are being abused? If you ever seen the documentaries, what's going on in the Romanian orphanages?
Oh my god!
Sorry, someone else was talking then, were they?
No, that plastic African. What was that?
Not me. Well, I would say that the problem is that the West, us lot, have become our own victims because we created the idea of equality. we created the idea of a liberal, agenda. We fucking did this through our law systems and our gradients through it, and now it's come to bite us in the ass because we haven't been able to go to the fuckers that fuck around and go, fuck off, you cunt, you're gonna learn, or you get, like the slice. You know what I mean? Because out there in the real world, if you fuck up in some respect, blood in, blood out, you're dead.
Yeah, that's got nothing, irrespective of what your opinion is, that's got nothing to do with it. She's come into our country, into Wales, she's criticising Welsh parents, and then you can't, what is she even doing here? Why isn't she in her own country sorting out problems and issues that are going on there? I mean, it's highly documented. All the BBC documentaries, they've had documentary TV, all the abuse, it has been highly documented what's going on in these orphanages. And I just think she's a fucking hypocrite. I'm not sorry for what I said. I stand by what I said. I won't apologise to her. And I told the police that. And I was like on bail for 10 months. And in the end, they got that fed up with me. I turned around and because I was brought up in the care system myself from the ages of 7 to the ages of 21. I was on full care order. And I said to them, if you don't drop the charges against me, I am going to go to court. I'm going to mention all these names. I go to your son. I'm going to go to the papers. And I said to them, I will make them known what's going on with me in my case. And how we're treating people, women. They're going into fucking refugees in Wales, right? They're taking kids off women, they're putting them with violent men. What's that all about? Or beat the fuck out of their women and they're putting their kids to live. What is that all about? Go on, please.
I used to live with a South African woman, and she thought she was the boss of me. Little Miss South Africa is what I used to call her. When I left her, she left me with nothing. Little Miss South Africa thought she was the boss of me. When I told her,
Jess, this is all anecdotal. This is personal, and it's okay that we relate our personal tragedies and experiences to each other. That's great, but we're going off at a tangent. Let's bring it back to the bigger, wider world. How is this? How is this?
We'll be shutting down
any minute now.
Okay, right.
Yeah, no worries.
Listen, guys, I'm happy for you all to stay on here once I end the stream. This is a private, if you want to stay in the back here, it's private. You can talk to each other. There's absolutely no issue at all. It won't go anywhere.
Sweet.
Even I don't see it.
On the what's it, the other stream here? Kill the YouTuber.
If you want to chat after the stream's finished, which will happen any minute now, then by all means, you're more than welcome to do so. I'll be going to bed, so you won't have to worry about me.
Yeah, we will be as well.
But I just want to say, before we do end, I want to say thank you to everybody that's still stuck around and watched the whole stream. Or even if you've come on, you're here at the end. So thank you all for being part of the stream. Thank you to everybody that's got involved in the comments. Thank you to you guys on the panel for jumping on and sharing your own situations and your own views. I appreciate that, obviously. But I am going to have to end this because I've got an appointment at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I've drunk half a bottle of brandy and that much vodka. So I thought I would get through the whole bottle of Coke, but I haven't yet. I'll save that for tomorrow. But thank you to everybody. Fuck off, Lost Souls. that comment, by the way, that's Lost Souls. She's a mod on StreamYard, and she's putting that herself. But she is a good friend, and thank you to Lost Souls and Roger for the moderators and Mrs. W moderators of the channel. But listen, guys, thank you all so much for joining us this evening. I hope you've enjoyed yourself. I know we try and have a laugh, but we do have serious conversations as well. I appreciate everybody that stuck around till the end. So with that being said, I'm going to end the stream, and you guys by all means can stick around in StreamYard and have a chat once we're not live anymore, which is happening right now. Good night, everyone.
Night, everybody.
Bye.
Take care.